Hello, oameni buni, bine v-am găsit la un nou live stream. Suntem aici, după cum bine vedeți, pe o secunde să deschid și eu lumina. Opa, avem lumină în cameră. Suntem aici. Suntem aici pe live, mă scuzați pentru delay-ul acesta de a scoate cuvintele din gură. Dar începeam ușor să mă încurc. Nu mai îmi trecea prin minte ceea ce vreau să spun în lucru, după aia parcă mă răzgândeam și așa mai departe. După cum bine puteți vedea, suntem live cu meciurile de la Worlds, care au început acum. Urmează să înceapă primul meci în 55 secunde. Și cred că vor ține până undeva pe la ora 9, 9-ish, ceva în genul. O să încercăm să stăm pe live, urmărim cam toate meciurile de le avem. Și eventual, poate după ce se termină cu meciurile, facem și noi un gameplay, cum ar veni.
Honestly, I think it comes down to the fact that it's probably just a 50-50 because either you win or you don't win.
It's true, either you win or you don't win, and that goes for the entire World Championship. Everyone has a chance, but all jokes aside,
am votat și noi pentru BLG. Cred că primul meci este între BLG și Medecau. După cum bine puteți vedea, băiatul nostru Faker
Don't spoil. I didn't see the trailer. Personally, I'm excited for everything.
Băieții mei în momentul de față se află la Berlin. Haideți să vă dau o idee mai tare. Poate vreți să auziți și voi comentariile pe care le dau băieții de la meci.
2019년도에 이제 제가 신인이었어가지고 첫 월즈였는데 이번에 다시 베를린으로 복귀했을 때 꼭 우승까지 할 수 있다고 확신하고 있습니다.
Ia 2 secunde, vă rog frumos.
上次来欧洲比赛，我拿到了世界冠军。这一次，我依然会全力以赴。
You should never underestimate us.
În regulă. Am vrut să verific cam cât de tare se aude ceea ce se vorbește pe videoclip, dacă se aude mai tare decât vocea mea sau eu știu.
今年经历了很多，我现在唯一能做的
Vă spun din
就是拿出
start,
最好的状态。
echipa mea favorită este SKT-ul.
这一路都是值得的。
Deci, acolo, echipa lui Faker, cum ar veni. În primul rând că îmi place Faker, cum joacă și tot, dar și băieții din entire roast.
그러면은 사실상 형 덕분에 다 우승한 거네, 맞지?
Bineînțeles, ne place și Deciovi de la Gen, nu știu dacă e de la Gen sau nu, nu mai mi-aduc bine aminte.
5年前在这拿了冠军，
Ori Gen
再
Geo,
次来到这里什么感觉？
ori altă echipă.
说实话就没什么感受，因为时间过去了太久了。如果今年我们能在这里再次完成这个目标的话，应该会感受比较深刻。
So, your first finals, rookie year, how did it feel?
Bine, dacă greșesc, vă rog frumos corectați-mă. Poate greșesc eu.
It took a lot of convincing for me to go pro because we're like a traditional Arab family, so it was really nice. What about you?
It felt good. I felt like the first time in a long time I could be myself.
형은 프로 하면서의 목표가 뭐야?
월드 우승이지. 월드 우승 빼고 다 해봤으니까.
우승만 하면은 약간 목표가 끝나는? 약간 목적이 다 달성되는 그런 느낌인가?
Cumva acolo a vrut să ne spună că dacă el câștigă Worlds-ul, gata, se retrage și el. Asta e Faker, n-are cum să nu fie el. Clar Faker, după inelul care îl are. An trecut era vorba că se retrage, că dacă câștigă și după aia se retrage, dar aparent Faker produce o sumă cam mare din această echipă și aceste sponsorizări și tot. Cred că o ales mai tare. Mă scuzați, o ales mai tare să joace, să fie în echipă, să joace LOL, să participe la Worlds, decât să se ducă în armată, să stea 5 ani pe pauză. Vă dați seama că în momentul când se întorcea, nu știu dacă mai avea el skill-ul care l-avea înainte. Frumoasă introducere.
In 2019.
People think of the final, the ending. And while it felt like a shame to lose in the final, for me 2019 kind of just represents hope. The emotions of going on stage, my dad, my mom, my siblings, all of them supporting me. It felt like all of Europe was behind us. It shows me that we can do it once again.
So are you gonna die today to make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly.
Cred că nu vreau să-mi dau seama cum se schimbe, ce senzații când monti în jog. La gen am zis, bine. Da, nu vreau să-mi imaginez ce senzații în momentul când ești acolo. Mii de persoane care se uită la tine și persoanele care se află cu stream-uri și așa mai departe, persoanele care fac stream-uri, care susțin echipele, fani mari de e-sport. Dar pentru ei care sunt acolo pe scenă și mai ales când câștigi finala, deci trofeul. Uai, leu. Cred că alți băieți au în jur de vreo 7-8 meciuri. Mi se pare că mai este mâine și poi mâine, este așa în fiecare zi.
Welcome to the World's 2024 Swiss stage. MDK, BLG taking the stage for our first game of 8 today. 16 teams have made it to this stage. For the next 10 days, 8 will be eliminated, 8 will move on to the bracket stage. You saw in that wonderful video, everyone has a unique story. Everyone has a journey to get here. World-class talent across the board, and now we'll just have to see who is the best. I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius for the first 4 matches of the day, and I mean, they're all bangers, each and every single one of them.
It's a clash of ambition. Dreams are on the line, and for all of these pro players, this is what they've ultimately been working towards. It's Worlds 2024, it's the Swiss stage, and we're starting off with a David versus Goliath. The Titans of BLG will be going up against
Le
the
este mai
underdogs
ușor
of
cu
MDK,
mouse și ăștia
a roster
care
that
sunt wireless
is consistently
față
underestimated
de ăla cu
versus a
fier.
roster whose expectations
Dacă, de
are at
exemplu,
their
în
highest.
momentul
It's
când
so
se
crazy
joacă
when you look
și
at the
așa,
difference in
nu
how
știu,
people talk about these teams.
nu mai prinde semnal mouse-ul respectiv
When
sau
people talk about BLG and they're critical,
eu știu,
it's critical in that way that a team that is so
nu mai pot
clearly
să fac
the
nimic,
best,
ca
it's
ce
the
fac în
nitpicky,
momentul
it's the
ăla.
little things. Oh, they're not quite good enough at this. They're not
E,
quite
nu
good
se mai
enough at
pot
that. It's
efectiv
always through the lens
concentra
of
asupra,
will they win it all?
nu se mai
Whereas
pot
MDK is,
concentra.
can they even make
Nu
it
le
to the
merge
next stage?
mouse,
So
adică
for them to have
gândiți-vă voi ce
toe-to-toe
înseamnă
with
chestia
BLG,
asta. Gândiți-vă
see
să
what they can get
dau
done
un
in this
exemplu,
matchup,
da?
but certainly expectations are
Vă
stacked against
jucați
them.
It was super fun
Yes.
last night watching some champions
Counter-Strike 2 sau vă jucați voi chiar lor. Vă jucați, sunteți, dau un exemplu, într-un teamfight. Vă moare mouse-ul. Ce faceți? Nu pierdeți efectiv fight-ul și poate fight-ul ăla reprezentat. Să dați finalul, să încheiați meciul, să câștigați. Vedem un ban de PZX și de Pinizale.
Still strong on the current patch despite some nerfs to his passive
Jinx.
and overall damage to
Ok,
towers.
băieți de
Jinx
la
taking
BLG
two. And of
banează
course, remember,
campioni.
MDK have already kind of shown us a little bit of their read
Destul
on what
de
the meta is on 14-18, but for so
broken.
many of the teams today, the vast majority, 12 of them,
Ok,
exactly, didn't play
Aurora.
Goliaths, right? Now we need to see how they feel about it, what they have been scrimming, what they have been practicing. So there is potential to really see the meta shaken up as much as some things feel pretty stable, like more or less the mid lane pool.
Now Skarner, Orianna, Syndra, so many power picks are available. But BLG,
Ok,
they're gonna
avem
lock
de
in
la
the Vi. They
Ben
want the lockdown
first
potential.
pick-ul
Could this potentially be
de
an Ahri Vi, a Syndra Vi? I mean, Knight has so many champions that he can play in combination with this setup. Way, a very versatile jungler. So much of the conversation has been about his introduction to BLG and how he's made them more of a complete team. Now bringing out the Vi, obviously a far cry from what we saw from the playoffs and the regular season due to the meta shift. How will MDK respond? With the Skarner locked in, you imagine that's going to go towards Elyoya. We've typically seen them prioritize that early AD carry to getting the Cassandra and then looking for those early lane swaps, but that's not going to be an option for them today, as the Syndra
Ok,
is
avem
taken
de
away
la
from
cei de
Knight.
la MDK un pic de Skarner cu Syndra. Vedem ce aleg cei de la PLG.
Long cooldown. A champion like Vi level 6 makes it pretty easy to find kills and to focus around that mid lane. Gnar gonna grab here. Mirwin, I believe, was spamming Gnar and solo queue less. One of the first times in history I've looked at Mirwin's solo queue page and it hasn't been full of random cheese picks, clearly giving some respect to practicing the more conventional save options. But there's the Ahri Vi, and I'm gonna be honest.
Ok, vedem un pic de la cei de la Billy Gaming de un Gnar cu Ahri.
Knight's streak was broken recently, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that this man has an incredible 86% win rate on the champion, all time across his career. It is an exceptional pick for him, and it's something that, I mean,
Da,
you don't have to
vorbim
look very
deja
far
de
back.
el, nu
He
știu
was
dacă ați
drawing
văzut,
target
dar
bans
au
consistently
fost
due to the
zeni
power of
care
this champion.
efectiv
So
nu.
it's exciting to see it here in the
Dacă nu
debut
au
at
fost de
Worlds.
mine, dădeam de niște playeri.
We already talked about
Doamne.
MDK have been leaning towards this style. They're going towards the safe top
Da,
side of the map,
am
suggesting that they
trecut
are
și
looking
cu Benny peste ziua de ieri. Ieri, aseară, ieri, am mai reușit să mai dau încă un meci. Pe că pierdusem un meci, bineînțeles, m-a dat, am primit din mod și am câștigat alt meci în care aparent am jucat cu Nami destul de bun. Warwick, Mordeș cu Cassiopeia, o rup. Știau când să vină la... Știau când să vină pe lane să ne ajute, știau când să retragă, știau când să bage, știau când să...
We were talking about earlier today, Lucian Nami also on the rise, and it'll be banned as well.
Ok, și de la MDK au un Casante dat
You're looking
pic.
at things maybe like Callista, Misfortune, Kaisa as a possibility. We've seen a little bit of Zaya as well. With the Poppy now banned, I like that Poppy ban, it makes a lot of sense. You're looking at now Rel being a high value champion. I wonder if MDK is looking for it. Are we gonna? Ooh, I mean,
Ok, vedem de la Supa, un pic de Tristana, așa de carry.
So you imagine this is going to go in the hands of Super unless they're giving us an old school G2 where they put the center in the bot lane.
Văd în sfârșit un gameplay de Kaisa, wow, aleu, cu Rel. Rel sau Nautilus? Ia haideți să vedem.
Right now, though, on taking his time debating. On, of course, for Alvaro, you know,
so many supports in the
LEC, in EMEA talk about On as this guy who is so creative, who is someone that they look up to, and now I'm curious to see what Alvaro is going to bring to the table as well. Still one of the absolute strongest support picks overall, just provides so much, even her early laning phase is solid. So what is Alvaro planning to mitigate what On can do?
It's going to be the Alistar.
That's fair. It's fair. It's not my favorite pick. You can see
he did have a good performance on the planes, though. So, I mean, he's playing with confidence. But yeah, this draft from MDK, it's pretty traditional, front to back, very stock standards. The thing is with BLG, though, they're going for a heavy dive comp. When we think about how they team fight, I mean, they're one of the best team fighting teams in the world. Their target selection is often immaculate, and the problem you're going to have is for Ascawi, he's going to find it difficult to survive with all this threat diving on top of him. All 5 champions of BLG want to get into your face, they want to close that gap, and they want to look to fight. Now we're expecting that lane swap in the early levels, and the execution from MDK has been clean from what we've seen so far from them in the play-ins, but of course the level of competition has escalated somewhat.
Yeah, somewhat, sure, yes. Some would say significantly, but yes.
As the 3rd seed from the LEC will take on the 1st seed from the LPL. We're getting ready for our first game of the Swiss stage here at Worlds 2024.
2 teams. MDK, no strangers to the stage, had the time in plans. BLG, the first time, we'll get to see what they can bring to the table.
I'm excited, Dracos.
Honestly, this is such an interesting switch, because if you told me that what BLG drafted was exactly how MDK wanted to play the game, yeah, I think you'd be spot on. Early game, you got picks in the mid game, it suits them so well. MDK kind of stepping out of what was their comfort zone domestically, at least, to be more about scaling, to be less about necessarily finding these early skirmishes, and see if it will indeed be the lane swap as we get into this first game of the day. Remember, win 3, you are through to the bracket stage, lose 3, and you are out. Yeah, highlighted it so beautifully earlier. Of course, any elimination or qualification games will be best of 3. Otherwise, quick couple of best of 1s.
Okay, let's look at this early setup.
30 seconds
so far, a lot of pings coming down, information trying to be garnered from both sides. You can see MDK's bot lane already hovering around the top side jungle. They need to keep track of any potential wards being invested from either side.
On already getting aggressive onto Alvaro. We'll just try to walk him down. Proccing the plasma would be decent.
Gonna force him to base, likely, as Knight also took a bit of damage for Scowie. Gonna flash,
yeah. Flash forward. Charm start coming in from Knight, forcing the flash out from Frescowie. Gonna force the back, and likely the TP as well. Devastating for MDK at level 1, and they've still got the Tristana on the top side of the map. This is a really
vedem un recall de la Syndra, deja o trimis o bază.
Sweeper gonna come through. Are they looking to invade this? I think that'd be very ambitious. At the very least, they're gonna try and interrupt. But look, the cross map is happening. You can see the Way's already moved to the bot side of MDK's jungle. The map is going to be split.
Another charm landing. Alvaro's here, still has his flash, is forced out. We're not even in the lane phase.
Okay,
I mean, so traditionally what you'll do is you'll put your supports into the mid lane, then you'll have your AD carries lane with the top laners, so then once the top laners get that XP along with the AD carries, then they can TP towards the stacked wave on the top side. As you can see that MDK is doing. The adaptation that BLG is saying is we have top and mid in mid lane, and that means that we can just fight you. What's an Alistar going to do at level 1 against us? They've got the traditional bot lane set up on the bot side of the map. This does mean, though, that if Bin does TP towards the top side, his support is going to be extremely far away from him, and he's going to be at risk of a dive.
But it is a clever adaptation, because so often in lane swaps where both teams know it's coming, you don't have a Gnar who's very vulnerable to those early dives. We saw it at MSI as well with things like the Twisted Fate, like the Vayne.
Okay,
just run into mid lane sometimes. Harass a bit level 1, try to build a greater advantage his way in Alvaro. Trading blows here, and
now, crucially, Alvaro's not level 2, which is...
Crucially, Alvaro's by himself against 4 people.
And he doesn't have flash. Oh, I mean, things are falling apart here for Mad Lions.
Dați un pic, încerc să înțeleg ce se întâmplă.
BLG's still going to commit to the dive.
This still seems pretty favorable. That level 1 Alistair's gonna have to get a lot of work done. Q finally gonna come out immediately. He goes down.
Avem first blood de la PLG. Primul first blood pentru cei de la PLG.
Dashing through. Vault breaker coming in. Flashback from Mirwan. The plasma stacks are already there. Just trying to get XP again. If he has to give his life, it's crucial that he gets the wave. At the very least, W win. Trying to get the Q3 back. Gets one. Mirwan standing. Gets two.
Avem double kill pentru Casante, avem un avantaj. Pentru Casante, care joacă momentan pentru bottom.
They were managing the aggro so well, but then Mirwan finds the outplay. He gets himself 2 kills, and he's able to salvage what was a devastating start.
And it's the same in play-ins. The first time MDK pulled up this lane swap, it was Mirwan turning around to dive that made it look so good.
That tower shot onto Elk was
Haideți să
crucial.
vedem replay-ul acesta, cum și-a luat aggro de la
He's
turn.
trying to help his jungler get away to safety. The flash comes through from Bin as well to avoid the knockback, and Mirwan walks away with a double kill.
Aparent, Rel acolo și-a luat prea mult aggro de la turetă.
Like a smirk, a small smirk. He can't be overconfident. He knows, hey guys, I pulled this off, but it's a big road to climb. Getting an early lead is one thing, but we've seen MDK find these early leads before and not be able to close out. And we're only 4 minutes in, so to call this a lead, I think would be generous.
You can tell it's day 1 of Worlds because the second anything happens, we're like, that's the best play I've seen in Worlds, which is technically true in Swiss
O
stage.
să încerc să vorbesc. Bine, nu că vorbesc eu foarte mult, dar o să încerc să vorbesc mai puțin pentru a vă lăsați să fiți atenți asupra meciului și a ceea ce se întâmplă în meci.
The gold, but not that significant in the favor of MDK as Frescowi falling behind in these trades, trying to burn through that mana bar, just get the wave crashed in, calling in Elyoya to support him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Frescowi had the best play-ins when we look at the entire
Ok, momentan avem un avantaj pentru cei de la MDK.
Typically favors Syndra, but Knight is just so experienced in this matchup specifically that you can see how he's able to find these nice trades and he's able to get a nice health advantage. And the fact that Frescowi doesn't have flash, he's going to be forced to go back to base. Now Knight can look for a quick push, knowing that there's no TP available for Frescowi. Boots are going to come in from him as he makes his way back to lane as quickly as possible, but he is going to lose some farm. He may even lose most of the wave here as the Dragon now being started by BLG.
I respect the call here from BLG. Obviously around the mid game you can favor a lot of their options to try to snowball a bigger lead, but by denying Drakes early, they eliminate the late game threat at least somewhat from MDK. Headbutt pole kicks things off. Elk, Ignite down, Satchel Charge stacking up. Elyoya waiting in the brush, on getting aggressive.
Ok, nimeni nu s-a așteptat să-l vadă pe Gardner acolo.
Shouldn't be too much more here other than pushing in the wave to crash. They do get the Ignite out of on, but nothing else really.
Just a bit of pressure put down to allow for the MDK bot lane to go back safely. Now Frescowi in a lot of danger.
Very much. One more dash coming in for Knight. But they already get the flash. TP not quite available for Frescowi as well. That's devastating. And this is kind of the fear when you go against this combo Vi and the Ahri together. It's just so easy to get that set up.
He really wants to stick around though so he can get the level 6. He can't really afford to lose much more farm.
Bineînțeles că o să trebuiască să stăm până vedem echipa noastră, SKT-ul, nu. Deci, vă dați seama, nu plecăm de aici de la meciurile astea până ce nu vedem SKT-ul. După ne mai gândim noi dacă chiar vrem să vedem mai mult sau nu. Ok, vedem un 4v4 acolo pe river.
3v4 stacked against MDK. Mirwan Q3 ready to go. All out, slowly ticking down. Only a few more seconds where he's going to be able to do damage. Flash for the wall coming in from Knight. Mirwan still continuing to step forward. Oh, take it out as well.
Okay,
MDK find the advantage in the skirmish.
BLG were first to get all 5 around the grubs and they were ready for a fight. But again, it's Mirwan. Mirwan with great play forces a flash out from Elk. Knight is forced to flash. He gets himself a kill as well. He finds himself 3-0 on 1 right now with a full level advantage over Bin on the top side. Mirwan, the star for MDK so far in this game.
Which in the context of everything that we have seen from him, both in play-ins and this year, it's not
Marvin are un avantaj. Are un scor de 3-0.
Damage down onto Elk.
He has the jump reset available. Vi is hovering around the top side of the map as the blue is being cleared. Pings are coming down onto On as well. Alvaro needs to get some vision as Elyoya makes his way up to secure the Scuttle Crab. But it's a tense affair. as MDK performing better than expected here in the early game. Super now in a bit of danger.
Has to be careful. Proactively rocket jumping out. Doesn't want to risk trying to go for the buffer with so much CC present on the rel. Alvaro still only level 3, a little bit awkward. Not going to hurt too much, however, as Elyoya grabs the Scuttle Crab. Taking a look at the gold, still very close. Only 2 grubs picked up by MDK for the threshold that both teams are going to be looking for in the next spawn in about 3 minutes. So for now, a bit of calm across the map as Knight and Frescowi still continuing to trade, but the trades still very much favoring Knight.
Always a joy to watch Knight play this Ari. We already talked about how it is one of his all-time favorites, one of his most impressive champions, and he continues to do a good job in the mid lane. We turn our attention towards the next objective, of course, still 2 minutes away, so both teams looking to try and farm up, get as close as they can to that first core item, wanting to secure level 6s for a number of players.
Acolo un Hexflash de la Real pentru a-i păcăli, vrea să facă engage. Ok, vedem ulti de viu. E foarte bun pentru Arti.
Just very well executed as well. They'd already gotten Frescowi's flash earlier. Remember that they got it on the level 1. They weren't able to punish it the first time round, but this time they make it look clean. Knight now will secure the level 8 and as well get his first kill of the game. So very well done from BLG's mid jungle there. Elyoya sets aside to the top side.
Elk
este pregătit să facă un game. Da, pentru Skarner și Flash-ul dat pe Kaisa, dar aparent dar Relă reușit să cadă acolo din cauza gameplay.
Even though he's behind in experience, knows the limitations of his champion, is getting good trades, and they're also securing plates on the bot side of the map. He has a CS advantage. Securing those plates is going to help close the gold gap between him and the top side of the map. And this is the thing about BLG. Sure, they may have lost a few early skirmishes, they might be getting picked off here and there, and while MDK have the kill lead, you can't ever afford to underestimate BLG. They're so good at moving around the map, looking for opportunities to punish their opponents, but so far, both teams being proactive on the sidelines.
Yeah, pretty even trades. MDK, small gold advantage, a lot of that because of the kills they've been able to amass, but still plates going in the favor of BLG. 20 seconds, Mountain Drake. Always a bit nerve-wracking for MDK if they do not have good vision control to walk into any of these objectives. The threat of Knight and Wei together alone is so much, but obviously once you add anyone else to the mix, it gets more and more chaotic. Elyoya, the only person on the map to complete an item thus far, will help him out a little bit, at least when he has ultimate available. Zeke's very cheap early purchase, but Wei getting set up around the Drake in the form of the Scuttle Crab, starting to clear out some of this vision, is the rest of BLG at least keeping an eye on the potential grub spawn.
I mean, it looks like MDK aren't interested. Did you just... Okay, he thought he had Hex Flash, and he just flashed. I'm pretty confident that's what just happened.
I looked away for a second. Was that real flash?
Yeah, that was
the... Vedem cum momentan cei de la MDK au un avantaj destul de mare împotriva celor de la BLG.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie, but that's alright.
That's a weird bug with a 10-minute flash cooldown, guys. I don't know how to... MDK fans, don't worry about that one. A little concerning, but...
it's alright. Grubs for Dragon Spawn, but Wei's killed that dragon pretty quick. Now, BLG, they want to contest this objective.
Frescowi over the wall has to be careful. Will be spotted now on Fog. One grub taken down again. 4 is what matters.
Vedem mult acolo, foarte bun engage dat de Rel. A apărut și Skarner. EP de la Gnar. Aparent cei de la MDK au reușit să facă 2 kill-uri. Oh, aparent greșesc kill, e doar un kill făcut.
This Alistar is very squishy, so they're able to eliminate him, but they did invest a decent amount of resources, and with a nice counterplay from Elyoya to find that 2-man ultimate, we saw a bit of a misplay, a bit of a scary moment from Frescowi, because he doesn't use the ultimate immediately, so he has to flash over the wall before he can actually commit to that play.
Vă las 2 secunde aici, revin imediat.
On Frescowi, Alvaro knows that he can't really afford to make any gambles here, but he really needs some XP. Is on, ticks over to 6. Alvaro is still a ways away from that level up.
Differences in the smallest margins, of course, just a little bit of XP here, giving on that level 6, allowing them to start the fight. Credit really to Elyoya and Mirwin for just getting in there. Frescowi has so much CC from his allies, it allows him to connect a lot of those easy skill shots, the Dark Sphere, into this Cat of the Week. And now doing pretty well on the stacks. approaching the second ability upgrade.
And notice now that the gold shift has gone over towards
Gata,
He's been
tot în
farming well, he's
regulă.
been picking up plates, and even though mewin finds himself with 3 kills,
Am mai pus și noi
Vin's just been doing a
obloziți
good
pe
job
noi că
around the map and has just been
parcă
pressuring the 1v1 out very well.
bate așa
being
o
able
leagă
to
friguțul.
get back that goal deficit that he was in. He finds himself in a comfortable spot. The big advantage we really see is for Super, who's getting closer to that Infinity Edge. Just a bit of a fight in mids.
Good on Supa to trade back onto On at least. Now the ulti's coming in, interrupting a dash out from Knight. Alvaro also punting him out as well. Knight's got no more charges left, but if they find a kill, he'll get one back. Knight now killing Alvaro.
Ok, vedem că cei de la MDK și BLG joacă destul de agresiv, caută oportunități pentru a scoate player. Double kill pe Kaisa și încă un kill făcut de Knight. Dar aparent asta i-a costat turnul de pe mid.
And they're able to find 3 kills, 4 even after they started that pick onto Alvaro. Very well played from them. They get a bunch of plates into mid. They set their sights on the Rift Herald. We look back at this fight again. No level 6 for Alvaro. Just a bit of chip damage traded back and forth, but then Way sees his target. Nice stun from Frescowi on tonight to keep him at distance, but then they lock down Alvaro. The jump is invested from Super. He can't quite get that kill onto Way, and then as the flash comes in from Elk, a situation that should have been very scary, Knight's positioning makes it hard for Frescowi to approach, and then the last bit of damage comes down to secure that kill onto Super, and Frescowi can't do anything to turn the fight around.
That's so frustrating for Supa. If he's just a little bit further back, the static proc from killing Elyoya doesn't hit him. But oh boy, it did!
Era un pic cam
Decent
dezorientat.
chunk of damage to get the job done. We take a look.
Nu le cunosc din păcate numele la toți playerii care
all pointing to BLG right now
sunt
for a
orbi.
fight like that. They're going to grab the Herald too, of course. Grub buff in favor of
Adică
MDK.
nu știu
They
cum
can
arată.
pressure on the side lane here, but
Așa poate
overall,
după nume spuneți,
really
da,
turning around
bro,
what little
era
advantage MDK had
LK.
with that massive play in the mid lane.
Eu nici nu știu cum arăta.
Is going to come through as
Nu știu
BLG
cum
send
arată.
Knight over towards the top lane and Way
Sunt
securing
puțini
the
care
Herald.
îi recunosc
Elk is
așa.
going to be pushing in mid, close to
Cei la
securing
care
that
poate
tower.
mai m-am uitat. Avem o ult acolo dată de LK. Nu prea bună.
Getting that extra turret shot allows him to find a kill.
Avem multă dată în turetă. Asta care l-a
After securing that
costat.
infinity edges, tower going to be traded now on the top side of the map. Level 11 for Knight. This Ari only continues to get stronger.
And this is such a terrifying position to be in if you're MDK. Yes, the gold is close, the itemization not too different between the teams overall, but their team is built to make picks. They're so good at finding these creative angles as a team. You highlighted it in the draft. Their target selection is so good as well. And you can see for MDK in these team fights, BLG so much more comfortable weaving in and out of the fight, playing on the edge, finding these small advantages. And MDK, not only are they going to struggle in terms of gold deficit, but their composition not quite as quick to collapse on those opportunities.
I mean, BLG are also just good at setting up their sideways. Look, they've got Knight catching top wave. He has the TP available. Bin is constantly pressuring in on this bot wave, specifically chipping away at that tower. Frescowi just doesn't feel safe, even though he has vision coverage on the whole side of the map. It's BLG that's just constantly pressuring the map. And then when they do group, MDK feel forced to oblige, so they're then losing farm on the side lanes. And you can see how this is starting to showcase in the CS discrepancies. Mirwin's down 40 CS, mid lane is down 30 CS. PLG is ultimately just playing map. Now they drop the Herald. This gives them control over mid, as MDK set their sights on trying to pick Bin in the bot lane.
Vedem că Bin este singur acolo și vin 4 playeri.
His way out, at least by a bit more time, but with Herald down, they really have to get something done here for the side of MDK. Bin about to turn Mega, gets the double hop out before he goes.
Vedem flash dat de Mirwin.
By the Q3 from Mirwin, just walking away, buying so much time. Bit of a sunken cost fallacy here for the side of MDK. They've given everything to kill Bin.
Aparent vine și echipa, vine și Alvaro. Suportul, da, din păcate Bin nu a reușit să scape.
The cost of that is, as you rightly said, 2 big objectives in the mid lane. The top wave is going to be pushed in, completely uncontested. Knight now ticks over to level 12. He can start chipping away on this tower, but the TP flank is likely going to be his priority, and there it is.
Ok, avem un TP.
Spots Knight coming, but it's going to be difficult to lock that Ahri down. Knight already
Acolo,
level 12.
frumos
Alvaro
cear.
level 6 comes out a little bit late. The unbreakable will.
Alvaro is starved of so much experience. Frescowi
just dead. Gonna take an extra second here. Tries to get tricky with it, but Knight and Way. I mean, we talked about it in draft. Right? This is a terrifying mid-jungle duo, and It worked out exactly as
Chiar
expected. It's so
dacă
difficult
au
now for MDK to
deaduri
play the map.
în
BLG
început,
collapsing for their third Drake. And while yes, MDK
reușesc
are
să
staying even in the
controleze
kills
mapa
department,
destul de bine, având un
everything
push
else is
masiv
going
dat
in
pe
favor of
top,
BLG.
Yeah, you have to
mid,
recognize what just happened on the map. Bin
adică
drew
Tire 2
four
de
people
pe mid,
ultimately to the bot side
picat
of
de
the map.
mult,
That
urmează
allowed
să le
BLG to
dea
pressure
bottom-ul și
pressure mid,
top-ul
where they secured two towers, and then because the top wave was
față
pushed
de
in,
cei de la
neither did
MDK
TB
care au
to
reușit să
create
dea
a
un
4
singur
versus
turn
5.
și acela
And even
este
though
pe
they're down numbers, so
bottom,
many
Tire
resources were
1.
invested to even try and kill Bin that not only did BLG find a pick onto an overextended Frescowi, they then converted into the Dragon as well. They literally got everything at the cost of Bin's life.
And that's credit to
Bine
Bin
încearcă
really
să
for
dea
surviving as
contest
long as
acolo,
he
să
did,
nu
because very
trece
often high-level League of Legends it's
tureta
trade
de
for
pe
trade.
top.
Hopefully you're trading up in these circumstances, but Bin just basically made that the worst trade deal ever for MDK by taking so much time, by ensuring that there were more follow-up plays, and now MDK incredibly far behind. Yes, it is only a 3K deficit, but Soul Point is right around the corner. If they don't have setup on that Drake, it's easy pickings for the side of BLG.
I mean, BLG are just doing a really good job of managing their side lanes. Like, you can see it in terms of the itemization that both carries for BLG and Knight and Elk have secured their second. And now they set their sights on the top tier too. They're just meticulously tearing apart what control MDK have. And even though there's deep vision on the side of MDK, their own jungle is very dark and full of terrors.
Yeah. And beautifully highlighted by our observers just to show how little MDK see right now.
And they're fine just letting this Syndra push in bot lane. They don't care. They're really not worried about it. They're happy to play the 4-1. meciurile doing what he can to clear out the wave, but it's not going to be enough as this tower gets lower and lower.
Knight stepping up just to harass. Of course, if a charm does connect, very likely to be a kill. meciurile and Elyoya probably the only ones tanking up to survive that initial burst. But now returning to top side, and MDK kind of forced to play wherever BLG decide to apply pressure, and again they find the pick. MDK, bit of sliding in there, paying all that attention to the top side of the map. Bit of a sloppy rotation there for Frescowi. Thought he could wander through, thought they saw enough people that he was safe to take a riskier path to topside, but he was not.
I mean, it's crazy to me that that's even the risky path, right? I mean, this is the thing, that the pressure that BLG put down, but it's exactly what their comp wants to do. Find these picks. We've talked so much about it. They have so much lockdown. Vi and Ari as a mid-jungle duo is so lethal if you're caught out of position. And, I mean, what was Super even allowed to do? It was just a difficult situation. Sorry, for Sky, what was he even allowed to do in that situation as BLG find themselves another pick, they find themselves another tower, and you can see now how much control
Vedem că cei de
BLG
la
have over
BLG
the
au
entire
avantaj
map.
destul de mare.
Probability powered by AWS.
Chiar dacă au pierdut poate la început,
Unsurprisingly.
avem
There are situations
multe
where, you know,
deaduri.
4K gold lead doesn't feel insurmountable.
Nu
It is
putem
two fully
spune
completed
că
items for both AD
adică
carries in
nu
this
se
context.
compară
Third,
cu
of course,
meciul
much
de
closer to
silver,
completion
gold,
on the side of Elk. But those are the big point
whatever,
points, the
unde
full
lumea
completed items.
aer,
That said,
chiar,
BLG with so
unde
much
lumea
more
se bat pe
control, Super
non-stop,
at least getting a bit
caută
of harass here
fight-uri
down on to on.
de aiurea. Aici se joacă tot calculat.
The angles of attack here for MDK
Din punctul meu de vedere, adică acum văd eu
at least has a bit of a
situația.
flank, will be spotted on that control ward. Crucially,
Vedem că
BLG didn't want to
merg,
go for the collapse here.
încearcă să vină prin spate, dar aparent mare greșeală. Mare greșeală pentru
Just
ei.
prevents meciurile from finding the flank that he's looking for. Doesn't even get an opportunity to use the flash
Aparent
or the ultimate. Now the
meciurile
Baron is
nu au
started off by
încercat
BLG.
să
They'll either use this to turn and fight,
le
or they'll
fac
just
un
take the
flank.
objective. MDK is being pressured on both sides of the map. The bot tier 2 is falling. The Baron is getting low.
Ok, vedem că
Elyoya
n-ar
looking for a
face,
steal.
See Elyoya though. He'll have to flash to the pin. He
face
wants to get
pressure
the
pe
TP now,
bottom,
but
a
it is
reușit
tier
să ia
2. They are
bottom
going to
și
fall
s-a
in favor
luat
of
și
BLG. MDK now
baronul.
starting a fight at a man disadvantage. This is going to be disastrous. Been finding one with a quick angle.
Vedem aici un 4v5 în care aparent cei de la BLG au reușit.
Just absolutely dominating.
It comes back to the target selection. Frescowi and Super, the only real damage dealers on the side of MDK, immediately locked down, focused up, and destroyed. BLG win another one-sided team fight with the Baron to boot. Keep your eyes on this. Knight just kind of chipping away at the health bars. The ultimate comes down to Frescowi. Elk goes for the 1v1 against Super, and the ultimate, I mean, Frescowi tries to throw it down onto way. He basically takes no damage, at the very least trying to get something back, but Knight sidestepping and navigating his way around the stun means that he's able to get that kill. Super is shut down, and BLG, they dominate the fight.
Certainly do. And those situations are you kind of where you know you're getting outclassed a little bit. When the Gnar is splitting, takes the tower, and then in leisurely time shows up to fight with a man advantage, the game is not going well for you. And I think for MDK, given the tools that they have, yes, if they can stall, they can get more items on Supa, things might get a little bit easier, but there's a Kaisa, Ahri, Vi, and if any piece of CC hits Supa,
Ok,
it
pe
is
noi ne
so hard for them
interesează,
to peel for their
bineînțeles,
AD
și
carry.
The most impressive thing to me
itemele
about this
de
game is it felt
sunt
like
pe
the BLG just
Kaisa,
had no
din
wasted
cauza că am
movements.
început
You
să o
know,
jucăm
every time they
din
reset
nou un
back
pic
out onto the
tryhard.
map, they were doing something productive and they were getting small advantages every single time, and it was just such a macro difference between them as they now set their sights for another fight.
Bin knockback, Supa, nice buffer to make it out to safety, way off to the side. Mirwan taking a lot of that initial damage. Ulti now coming in from the
Ok,
back.
vedem iar un teamfight în care Mirwan a fost scos. Aparent, double kill pentru Ahri. Triple kill. Nu, greșeala mea. Aparent, cei de la BLG au avantaj de oameni, dar ce frumos să lipit charmul ăla lui Ahri.
It's complete domination, a 5-0 clean ace from BLG, 23.5 minutes in. They absolutely decimate MDK, and they have a statement performance here. Game 1 in the Swiss Stage Awards 2024.
That's a Medjai's. He bought that Medjai's third item and it already has 23 stacks. Knight is very fed. Everyone is very fed.
I mean, there's a reason a lot of people respect his Ahri. I mean, we look back at this fight, right? And it's Bin initiates the play. It's already a lost fight because Supa's disengaging. So now they've lost all their damage. Now MDK is already forced to retreat. BLG set their sights onto Mirwan to get rid of the front line. Frascari TP's in and basically gets soloed out by Bin, who's followed up with Knight. And they have the damage combined to be able to secure that kill. And then it's just a matter of cleanup for BLG. They don't lose a single member. Bin is protected. The Starak's doing work. And yeah, it's a difficult one for Elyoya as he knows how challenging this game has been. They had a promising start. A few fumbles from BLG allowed for MDK to find good advantages. Supa getting picks, Mirwan having a strong lead, but once BLG got out into the side lanes, they've been unstoppable.
Certainly, and I think this is one of the things about the best teams in the world and the potential tournament favorites, a team like BLG, that makes them so terrifying is sometimes people look at League of Legends as this turn-based game, but when you're playing against a team at the caliber of BLG, they're always on the next move. It feels like you never have a chance to breathe. You always need to be planning 1 or 2 steps ahead, and if you can't keep up with that pace of game, you're rapidly going to fall behind. Mirwan grouping so much, finding kills, but it was Bin farming on a side lane, always trading up just that tiny bit, and eventually the early lead that MDK found just did not mean anything.
Ok, vedem că și Ben joacă foarte calculat, e foarte atent. Nu face push-uri de aiurea.
But the pressure is continuing them out. They don't have that top wave. Bin going to try and unlock the super minions. They do have the bot one though, and that tower's going to fall very quickly.
Pretty effortless for BLG to play on 3 lanes right now. MDK have to commit so much just to get close. Scatter Elite really their only long range engage tool other than a headbutt pulverize from Alvaro. But if Alvaro goes in, they have to win that fight or it's over. Ben continues to harass. Slow, controlled finish coming in from BLG, just taking their time, knowing they don't really need to force anything.
Yeah, they're still showing respect. You know, they know that there's a world where they could throw. I mean, it would have to be quite egregious, but even so, they're leveraging the pick tool, or the poke tools they have, with the W coming out from the Kaisa, the charms, and Q's coming out.
Starting, Knight locked up again. Can they just delete this Ahri? But no, the interrupt is clean.
Ok, vedem acolo.
Going toe to toe with Elk on the backside of the fight. Kazante not strong enough. Supa back in the found Ignite.
Ce se
finally starting to
întâmplă?
heal, but 4 members still stand on BLG.
Aparent, cei de la MDK i-au mâncat. Ei au forțat, ei au vrut fight-ul acesta. Dar se pare că Billy Gaming a reușit să-i controleze. Bineînțeles, am câștigat 3000 de puncte.
And that's a big drop when you think about it. Taking some of those stacks away as well. Obviously an incredible game 1. We're going to send things over to the analyst desk immediately so they can talk more about what took place.
And we're so excited to do so, especially me. Wow, okay. Clear MDK, a bit out of their depth versus BLG.
So, BLG looked great. And a couple things I learned. They are so good at turning it on. Yes. Because for the first 5 minutes, this game was looking actually pretty scary for them. And then the second thing I'll learn is that MDK should actually just keep lane swapping. They had a big lead from the lane swapping, but then they just
Yeah, your mid laner does have to stay mid, and that was kind of the issue.
Yeah. Go ahead, Reg, you wanted something on the lane swaps.
I just learned the importance of how the level 6 on an Alistar, you know? At some point you're gonna need some experience, and too many back-to-back fights where he was the target and he really couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, we're setting up for the interview, but I think some takeaways can also be Knight on Ahri. I mean, you know what's gonna happen.
We did as well. You and I were just sat here. That's an Ahri. Now we saw Vi first pick. We see a Syndra, and I think I was a bit disappointed in the way that MDK answered a first pick Vi, because by going Ahri, you're just putting Fresco in a bad position. He's never gonna have a good time. The 2v2 with level 6 from Ascana and Syndra is not gonna give you that mid prio. So they had to get ahead from the early game, and they did to a certain degree. But I think that level 1, where everyone's just burning their summoners, and then obviously mid game from BLG, where they just take over, it became really unplayable at a certain point in the game.
The draft will be a big topic. And speaking of big
numbers,
big wins,
small losses,
small losses.
But that glass bleed is winnable.
Yes, it's insane.
Glass half full, I like it.
Because they went for the Vi and completely said, Skarner OP, Syndra OP, we don't care. We're getting the boy, the Ahri, and we're supporting it with the Vi, and we're bullying side lanes. They performed off of it, but I don't think this is going to be the standard going forward. I think they've just wanted comfort.
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway for me here in terms of BLG's drafting. They just bullied the draft. They just said the things that they wanted to play, played them, and smashed.
They did, and Laura's now standing by with Ben in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the stage for the very first Swiss stage interview with Ben. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking the first one. Before taking on Mad Lions, you said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's be careful against this team. So what was your understanding of Mad Lions? And also, can you explain the first 10 minutes of the game?
首先，恭喜你们在瑞士轮取得了自己的开门红，取得了自己的首胜。但是也要问一下的是，其实你在这场比赛开始之前也有提到，面对到 Mad Lions 整个队伍不能掉以轻心。所以说也想问一下，你对于 Mad Lions 靠队伍的理解是如何的？同时，这一场比赛的前10分钟发生了些什么呢？
其实赛前我们也想到他们会换线打我们，然后。就是这局的话，其实前面也是跟我们想的一样吧，但是我们越下的时候出现了一些失误吧，所以我们反杀了，前期很艰难，稍微有点温度有点上来了。
So, to be honest, before this game, we have already made this kind of prediction. Yeah, Mad Lions definitely have some lane swap inside the game. And also, it feels like they also have the drafted that we have already predicted. But maybe the issue happened around the bot lane tower dive because we played so messy around there. So it's kind of put ourselves in a disadvantage. So it's kind of like warm me a bit up.
But still an amazing read on them and great recovery on that game, Bin. One thing that is always sure with you is the confidence that you have coming into the international stage. You keep on saying that you're the best top laner in the world, but I want you to give me specifics as what makes you the best top laner in the world. How makes you stand out?
其实我们很多时候想到兵哥，第一个我们想到的词语就是你的自信心。很多时候你都会说来到这种世界大赛的舞台，你想成为你会是最强的上单。所以想问一下，你觉得有哪些样子的特质能让自己在众多上单之中脱颖而出呢？
我认为自信是来源于实力的吧，就是如果没有实力，再多的自信都没有用，所以。 主要还是要对自己的实力的认可，以及让自己变得更强。
I believe that confidence is from your own ability. Without your own ability, no matter what confidence you have, is still useless. So what I really need to do is try my best to hold this confidence and also put this as a motivation to become even more stronger in the future.
Some wise words here. And I'm going to leave you the final words here on this interview, actually. It would not be a Bin Walls interview without a special message from you in English.
Întrebare întrebătoare de ce?
那最后也把一点时间留给我们的兵哥，我们总感觉如果不让你说点英文的话，好像这就不是一个兵哥式的采访。所以说，有没有什么想要对所有的观众朋友们说的呢？
un meci sau joacă best of one?
Thank you so much, Bin.
Bă, schițează un jet, ceva, zâmbește, râde, fă ceva. Pare un pic cam decedat. În game, bineînțeles. What e best of one? La SKT și-a pregătit tastatura, mouse-ul, mousepad-ul, tot. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A plecat și reclama la Mercedes. Da, aparent e best of one, dar n-am văzut chestia asta. Deci de aia durează câte ori per meci. Best câte one, vă dați seama aici pe cine votez, da? Vă spun de pe acum, ca să nu fiți surprins, SKT-ul. După aia avem DNG cu Weibo Gaming. Am mai apucat citesc de acolo, citesc prea greu și-mi dau seama de anumite nume de echipă prea târziu.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got one game under our belts that MDK will want to forget very quickly, and I surely hope that our next one, T1 versus TES, will have a different gold graph, perhaps a bit of a closer gold graph. That would be nice, but what a matchup. Immediately we get our very first LCK versus LPL bout chat.
We do, and it's T1 as well. And we remember T1 from the World Championship. We do have to say that they are definitely a different quality team now that they were then, but they do have that muscle memory, right? You never know if they're going to be able to pull it back.
Bro, cine votează pentru test? Hai să fim serioși.
No one has faith. Everyone's looking at T1 simply
It's o
because of
leacă
the fact that
serios, băi.
world. Guess who they took down? They
Vă
took down
gândiți o
BLG
leacă.
in Swiss, went to
Uitați o
LNG,
leacă
took
cine
down
e ăsta.
JG, took away
Faker.
They did, and it
Așa
is
se
still the
numește,
same roster.
Faker.
Zay is in the top lane, Odor in the jungle,
Faker e
in the mid
numele
lane,
lui.
and the bot lane of Gumayusha and Keria. They are the defending world champions, so everybody is looking at them. And moving over to top esports, the second seed from the LPL with 369, Tien, Cream, Jackie Love, and whoop. That is a Mako.
Yep.
Should be. Should be.
Mako.
I don't know how she
Got the wrong
got in there.
That guy's the coach. He's with the team, but it's not him.
Definitely.
So
Definitely Mako.
So that's we already talked about it. I already kind of slipped it in there, but that's the talk. That's for the Chinese fans, the LPL fans. They look at T1 and said, "You literally just aced us at Worlds to get here. It's insane. We are looking for revenge."
And top esports, of course, with the hangover of MSI as well. They didn't do as well as they wanted there, so they want to prove it. And an interesting tidbit here is there are 8 world champions in this matchup alone.
So cool.
Every other match has maximum of 2. It's crazy, GB.
No, it absolutely is, and I think that's why you can never really count any of these two teams out, because despite having a poor season domestically from the T1 side, they're coming into this as a world championship where they've had a rough time when they came in last year, and still they won the world championship. I will say I think this one is different, because last year Faker
Dați seama dacă aici cine câștigă. Da, SKT-ul.
In general, and I think
să nu audă alte discuții.
You can still have hope for Faker, because he is Faker. He is the GOAT. He is the guy that you're looking to rely on when you need experience on
Yeah, never placed under top 4 at Worlds specifically, and I think when you harken back to last year, Jad, it is because even then, T1 wasn't the team you would have picked out of the LCK to win. In fact, the odds were stacked against them even going into those final 4 matches, into those final 2 matches rather. So we know that they can turn it around. The problem is, how much do they have to turn around here? Talk to me about how worried we are, and what is it that we're worried about out of their summer performance?
Yeah, overall team cohesion does seem down. I think Zeus in particular dominates early laning phase, then dies on his own. Faker's laning phase is probably the weakest it's been in, I don't even really remember a time when it was weaker than this.
Yeah.
But like literally, their plot armor was so damn thick last year. I don't know how thick it's going to be this year.
I mean, it was thick when they went up against KT and somehow managed to get through,
Game
right?
5.
Like, that was insane. And yes, the early lanes for him, I remember the Caitlyn games, the Tristana games. His early lanes were just horrendous. So when you saw those patch notes, Syndra, Orianna, like mages entirely, maybe that changes it all for them. But you are right about team cohesion. They are a lesser sum of their parts. They are so good individually.
Yeah.
They just need to get together.
But I am extremely worried about them going up against top esports,
asta.
because I think it's not just all these things you're talking about, right? Their laning phase can be solid though, right? Keria and Gumayushi is one of the best 2v2 bot lanes when they get to play 2v2. Hasn't happened that much this year because of lane swaps. You know, a team that was very good at pioneering lane swaps in the LPL? Top esports.
True.
They've been loving moving around in the early game on the map. Having Seos versus 369 is not so much going to be a lane matchup, it's going to be an understanding of playing the swaps. Seos doesn't get to show why he might be one of the best top laners, because he might not even play in a top lane isolated matchup. So I think, yes, I'm actually more happy about Faker on this patch and less happy about Cream on this patch, but I still think coming into this and on paper, top esports are favorites.
And I like that you talked about the top lane matchup, and that is also our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, featuring 369 and Zeus.
In the first featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of the Swiss stage, we have
Da,
one hell of a
băieți,
face-off.
ne
369
pregătim
versus
de
Zeus,
meciul
top
cu
lane,
SKT-ul.
top esports versus T1.
Revenim imediat. Vă las
369
aici
has
să
proven
vă
himself to be one of the
bucurați
best
de,
top laners in the world.
de
Top
meci
esports
în
to step
sine.
out of the shadow of BLG,
Să vedeți ceea ce
only
se
to dominate
întâmplă.
at Worlds. Beating the
Și
reigning
revin
champs would set the
imediat,
tone for their
imediat,
tournament
imediat,
run.
imediat. Nu vă panicați că nu plec nicăieri.
In the midst of everybody, and he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing.
Zeus is no stranger to this matchup and has bested 369 more than once. But with T1 barely qualifying to the world stage, do they have what it takes to replicate their 2023 success?
Missing on the backside, trying to buy some space, but the shockwave is clean, and in comes the curtain call, and it's Zeus wreaking havoc on all of JDG.
In today's matchup, it's two titans in the top lane. Who will draw first blood in the Swiss stage of Worlds 2024?
We'll see exactly that. Who will draw first blood? And it's such a loaded matchup in so many ways. Do you want to do predictions? Because I feel like this one really deserves it.
I think
it merits it.
Okay.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Who's starting?
Well, I can start. And I mean, so it's T1 as Worlds, right? You always have to give them the credit because of how they've been historically. I normally hate historic analysis, but with T1, they get the pass. But I will say as well, if I'm not saying Top Esport wins this, I am not doing them the respect that they deserve from the domestic season they had. I mean, you normally see them as chokers. I don't think they're going to do that this time. I think they're going to win this one. It's 1-0 for Top Esports for me.
I'm a big believer in plot armor.
Oh my God,
And I know that's like the biggest cop-on answer, but this is decidedly different than what your summer split was. In the last like 5 World Championships, when is the favorite, the actual favorites in the tournament, ever actually won?
Yeah.
So T1 is actually primed to make that improvement run. We'll see if they do it. I think it will start here. I just can't bet against Faker at Worlds.
And I'm gonna bet against Faker at Worlds. I think it's gonna be Top Esports. Like, especially, I know the fan base, not only just like the LPL hopefuls, the Chinese fans, they're all against like Top Esports because they've always had these crushing defeats, no matter how good their regular seasons are. Like, Tien had an incredible season.
MVP.
He did?
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, people remember you for like your worst moments, the biggest moments, the when they lost to Weibo, those type of things. And so I'm still gonna give it to TES. I'm gonna have faith. All right?
Yeah.
If you would have told me that I was the only one to predict the defending world champions,
it's crazy.
Who also did better at MSI than the team they're directly playing against now.
It's been a while.
It's been like 3 months.
That's a lot in league terms. How many packages are we going through? That's
12 years.
Yeah, but it's been a while.
Yeah. Also for TES, you know, this is the first game of Swiss. You know, when it comes to that storytelling around TES, it's also, I make log lines for every team, and for me, this one is when you want them to show up the most, they show up the least. But this is the first best of one. They shouldn't be that stressed, you know? They have another one tomorrow. They have a couple of best of 3s, and we know the quality on TES. And I think if you juxtapose that directly with the performance of T1 this summer, that's how you get your answer, right, Jad?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to getting this game, Raz. Do you have something to say?
Just a small thing. I mean, 7 Worlds for Mako, 5 Worlds for Jackie Love. Even though we have the doubt, the confidence should be there. The experience, they're such a good bot lane duo. So that's a matchup I'm looking forward to seeing them versus Carry and Guma.
Yeah, we have a little bit more time, apparently. I've been informed. So if you want to talk a little bit about those bot lanes, let's do it. I think Goldberg already brought it up. The way Guma and Carrier like to play and own is sadly not the way that the game's being played right now in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be some exploring period, but the fact that MF, like Ashe, Jin, these champions are the types to, I guess, the expected picks for Worlds, it's not really what you're expecting, you know, T1 to really be performing on, but I still have a lot of faith. In fact, Guma is like a second jungler on the team with how many times he steals Barons and Dragons and his Varus pick, and they make it work, and how creative Carry is as a player. So I'm expecting something to come up, some sauce to be cooked up in the draft. So I would say never count them out, and I do think Guma is such a damn good player that he can work with any champion, any meta.
But at that, like, I'm hoping that it's not just draft they have cooked. I'm hoping that either for T1, what I really want to see from them, from the break that they've had, is either you've become really good at lane swaps and you've adapted to what is currently meta, or you have then found out a style that's going to break lane swaps that other teams are currently not doing, right? I was speaking to Orcs about this, and coincidentally, Emily was also talking to it with Kelsey, but it's one of those things where I'm hoping that they found a way where they can trade plates down in that bot lane and find a way to get Guma in a position where he gets so full of gold in the early game that they can then after rotate him around the map. I'm really curious to see if they're bringing a different strategy to lane swaps that might define how we're doing this in the future, or maybe I'm just overreacting and giving them more praise than maybe they should be, but I'm really hoping that they're bringing something out that's going to make them have an easier time at Worlds.
I mean, on that note, I think we will be tracking lane swaps throughout the Swiss stage. I think in game 1 we saw BLG got swapped on and they stacked a wave and they tried to dive with 4 people. I don't think T1's the type of team that should try to dive, and I think the adaptation that I want to see next is the team that gets swapped on shouldn't try and dive. they should just collect plates. I've seen these dives go wrong so many times because teams have gotten extremely good at getting level 2 on a support or level 3 on a top lane, and they're almost impossible to dive. But the plates are so much weaker than they were before the last set of nerfs and buffs, and the top lane plates are so much stronger. I think that's actually the play. Just collect your 320 gold advantage on your AD carry and move on. I think that's actually, I don't want to see T1 swap at all.
Yeah, but it's one of those things, if you put too many members down, then there's too much gold being shared as well. So I really wonder if it's like a two-man situation with a stack wave where they put more in from just getting 2 plates with double demolish, triple demolish maybe. I don't know.
You stack it until the cannon wave is ready to crash. You crash that huge wave in, you let the top wave clear it as fast as you can, but in that time with just 2 people, you can take at least 2 plates.
It makes me sad. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah,
it makes me sad. It makes me so sad. You know why? Because one of the X factors of T1 at Worlds last year, you know, and generally when Keria can be the one that says, I'm going to change the meta myself.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to make you play different and make you play different things. And I just don't see the opening currently in the meta. And, you know, maybe time will tell, of course, but that is like a huge X factor for T1.
Yeah, it was an X factor during MSI when swaps were happening, and T1 was the team that was getting swapped on when they were trying to pick Vayne and Camille. And thankfully for them, throughout that tournament, it got a little better, and they were able to still play those insane picks. The problem for me when I look at top lane is I think that 369 is a phenomenal weak side top laner, and a lot of times if he's put in a swap position, he's pretty much happy about it. I think for the side of Zeus, you already talked about it, GB, the fact that he is so damn talented, and he's going to get those leads early. He's first in early, like the gold difference at 8 minutes in the LCK. Like, he will get an early lead. The problem is the solo deaths that will happen immediately afterwards, especially in a long lane. So if you're first at that, and you're second at the deaths. Like, I think we just need to see from T1 a lot more consistency in the mid game. If it's going to be a swap, no matter what, if it's going to be a longer lane, your best player kind of has to be a little bit more consistent.
It's his 100th game, his international game. Zeus, I hear.
Yeah. Damn.
Whoa, that's crazy.
No, I mean, the craziest thing about this whole T1 roster is Zeus is actually like the newest addition to that roster.
Yeah.
Owner, Faker, Guma, Keria, they were world semifinalists 2021.
Oh, wow, that is a long time.
Right, so they've had this ridiculous run together, and I know you're getting an update on a delay.
No,
is Faker restarting his PC again?
No, I was just asking another question. I'd love to know what it is, though, but sometimes we can't say it, you know? Sometimes we can't share, but I don't mind. I love that you said Faker. Maybe he does have to restart his PC. I think it is...
all the time. Like, he just go up on stage, he thinks something
Sorry, guys. I mean, we talked about, like, how's the GOAT doing, right? In the meta, how's it going? He didn't like those AD carries that much. I mean, with the shift back to mages, if he can go for an Warrior or Syndra, it's more of his comfort zone. But we haven't talked about Kareem at all. He's a rookie on the world stage, or a world rookie, we should say, with the technicality. It's always a hard matchup, usually versus Faker.
I think he's done a great job talking about Kareem in terms of adapting in the AD carry meta. He has been, his bread and butter has been the Akali. I think he has an exceptional Yone. He's like 60-something win percentage. And I think if he is so good at that, he should be happy with this meta. If you're going to be going up against an Orianna, a Syndra, something like that, just being able to now say, I'm picking like an assassin counter, I'm going to pull you into a side wave, I think that works well for Kareem. So that's a great note, because I think for somebody as good as he is, that had a pretty poor performance at MSI and wants to be able to prove himself on an international level, this patch is a good way to do it. And after this split where he was so good during the regular season, is a great way to prove it to the international audience.
I mean, he has the best supporting cast ever when you look at them. They have all these champions from these different eras, of course. Jackie Love from 2018, Tien from 2019, Mako from 2021, and then 369, of course, of 2023 MSI. So in terms of kind of what you have around you, you should be so comfortable, and that is where sometimes it disappoints people the most, because that is all the quality you have on that roster. And then when it's about to hit midnight, you turn back into a pumpkin.
That's the point, right? Because it's one of those things where it's like, this sounds like the most consistent roster you can have. And it's not. That's like one of the things. I do hope that they're able to show the domestic performance that they had in the LPL, because if you only watch internationals, you're probably expecting
also, if you watch the LPL sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, true, but they have so many games, right? But I think for most of the part, their games this season has been defined as very, very good. I am more worried about Tien now going into a matchup now where there's maybe less of these AP junglers, but we're going to have more of these Jarvans and Bruces like Vi going into it, because he has had a habit in the past of maybe oversending it a little bit. Historically, his Viego has been good if you want to play through that, but I think this first game has to be such a statement game from both teams. For T1, because they have to cement themselves like they're not just what they saw domestically. And for top esports we are exactly what you saw domestically, and we can be better. So this first game is such a statement game for both of these teams.
And to the point, an expectation I had when Top Esports brought in Mako was the fact that he was going to be the babysitter wrangling people in. And sure, it hasn't happened so much, but I expect that to be the case. I just remember comms from EDG and all that where he's like, stop, no, pull back. That's a one fight already. So I'm expecting a little bit more of that.
Yeah, since we still have a little bit of time, I think we've kind of exhausted all the what-ifs, right, before we actually see this game playing out. So I want to zoom out a little bit if we can, because this game is really emblematic of what Worlds is all about. It is LPL wanting their revenge over T1, first and foremost, but also the entirety of the LCK and how we feel like the balance of power is going to develop over the Swiss stage and beyond.
I think, to me, it is the most interesting, overarching storyline of the last, I mean, like 5 or 6 years of League of Legends, like literally since the last time we've been in Europe, when G2 played against FPX in finals in 2019. Since that moment, it's only been LCK and LPL teams in the finals. And I think in the last 2 years, if it wasn't for T1, the LPL would be dominated.
They would have dominated.
Yeah. It wouldn't even be close. Like we would have had last year 2
we had DRX
LPL teams. Well, we had just last 2 years. We would have had 2 LPL teams in MSI finals, right? And then all 4 LPL teams made it out of group stage. 3/4 of them made it into the semifinals. Yet T1, as you mentioned, aced them at Worlds.
T1 is Hodor.
And then Gen G obviously this year is a big favorite, along with BOG, is actually looking higher than T1, and they'd be like the big defenders. So honestly, for the last 3 years, it absolutely has been the LCK, because we have DRX winning, we have T1 winning, and we also have Gen G winning this MSI. But like, it's crazy to think how close it was with what T1 pulled off last year at Worlds to really flip the narrative.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, as you say, though, even with all that in mind, it never goes the way you think it's going to go based on pre-tournament expectations. Very, very rarely we just have to bring up DRX or T1 to prove that point exactly. And that is what always excites me at Worlds, and that is also what excites me if LPL is going to make this rush for the World Championship again. Maybe it isn't BLG, maybe it is TES. You don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Whoa,
G2.
why are you laughing like that? That was very rude towards Weibo.
No, literally every year there's a team that usurps those expectations, right? Yeah. Every time we think there's no shot that, like, for instance, Gen G is not going to make it to the finals, and then they get taken down by BLG. Like, this time I believe. I believe in Gen G. Huh?
Why?
Because they're the MSI champions. They already took over.
Okay, but counterpoint to this, right? When JDG came into that World Championship, you thought as well that this was just going to be their golden road. No team looked as strong as JDG at that time. So I know it's like one of those things where we're looking at BLG, we're looking at Gen G, but you can't forget that it's been exactly like this in the past as well, MSI title or not.
But they're not on a golden road.
Exactly.
No stress.
That's fair enough. You don't have those expectations on you.
Even with the confidence that I have about Gen G, I'm like, Humble Life already took them out.
Yeah.
And guess who already took down T1 when they went up against them in 2022? It was Zeka. So, like, there's always going to be, like, a question of, like, who does the best on the meta and which team just gels the most and actually is able to go throughout the first stage of Worlds and learns the most. So that's why I'm like, I look at Humble Life as, like, they could do it.
Is that your dark horse then?
Yeah, they're my dark horse, for sure.
I think that's a pretty fair one as well.
Yeah, and also I'm a Peanut fan, so I think Peanut just had to have
Is it even a dark horse?
Is T1 too bright to be a dark horse?
Because people doubt Doran and Peanut on an international stage.
I know, but you say you don't doubt TES, so why are you doubting Peanut on the international stage?
That's why I'm like, they're my dark. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I get it, though. It's happened a few times, and they talk about that as well. And that's what it is all about. We still have a little bit of a delay. In fact, I really don't know what's going on. So since we've done our due diligence, we've talked about the tournament favorites. Fine, now we can go a bit lower. Let's talk about NA versus EU. Let's talk about Team Liquid.
Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Okay. Raz, we're going to have different opinions.
Oh my God.
Here's the weird thing with me about Team Liquid.
Okay.
Some people are tuning in right now. They're like, why are they talking about Liquid again?
I'm ready for this.
Anyway, they are a team that can definitely make it to quarters, I think.
Yeah.
I think they definitely have that potential, but I want to set reasonable expectations about them.
Glad we're in agreement.
Because we talked about it at the top of the show, like what could change at Worlds that might change how you feel about this team coming in. And I feel like they had such a perfect read on what they were able to accomplish in summer, really being one of the best lane swap teams in the world.
Yep.
And then I feel like APA had really mastered the 80 carry pool with the way that he's able to collect gold on side lanes. But I feel like if we switch to this Ahri, Syndra, LeBlanc type mage mid, I don't think he's going to be as good on those champions as he was on the 80 carry champions in mid. And I think even if lane swapping still happens, I think its effectiveness is diminished based on the nerfs that they've actually given. So they're going to be like, if they were here, they're there. But they're still pretty good.
Okay, you know what? That's a small difference. And
that was like an inch.
Exactly, it's not that bad. And so, like, overall, I do think the questions around APA's champion pool, even though at the very top of the show I put that question out there, like he started his career off of what? Ziggs, Aurelion Sol. He even played Syndra, of course, at the last Worlds. Like, he has mages in his pool. And I think something that Team Liquid does really well is being able to play through side lanes. And even if he's on those more diminished picks, for him, he's going to be able to support them. So I think from the TL side, I'm happy. FlyQuest side, I'm confident.
Wait, yeah, but why did TL
European side, not so confident. Say that again.
Oh, that series was actually...
We don't need your trust.
I mean, that series was super close. I think FlyQuest won that series because Inspired is super good.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, Inspired has been controlling the game, and he was able to switch to the different meta, like mid-playoffs, being able to switch between a supportive style with Ivern or a hard carry style with any of the power farmers. He was incredible in that tournament.
I love watching Inspired play, and I love watching Inspired talk and do interviews, and then someone else has to come in and be like the nice guy, like he's got like good cop, bad cop.
Here's the last thing I'll say about Team Liquid or FlyQuest chances, or even TES or T1's chances. A lot of it's going to depend on the draw. Because we know what happened to KT last year, sorry.
Pare un pic că am panicat pe țara aia. Deci când după aia pune mâna sub masă.
Maybe you're going to be able to play some lower tier loser from the first round, or maybe you actually, I wasn't naming names, but a lot of it's going to depend on the draw. So these games are actually very important.
I've got an update. Unfortunately, we are going to have to take a 5-minute break, but we will be back after that with the game.
We promise.
No, we don't.
Ok, au nevoie de încă 5 minute. Aparent, se pare că e un match de asta foarte... Ok, bun, deci putem vedea din nou Best of 1 la gen cu Weibo Gaming, Fnatic cu DK, Team Liquid LNG. Deci, fiți atenți cum văd eu predicțiile de acum. Bineînțeles, la test cu T1, Gen cu Weibo Gaming. Sincer, aș merge pe Weibo Gaming. Hai mai arată-ne odată bracketul. Haide, brother. La Team Liquid cu cealaltă echipă, bineînțeles, Team Liquid. Fnatic cu OMEN de Chaos sau cu cine era, cu Vikings. Fnatic. Sau nu era Fnatic? Nu, Fnatic cu Weibo Gaming. Hai, dacă ne-ar arăta din nou, ca să putem spune. Aparent trec rapid astea 5 minute. Așa, fanaticul de cau, zic. Fanatic, Team Liquid cu LNG, Team Liquid. Cealaltă de la 7 PSG-ul, game-ul cu Fly-ul, aș zice Fly-ul. La ultimul iară n-am apucat să văd. Gen 2 cu PNG-ul, aș zice J2. Gata, astea sunt predicțiile mele dinainte. Acum, na, sperăm să nu greșim.
And welcome back to Worlds 2024. We are moments away from our second game. It has been a bit of time before our last one, so thank you to everyone who stuck with us through a bit of delays here today as Phanteks and myself get ready for another absolute banger. Love Swiss stage, man. It's just day one, it's like every matchup is good. Not always for the same reasons, I'll be honest, but this one, oof.
Last year at Worlds.
Haideți să vedem ce se întâmplă. A spus, susținerea mea pleacă la băieții de la P1.
To add another name to the list here today as they go up against Top Esports, but perhaps Top Esports could be the first of many to get their revenge, because the question coming into this game is a question of form, right?
Sure, yeah.
There's doubt on the side of Top Esports, and there's hope and enthusiasm on the side of T1, but their performances domestically were the opposite, because Top Esports had an incredible regular season with the MVP of Tian, where T1 barely limped their way into the World Championship. So I'm very excited to see what these teams are prepared for us today. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got for us in the draft. What's going to be the priority? What are we going to see in mid lane? Will we see the king return to his throne in the mid lane, because he has been struggling?
All I know is I watched that man play piano with a big old championship ring on, so I feel, and this is the problem, right? This is the T1 aura, is that you're just like, yeah, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You're like, but all the evidence, and you're like, I don't need that evidence.
I saw him open a large door.
Dacă nu a venit Faker cu Mercedes-ul care a făcut reclamă, nu-l cred. E că aparent Faker are o mașină personalizată. Care frumos aici pe chestia asta, cum vedeți aici la mine, logo-ul ăsta de la OMEN. Este un Mercedes care are efectiv scrie Faker aici. Vă dați seama ce bani e mașina respectivă, dacă i-au făcut reclamă. Bine, cumva pe fața lui se vedea un pic că îi obligat, ca să poată să scoată și el poate niște bani pentru această reclamă.
They don't always adapt to the meta immediately. And I love the point that Shock's made on the desk, because last year it felt like that, you know, they had a very close series versus Team Liquid. They almost lost that, right? And then they continued on and you thought, okay, they're getting better. But then they defined the meta. They were the ones that introduced and changed the bot lane meta and were the ones that said, hey, everyone, this is what we think the best way to play the game is. And then everyone was playing catch up to T1, which no one ultimately was able to do.
Yeah, it was interesting because I believe it was Weibo first who brought out the Lux Caitlyn, and people were like, this is flavor. This isn't going to be real. But then it was T1 who brought it full circle to the point where we were back to AQIRYS, who, even in spring, right, had been playing everything. And people were like, there's no way that meta comes back. But it did, and they found that angle. And that's the story of so many teams. We look back, how many teams has the meta suited them, or have they found that single angle? Even as far back as 2018, helps to have the two best solo laners in the world when you have a tournament that's all about your freaking solo laners, right? IG, they run so much about that, and we'll have to see if the meta does favor T1, and if they can be faster in identifying what their unique take on it is, or what the best version of it is. Because you're right, not every tournament for T1, people just remember the ending. They don't always remember some of the more awkward moments at the start.
Avem acum intrarea celor de la T1 și Top Esports.
Again, so much history, so many titles. The sheer amount of ELO in this walkout is baffling.
8 world championships in a single game. The fist bumps come through. Chaos as they find their way to the city.
Chirea nu știa pe să ducă. Nu știa stânga-dreapta.
We're getting ready for the draft. We're getting ready for the game. Much anticipated matchup, and the question on everybody's minds are, what form are these teams in to debut the World Championship? Let's get ready. What will the priority be? Game 1, we saw the Vi instantly locked in for BLG. We know that both these junglers are more than happy to pick that one up. But will it be the Skarner? Will that instead be the priority?
I'm betting the Vi is banned, because we saw at MSI Vi was also an incredibly popular pick, essentially perma-banned, just about everywhere. People were not going to let through at the time. The Vi Talias of the world, now it's feeling more like it's going to be kind of the Vi Ahri setup. It's just so reliable. And when you look at these two mid laners, I will say that neither of them feel like the centerpiece right now of their respective teams. This could be a game where we're focusing much more around the bottom side, or maybe my personal hope around the top side of the map. Zeus versus 369. But again, if we end up in a situation where, based on the first game, it's a lot of, you know, Gnar versus Cassante, can't imagine there'll be too much jungle involvement there.
Yeah, I don't expect it. But let's find out. Ziggs, Syndra, Ashe, Aurora, Skarner, Bai, these are all champions that immediately come to our minds when we think about high priorities in the draft. There's likely going to be some potential target bans. We saw in game 1 the Nidalee taken away from Alioya, the Jinx taken away from Super. But of course, neither seem to have much data on each other outside of what they saw in terms of the actual qualification to the World Championship. But without further ado, let's finally jump to this matchup, jump into the draft, and see what will be taken off the board.
Taking the time. Here we go. Thank you,
Și
OMEN.
pleacă banul pe Ione, pe Joani, Oriana, ori ca să nu-l lase pe Faker să joace campionii. Ok, avem bani pe Tristana de la cei de la T1, Gnar, pentru cei de la Team Top Esports, Team Esports, whatever.
I like the respect being shown towards the mid laners. Oriana for Faker makes a lot of sense. He recently acquired a skin on the champion. Meanwhile, on the side of T1, the Ziggs removed the Tristana as well towards Cream. He's an incredible Tristana player, and they don't allow him to have that. But the Aurora, first pick, we talked about it being a power pick. The beauty of this champion is the flexibility that it has as well, being played both in mid and top.
And of course, just one of the most powerful team fighting ultimates in the game.
Hello,
Kobe.
Kobe.
Camille ultimate for an entire team.
Get him, please, pick.
Remember, this champion has been nerfed.
No, cred că o să vedem noi Garen. Ok, avem pentru Gumaliu și Ash.
prioritizing the early Aurora has left open the Ashe. Again, something that was banned away in our first match of the day. Generally a champion who gets lane prio against the vast majority of matchups. And with Aurora locked in, Nico now coming out. Remember, Aurora, as you highlighted, a flex. Top lane Nico.
Oh, sorry, I think you speak in English. I think we don't know any guarantee.
This is for carrier in support. But the beauty of the champion is it is flexible. We know Faker's played it before. Zeus is no stranger to bring out in the top lane as well.
Okay,
so
we have
a bit of flexibility on the side of T1. Perhaps
the Nico pick from Nico from owner.
We'll have to wait and see as the draft continues. The Jin going to be locked in for the side of top esports over towards Jackie Love.
Test pick Jin.
Because, you know, in the previous game,
sometimes it's a little bit hard for me to speak in English and find some words in English. So many times I will try to talk in Romanian.
Of course, one of his most well-known champions throughout his career, but I feel like the biggest strength that you have in Aurora is its flexibility. But top esports, and I mean, it's common in the LPL, they know the power of Renekton. They are very effective at leveraging it, so they want to guarantee that for themselves.
And pressure now on T1 to lock in whatever it is they want to play with mid lane if it's not the Nico. Because if they don't, they'll likely be banned away in the next phase. However, instead, the focus going to be on counter-picking the top side of the map. Zeus with the Jax into 369 Renekton. Classic top lane matchup, but unlike a lot of the matchups we see, this is one where the Jax eventually is going to be a tough task to deal with. Early on, we know how
avem pentru Zeus un pic de Jax pentru top.
Jax becomes especially on a side lane.
I wonder if T1 will get rid of something like a Jarvan. You look at the Ashe as a potential target, and it wouldn't surprise me if T1's even thinking about something like the Syndra. I think control mages in general do very well into Aurora because she's relatively short range, and you can really bully her. The Poppy, though, going to be the van, given that, you know, Jax does struggle against this matchup for sure. And maybe T1's thinking about the Jarvan themselves, which means that that's something that they could prioritize. I would expect something like an early, I would expect a jungle ban here. But perhaps they want to just eliminate potential support options that can pair up nicely. Something like the Rel would also make a lot of sense if they just want to eliminate that from Mako. Maybe even his Alistar is something they could be concerned about.
I'm curious where or what TS's plan is with the rest of their options.
Ok, vedem că cei de la TES au dat bani la Renata, iar cei de la SKT Poppy cu Alistar.
Snowballed Aurora ultimate, it's not doing quite as much, so I wonder if the Renekton and Aurora will be enough, or if they'll try to get more damage out of the jungle position. You highlighted Skarner earlier, Sejuani already gone. Still some good tank jungle options left, but the Renata was already banned. Bot lane support pool, really the big focus. Rel would be kind of next down in priority order in terms of popular options, but giving respect over to comfort for owner, obviously an incredible
bani pe Viegos, vedem Gumaio și pentru cine dă pick. Ok, aparent Gumaio și dă pentru Keria. Iar Keria trebuie să dea pick pentru mid.
What will the response be here from top esports? Both the Rel and Leona, I think, both make sense, both in terms of the 2v2 matchup, but also providing a form of engage. Right now, that is what top esports is lacking. They need a way to start those fights, and Rel makes a lot of sense. To round things out, you're then looking at that jungler, which, you know, in this meta, really surprises me that it's come so late.
Rel support.
But what's it going to be, Tian? What are you thinking about bringing out?
It's a situation where you have AD top, you have AP mid, so in terms of overall composition, you can go either way. You wouldn't mind a little bit more magic damage on this team. Do we see a return to old junglers of patches past?
Ok, avem pentru junglă, avem pick-ul de junglă, Skarner.
Skarner, of course, just generally a good pick. Doesn't always have the best upfront engage, doesn't have the same range that a champ like Sejuani does, but it will be the priority here. It is what's going to be locked in, and we saw in the previous game, a lot of those early skirmishes going in the favor of MDK. While they maybe couldn't keep up in map play, the Skarner did a lot of work, especially around those level 6 fights.
Oh, and as Wukong, I am a fan, especially against champions that don't have the best mobility, Jin and Aurora. It also just pairs up nicely. Nice dive buddy alongside both the Jax and the
Ok, vedem că avem pick-ul pentru
a lot of engage on the side of T1. Yeah, that is a backline threat composition. Faker, man. This man
ok, aparent Faker joacă cu Nico.
You know that he can make that play that can change a game. He's done it so many times over so many years. It's what so many people look forward to.
I'm also just excited because I love Nico on big international stages. Domestically, we joked about it in the LEC, I think everybody has, but your ability to count minions will be tested today. Is that actually a blast cone? Will be a legitimate question we ask in the context of this game, and I'm just ready to see kind of the creativity that can come with a newer champion like Aurora to the professional scene.
I think
like from but you highlighted so much engaged, and it feels like
I know it in LSC, the Aurora has have global ban, but from Worlds and the next, I think next competitions, Aurora is not a global ban. I think they wait for the next, for example, how has been the split until his being end, the split, Aurora have global ban. But because right now it's a new split and they play with the previous patch,
crucially the first
Aurora doesn't have global ban.
We've seen at Worlds 24 thus
far. Sorry if my English is so bad and maybe you didn't understand it so well, but I've tried to explain you how well I know.
I mean, there's a lot of pride
how
on
better
the line for
I know.
LPL. T1 really did the LPL dirty last year with the run through the world's bracket.
So if,
again, like, if you're just
let's say you play in 14-18, okay, they play in competition in 14-17, so they play with one page before to be released, because in the new page, maybe you have some bugs, maybe.
It's important to emphasize this, because if they do turn things around at the World Championship, it should really go to show how incredible this team, this roster.
Yeah, but I hope to understand.
Already making some proactive map
I'm from Romania.
Looks like we will be seeing a lane
but
spot
what about you?
Spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK classic of having your support in the mid lane, but this time not a support, it's Faker, and now the flash.
Okay, we have a flat from Rakan, flat from Gumayushi, and they will take the kill. Nice beginning from team.
Now they will be a little slow to start the push on the top side of the map, but hey, they got themselves first blood and they got it onto Zeus.
And right now in the mid lane, right, you still have the 2v2 lane set up, which is of course really the LCK special. T1 no strangers to it. Something Gen G were really proactive.
You're from Russia?
Forefront. Makes sense when you're mid laner Chovy to give him a little bit more
so
attention. But the same
I know a single word in Russian, and it's Привет.
I think just happy to have a kind of better auto attack animation for as long as humanly possible.
Now 369 is
Привет, and another word, bad words in Russia.
The idea is, and you're going to be seeing a lot at this year's World Championship, is Zeus will get level 2, Rakan has level 2 as well, so once Zeus gets the level over, he can TP to catch that massive wave in bot, and now that they're both level 2, both support and top laner, they should be safe enough to weather the threat of the dive. Here's Tian though, hovering and ready. We should be seeing this TP come through from Zeus, but he wants to go back to base, he wants to spend before he actually arrives in the lane.
Level 2 for Keria. This is really difficult for TES to get much done here, however, because again, Jhin early on in those extended trades and laning phases can be powerful early on. Nice flashback from Keria to get away, knock up, forcing the flash up from Tien in response. No dive, no real play here, only a single plate taken down as 369 will TP up to the top side. Now Guma, of course, because of the 85% early fortification, not really able to get a plate back in response, but well defended by Keria.
I'm a little surprised to see that Zeus actually stayed for another wave in the top lane. Because I thought initially he was going to go back to base, spend his money, then TP down towards bot, but ultimately, not the end of the world. The flash did have to come out from Tien because he got tower aggro by hitting onto Keria. Now level 3 through from Keria. The base actually going to come through from Zeus. We imagine the same thing is going to happen from Gumayushi in the near future. But I say that, look at the top lane right now. He is just bullying out 369 in the Renekton. No flash means that he can just chip away at his HP bar. Level 3 now comes through.
Just being zoned away from so much XP. Luckily, as you highlighted, does have the level 3 now. Things will get a little bit easier if he can get on top of Guma. you know, he'd be in a better position, but with Guma still having cleanse and both of them being flashless, the kill pressure
Ok, vedem un
COVID
COVID story because I will speak in Romanian, but for the because most of the time I
in order to provide Gumiyushi with all
this
this additional
channel
safety as well.
it's
The AD carry is level
in
4
Romanian
now,
and I
happily
speak
farming away as can be.
so much Romanian because it's more easier for me to explain more things, so I will try to speak in Romanian, and if you doesn't know something or you don't understand something, let me know to explain you in English what I say. If I know it, how to explain, I explain.
Obviously Jax wants that early itemization, but in a split map, you're happy to
Ok,
just give
vedem că aici Gumaiushi avem un harassment pentru top lane, top lane, top lane, top lane, top lane.
But T1 is saying, hey, we're actually quite comfortable with how we're playing right now, with Gumiyushi getting nice pressure down onto 369, and the fact that they can't do the same to Zeus on the other side of the map. He walks away, back to base. They're going to keep these lane assignments. They're going to send Gumiyushi back to top once more. Carriers roam to mid.
And essentially, I think what this tells us is that grubs are the priority for T1. They're resetting to be in time for the 530 wave that'll spawn. If you get pressure there, you get first access to grubs, willing to, you know, mismatch lanes a little bit longer to try to prioritize that early grub buff. We'll see if it kind of pays off for them.
Sure. Of course, Ona has maintained this split map throughout the entirety of the early game. Ultimately, all of the shenanigans haven't really resulted in a significant gold advantage.
Ok, vedem că Gumaiushi joacă pentru top side și Jax joacă pentru bot side. El joacă în bot side. Deci eu vreau să facă schimbarea asta?
Yep, 369 is upset that this is his lane opponent.
And look, he can't, there's nothing he can do about this. He can't come face check these grubs, so grubs are getting picked up. The response, of course, on the opposite side for TES is to go for this Drake, which makes a lot of sense, but ultimately grubs have been higher priority for the LCK just about the entire year. So not surprising to see T1 look for the top side on this side of the trade.
And now, after securing the grubs, they have numbers advantage top side, so they can start threatening those plays, start threatening a potential dive. No level 6 secured yet for 369 means that he's not going to have his ultimate available. You can see Ona making his way into the top side jungle once more as top esports secure the first dragon of the game. Zeus spotted on a ward.
Cream now needs to be careful. Nice hop out to safety. Pretty easy for him to escape, but running relatively low on mana. Mako, we'll see if he wants to help him push this wave in, but all of T1 collapsing on the top side now.
Basically, Zeus saying, I know I'm at risk of a dive on the bot side of the map, so I'm not even going to bother sticking around. Instead, I'm going to group up with my team, threaten a potential dive, but also he's in a position to catch this wave. They hand 2 plates over to Gumiyushi. He can now look to reset and path back towards bot if he wants to. And the XP just going to be shared between the two of them. Overall, I think T1 has managed this very patiently, very well in terms of the early game. 369 in a similar position, knows that he can't go to the top side of the map, so he's getting what experience he can. They are chipping away at this tower, leveraging the strength of the grubs. The total number of plates exchanged so far is even, but here becomes the 4th.
And I think the big thing here is that Jin is not great. Normally in these lane swap circumstances, when Jack
Ok, vedem că se dă un fight.
But because he's on Jin, he doesn't really shred through those plates, and because we're past 5 minutes,
vedem că Creta de pe tot va aplica pentru cea de pe bot sau cei de la top sport. Nu văd să continui push-ul.
2,000 gold.
Vedem un reset de la Jin.
They didn't even get this another plate in the bot lane, by the way. Jin just couldn't.
Jin. Yeah, it's Jin realm. They don't do anything, man. To the tower, they don't have backup either. You're not going to beat Jax Ash on a tower taking contest.
You are not. Now Gumiyushi returns to the bot lane. Again, he is a little bit behind in CS, he's a little bit behind in XP, but the gold, because he secured that first tower, that's really where you're starting to see that discrepancy build up. 369 not able to leverage the strength of Renekton whatsoever. And while over in the LPL, it's been consistently a high priority.
Pare destul de cunoscut numele ăsta de 369. Mi se pare că l-am mai văzut undeva.
Given these early lane swap shenanigans.
And the Aurora, the first pick priority here for the side of TS, really hasn't done much. Cream fine in the individual 1v1 trades, but very little of this
l-am mai văzut la o echipă, dar nu mai mi-aduc aminte la ce echipă l-am văzut pe 369. E că nu e prima oară când îl văd.
they're going to kick this man out of the buffet. he's been eating plates for 3 hours, so that's clearly against the rules.
Okay, we know it's all you can eat.
It's all you can eat is more of, it's a theoretical thing.
But no one actually eats all that they can eat, okay? So it's like, but there's a plate, man. I gotta eat it.
Looks like he's only got 5
more minutes. Look at this wave, man. It's perfect timing. In game 1, we talked about how BLG weren't wasting any time with their map movements.
Sure.
And I think you need to give the same credit to Zeus in this situation where he's just really trying to maximize what he can.
Top side pushing so hard.
Taken down. Gumayushi now trying to run the charm to interrupt anything else coming from Tian. Guma likely to fall here. Ulti is there. Probably just a 2 for 2 in the end, but more members used by the side of TES to make that play happen. Carrier trying to escape. Owner now stepping forward in the end. Still able to find a pretty even trade.
A trade of life between the AD carries, but Gumayushi and Carrier ultimately getting a 2v2 kill, which is huge for them. They get the cleanse out from Jackie Love.
Yeah, they push it so hard to have advantage.
Could have gone much worse, but overall, as you rightly said, 1 for 1 on the bot side of the map. Nicely though, Owner pulls the wave up into the river, which means that they now have a slow push heading towards that bot side of the map. We turn our attention back towards it again.
If you say about Gumayushi.
He cleanses the CC, but he's still in the airborne. Nice flash out from Guma means that he's still able to get the kill. But at this point, he's just ran out of tools. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have cleanse. And Tian is able to lock him down and secure the trade back kill.
And if you fall behind in a trade against the Rakan Ashland, they do just have so much CC. Even if he hadn't cleansed in mid-air, there's no real immediate pressure for Carrier to charm to find that lockup. So well played by T1. And now it gets a lot harder for TES to get involved in the bottom side of the map. We did see right as we went into the replay, reassignment of Jackie Love into mid lane. And now T1 quick to try to punish the side lane focus. Cream, instant ult.
Nice use of the ultimate. We've been seeing that more and more around the world. But Cream doesn't panic. Uses the ultimate, not forced to expend the flash.
Vediamo un reset
on the place.
alla Aurorei.
They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC, he lives for a little bit of
Dar
time.
aparent 369 și-a pierdut și TP-ul pentru...
I don't think 369 was ready for everyone on T1 to be there.
But look at the map state. Typically when you're investing this much into a play, you're worried about the cross map, but they don't have the wave pushed in top. T1 had already secured that. It's Jin in the mid lane again. He really can't try much. And it's the plate merchant, Zeus. He's on the bot lane. He's there to get more plates for himself.
Just keeps eating. He's 1.1k gold.
Ok, avem un gold advantage pentru T1. Avem 2 turete date în decurs a 11 minute. Care în meciurile normale vă dați seama că durează super mult să dea un ton jos.
We're not even close to 14 minutes. Top tower gone, bot tower gone. Of course, the good news for Top Esports is they deny the 6 scrubs and they set themselves up with 2 dragons. However, in terms of the gold, T1 have set themselves up beautifully for a very powerful mid-game. These first items are already coming through. The Trinity Force very nearly completed for Zeus. There's a pushed-in bot wave. He's going to be able to catch that as well. Top Esports are just being run around the map, and we talked about the composition and how I kind of favored T1's comp just because of their backline access and the number of threats that they have. This situation doesn't make things any easier for Top Esports.
I think the good news for Top Esports is Jackie Love's finally completed that static. His wave clear is going to be a bit better. They should be able to play a little bit more around Prio, at least some of these lanes, but need to see what Cream can do as well. Finished Malignants. Can he find angles with the ultimate to get picks on side lane? Because we know T1 just have so many tools. If you misstep, it's so easy for them to find these picks, to find these angles. It takes a little bit more work from TES to find those picks or find those setups on fights.
Bit of a dance between the supports as they battle over the control wards. Now, the
Faker
minion
coming in. Instant Wukong ultimate. Faker now going to fall between worlds, but there's just nowhere to go. Mako trying to find the counter engage, but it might not matter. Still in the midst of everything. Tian is so damn tanky. They weren't ready for that, and Jin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good. Quadra coming in, baby. Put it in the cannon. Jackie Love is Jin.
Jackie Love popped off! A quadra kill for the Jin means that just like that, Top Esports have turned this game around. T1 were riding with so much momentum and confidence. They set their sights on the blue ball.
What the fuck was with this fucking damage on Jin?
Just wasn't there. From a distance, he was able to pick apart those T1 members and immediately bring them back into the game. That 3k gold lead has shrunk to a 1k one.
Just look at the replay.
A as Faker turns into a minion. He sets up with his team. Carrier looks for the engage. The knockup initially comes through. They burst out Cream, but look at the positioning of JackeyLove. The wombo combo looks good, but JackeyLove, the bouncing grenade doing work, the static shiv as well. And Tian on the front line able to soak up so much damage with the ultimate to clean things up. That's 4, he finds 4.
And incredible stuff there, because we talked about how hard it can be sometimes.
What the fuck was that?
But when they absorb that initial blow, and Tian and Mako are still standing, all of that rel CC is put to such fantastic use. You highlighted JackeyLove really just got to hang out. Now the only person in our MasterCard lane economy snapshot with an individual lead. They're not out of the tough times
so
yet.
There's good news and bad news. The good news, JackeyLove now very strong, in a position to be the carry for top esports. Bad news, every member of T1 have now picked a target, and he will now be the one that they are all gunning for in the upcoming team fight.
And it's tricky. We've talked about this. Yes, he has Flash and Cleanse. That'll make things a little bit easier, but there is so
in
much
my opinion,
CC from the side of T1.
Was necessary to focus on Jim first time because he gives so many damage. But I think they know much better like me how they need to play.
Both top laners ready to get involved. Their TP's there. Bit of a handshake here on the fist fight around this objective. Mako trying to find that angle, trying to find that engage. Guma with the red buff. Poking, chipping away, the eye procced. Cream now walking in. Between Worlds is there. Gonna be difficult for Guma to stay too long. Not having vision in that brush, a bit devastating as Mako just constantly threatening. Probably just the 50-50 on the smite. 2K on the Herald. Faker is now a blue buff, but the Herald's gone down. Tien wants to walk in and pick this one up. Should be able to do so. T1, are they willing to commit more resources to deny? Just a bit of poking and prodding, but ultimately 50-50 goes to TES, so not a lot to say.
I think the positioning from top esports was really good because Cream is in a position to constantly make it difficult for Ona to find that engage that he was looking for. Trying to come from the fog of war to catch top esports off guard. Meanwhile, 369 and Zeus was just kind of battling in the mid lane, trying to fight for access, who could get that better position ready for the upcoming team fight. But no one from T1 was really ready to pull the trigger. They don't really want to start the initiation onto Tian. They either want to find Cream or JackeyLove, but they weren't presenting any openings. So with the Herald being within range of Tian and him being this tanky Skarner, he was just slowly wearing it down and able to secure that objective uncontested. The gold still in favor of T1, but top esports, even after all the tower shenanigans and everything that's happened in the other game, have been prioritizing these objectives very well, only losing those first 3 grubs.
Definitely. And third Drake, 20 seconds away. Fighting now for push on the bottom side. Thus far, Zeus has been able to get this, but you can see 369 happy to step up, knowing the team will be there to back him up if he needs to fight with Zeus. Taking a look at the vision control right now, TES much better control. The brush that Mako just walked through. Crucial for T1 to have that vision so they don't get picked off. Mako's so good at hiding in that fog of war and setting up these traps. As instead, TES, knowing they have the Herald, going to try and force T1 on the back foot. They don't have a wave mid, but it looks like they don't even care about it. Cream moving in, was invisible.
Ok, vedem Heraldul care a plecat pe mid, dar fără folos.
Gives them access into the river, at least a little bit, as Carrier still maintaining vision control. I think it's because Zeus able to have that push in the bot wave. Base going to come in through 369, should allow Zeus to catch this wave. But the pressure remains mid for top esports. They know where they have control. But we talked about the range. It's difficult to approach this composition from T1 underneath the tower, but now as 4, they make their way into the river. You've got to keep your eyes on the flank from Zeus. He is pinged out by the side of top esports, slowly clearing out this vision.
T1, good use, TES, good use of their prio to keep that vision control in their favor. But such an awkward back and forth dance. You highlighted it so well, right? Zeus playing through bottom side, getting him access to that objective, having that angle of attack, whereas TES committed to playing through mid. If T1 don't commit enough members, they'll instantly lose that tower and it gets much harder. But if TES overcommit, it's so easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker looking to kick things off, double
Vedem o insultă!
Goes JackeyLove, the one-fed member, gone in the blink of an eye. Tien does not have enough left in the
Dar
tank.
aparent vedem că T1 au vrut să răzbune.
Faker truly is timeless. An incredible engage from him once more on the world's stage to set up the fight for T1. Top esports were caught unawares.
Vedem că cei de la T1 vor să răzbune pentru ce s-a întâmplat acolo cu Gen pe bottom. Vedem aici un replay de-a lui Faker, care vedem ultă flash și un stun pe toți.
Lock down the AD carry and don't give him the opportunity to play the game.
And perfect follow-up from Zeus and Owner. And credit to Faker, right? He throws himself forward like he's the fake clone, like he's the one just going for a bit of vision. But this one time, every other time, the 90 other times he sent a clone in, it was not the actual Nico.
He's literally like the Wukong. There's 4 Wukongs. He can make 4. Like, that's crazy. Owner can press the W.
Lines up with the cannon pretty well, that's all I'm going to say.
Like, oh my goodness. Crazy stuff. T1 back in the driver's seat.
And we look at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, right?
Corect, au dreptate aici. Din cauza că Wukong poate să-și facă clonă și Faker joacă Nico, care poate să-l copieze pe Wukong, să facă și el o copie. Și practic o să fie 4 Wukong și nu o să-ți dai seama care cum e. Dacă sunt 4 Wukong acolo. Eventual, dacă toți 4 stau pe loc în timp ce își dau clonele, practic n-ai de unde să dai seama care cum e. O să apară Faker cu ulta, o să apară Wukong.
Tower should finally go down? Nope. But again, it just comes back to that point of, look at how difficult this composition is to siege against, right? The threat of the Ash Arrow, Faker could at any moment pop the ultimate. The threat of the Wukong flank.
Mako though, starting, knowing the tower isn't really much to defend there. Now between worlds coming out, JackeyLove for now untouched on the backside can look to start to finish up these kills, but Zeus in the midst of everything just gave up his counter-strike. Now needs to retreat. Massive healing coming in from 369, but not nearly enough. Curtain call coming out though, and looking to finish so much damage. And again, JackeyLove clutch in the fight.
As long as JackeyLove has position, there's always an opportunity for top esports to turn the fights around. He still didn't burn his flash in that engage, but it was top esports to put the pressure onto T1.
Dă prea mult damage.
T1 on the back foot, allowing JackeyLove to find good position and turn the fight around. 9-9 in kills. Top esports are going to get 2 towers.
But I think the hero of the day is Mako there. So many of these engages have been all about that rel. He and Tien both with 100% kill participation in this game. Yes, JackeyLove is the one who's walking away with the money, the score line, the accolades, no doubt in my mind. But the supporting cast here has been so good for TES.
I mean, you're completely right. And think about it, every exchange that happens between the two teams, Cream is quick to throw out the ultimate. So we start the initiation with Mako, saying, we need this tower, let's go. Owner becomes the target, and he takes a lot of damage at the start of the fight as 369 keeps Zeus out of the fight. JackeyLove on the backline, the ultimate connects onto the front, and you think at this point it's dangerous, but look at the damage being done by Cream as well. Follow that up with the ultimate from JackeyLove, and it is a one-sided fight as T1 is forced to retreat.
And I'm going to be honest, I was not excited about Static Shift Jin generally until this game, and now I am a believer. JackeyLove single-handedly convincing me. Aurora, on the other hand, I did believe in, and I think those numbers are starting to remind us why. This champion does a hell of a lot of damage and just makes it so easy for your follow-up CC to land, right? If you just put them in the circle, there's really nowhere for them to dodge.
And it's great to see from Cream as well. This year was the first time we got to see him on the international stage. Of course, no rookie by any means domestically, but as a player, he's really shown a lot of evolution, a lot of growth. Initially known as this kind of assassin type of player, especially known for things like Zakali, but this year especially he's come into his own, he's grown a lot, and now showcasing the Aurora, having huge impact in these fights. I hope he can maintain that performance. Getting a win against T1 would be huge for the momentum of top esports here at this year's World Championship.
You can't really imagine a better way for an LPL team to start this tournament, to start to rewrite everything that happened at Worlds 2023. T1 in a bit of hot water here as they try to get out of the jungle. Owner luckily still has the clone. They'll be happy to just try and get the Heartsteel proc, even though they didn't quite, and Zeus still pretty favored in that 1v1. Is Tien now trying to get something started here, spotting out Zeus. Zeus still has allies to go back to, captive audience hitting those big. Ulti now to fall, they want to delete this Jax.
Good Ash Arrow there, stunning up Tien to allow for Zeus to then jump away to safety. The mid wave completely abandoned as both teams hover around the bot side of the map. Dragon spawning though in 10 seconds. Will give an opportunity for Zeus to go back to base, spend what gold he can. Has the TP available, not going to spend that much, only picking up an Aptome and a control ward.
Yes, Pinging on the Baron, starting to move up, get a bit more control up there just in case T1 try to leverage their position to start Drake.
The beautiful thing about this game is it's showcased already. Oh, hang on.
Faker kicking things off, but only catching the jungle, only catching TN. The Deadly Flourish not going to hit, luckily, so he will not get rooted. But
I mean, that's a crucial ultimate missed. JackieLove once
Ok,
again not
vedem
forced to
cum
expend any summoners.
securizează Dragonul și avem Dragonul de partea celor de la T1.
TES in the meantime can't go start the Baron or even really set up better positioning, but T1 need to be careful about approaching here. Twofold Hex not going to connect. Fake go off to the side.
About 45 seconds until Faker's ultimate is back up. T1 have to play defensively until that moment. I mean, I feel like Top Esports should set their sights on the top tier 1, an easy objective for them to secure, but at the same time, they don't want to concede this mid-tier 1. It gives so much access into the jungle. You don't really want to give it away completely for free, but it does look like Top Esports slowly shifting their attention towards that top side of the map as Reset's starting to come through. But they're cautious about the potential Baron. T1, they don't have any vision.
And T1 have a pretty quick Baron, all things considered. TES much slower. T1, of course, I mean, historically, they had that year where they were just the 20-minute Baron team. And I think it's something that has to be in the back of TES's mind as they go for these
T1
resets.
Barons is still
still a thing. I think it's less. For a while, it was like the thing. I think it's less emblematic. Still in the toolkit though. Something they're going to have to respect. Guma catching the mid wave. Resets now coming out. Prio in the bot lane will be responded to by TES, and the next big objective is this Baron, and T1 looking to clear out some of this vision, potentially set a trap.
Crucially, the Infinity Edge done for JackieLove is a huge power spike.
Ai trecut pe lângă un ward.
But of course, on
Ți-ai
this
dat
one,
orașul.
should be able to get away to safety.
Ca să-l vezi.
That tower in the mid lane so low as Faker turns his attention towards top creep. Does have a bit of an experience advantage over Faker. If he's able to catch that top wave, he'll be a full level over him. Faker's been over-grouping a lot to set up for plays with his team. But Zeus comfortably winning this matchup now.
Flash, nice reaction from 369.
Does of course expend that summoner spell to get away to safety. The trade in vision, the back and forth. Neither team confident in setting up for Baron.
I'm going to be honest. The 26-minute 0 gold difference between two teams. This is what World is about.
I'm sorry, what was even more beautiful was that it was a period in time where the gold at the top of the screen was 4-4-4, 4-4-4, and I just feel like the Jin would be proud of that moment.
I'm just saying the Jin fans are eating good this game. Most certainly.
You got a quadra kill, 4s across the board.
Yeah.
All right. We're setting up for the Baron, and as you talked about, Top Esports are hesitant to just start it off because they have Jin. And as we've already learned this game,
he kills very good. Everything else?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, we're in season 14, only 4 bullets. He has to reload.
Yeah. Crazy what they do.
But he is in a very powerful position. And
I mean, 3.5
the thing is, what I will say is Top Esports, I feel, have very easy objectives on the maps to play for. On the maps, on the map. They're pinging out the bot tower right now, and I think that is the easiest one, given how low HP it is. But also, I'm sure they'd love to secure that top tower as well. They were able to get 2 in the mid lane, but these tier 1s are crucial because it just makes it easier to move into the enemy jungle,
yeah, it certainly
right?
does.
And it allows you to get deeper push on these side lanes, which buys you more time to then regroup and then look for plays on the map.
But I think you can see that 369 doesn't want to overcommit on side. He doesn't have TP. They don't want to send Cream to go up against the Jax, and it puts them in this awkward situation where, yes, they finally get the tower, but it took a lot longer than they would have liked. Now the setup, though. Lines of skirmish drawn. TN just looking to bully his way in. Certainly has a big enough health bar. TES taking control of the area. They have mid push. Guma going to respond. Some of this vision will get cleared out. The dance, the classic Baron back and forth. You push, you take what vision is there. Maybe you can start it, but neither side really with a big enough advantage on side to begin that objective.
It's been a very tense affair for the last 5 minutes or so. Neither team has tried to force that fight, but of course the Dragon now a minute away. This will likely be the next big objective that both teams set their sights on, and the fight there could even determine the Baron, depending on how one-sided of an affair it could be.
Încercăm să fim foarte atenți la ceea ce se întâmplă în meci.
A little bit behind in terms of gold. As we look towards the bot side of the map, there's about a 1k gold lead still for JackieLove. Experience though, pretty even.
Pe că încă sperăm
Gumayushi still comfortable when it comes
ca
to
T1-ul să ia meciul acesta. Chiar dacă Gen are avantaj de kill-uri pe gol.
As we get later, I think, you know, Mountain Drake, not always my favorite to see, but I think when you have a Wukong against so much physical damage, when he naturally already gets so much armor for free, Jackie Love has to continue to play these fights excellently because Owner has a very easy time to just ignore so much of the damage that Jackie Love can put out. Now, admittedly, getting closer to a completed armor penetration item for Jackie Love, but this next fight might still be a struggle to burst through Owner's health bar in isolation.
Ok, vedem un TP, dat de Aurora.
Carrier needs to be careful here. We'll get away to safety, leveraging the blast cone. Once again, Zeus with the push-in bot allows T1 an avenue into the river while Top Esports may take control around mid. They're going to start the objective themselves.
T1 very split right now. TES, 5 members strong, giving respect to that clone. Last time the clone was the real thing, and they were caught off guard. This time around, they're not looking to take that risk. Carrier threatening. Zeus waiting behind, Contaxian off his support. Objective getting lower and lower, but they've already got it on the side of TES. T1 now going to go in to try to get the picks on 369, hoping that maybe they can get the Baron in the meantime, but TES are already out. Zeus now getting chipped away at. Not really much there to play, but Faker again trying to make the play happen. Instant follow-up coming in from Carrier. Zeus off to the side. They're going to look to delete 369, but Jackie Love is still standing tall. Zeus going in 1v1 versus Jackie Love, but he's all on his lonesome. And as long as that AD carry is standing, as long as that mid laner is standing, TES are winning the fight. Guma with nowhere left to go. The bullet doesn't even hit him. He's dead as it's flying. Shut down coming in. TES barreling down the mid lane.
That is a fight for Ace and Dracos. They can look to end the game right now. Another fantastic play from Top Esports, and as long as the carries were left untouched, they were able to clean up the fight. I think that's gonna be it.
So much of the early game was in control of T1. It felt like they come ahead in the lane swaps, but in the fights, TES have been better. The turns, T1 the ones who overextended in TES's jungle, giving those kills to Jackie Love costs them as TES take down T1.
Aparent TES. Top Esports reușesc să câștige meciul acesta.
But you talked about it, Dracos, the support staff on the side of Top Esports, Tian and Mako, that jungle support combo. 100% kill participation for both of them. Cream, quick to drop the ultimates down when ready. I mean, great team fighting from them.
Fantastic. As much as I love us talking about it, let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that incredible game.
Am sperat ca cei de la T1 să
It's coming
câștige.
up Jackie Love, and as a European fan, I've been on that side of things before, so I know how much it hurts. But what is particularly impressive to me is how it came off the back of a T1 that had that early game strategically completely in the bag.
T1 was looking good for a lot of this game until they lost every fight consecutively.
No, I think the early game was actually so much better than I had anticipated coming into it. For one, I didn't expect them to opt into the lane swap, but I really liked how they operated with Zeus in that. Through his demolish, they pretty much just got top lane after the first blood. A bit of a mistake for 369, but it's the way that now that there's no longer any top turret, they just push out top as much as they can. That gives Zeus a lot of time to roam around. He helps in mid lane.
63% din lume o votat pentru T1 și au câștigat TS-ul. Sincer, nu mă așteptam.
It was fun. It was a fun
Sincer,
game
nu mă
to see
așteptam.
back-to-back team fights. Like even just the T1.
Toată lumea a avut încredere în T1, vă dați seama. Și asta înseamnă că te eliminat?
Okay, this is what I'm here for.
Yeah.
Asta e doar așa un match, după aia dacă câștigă încă două.
It's almost a little deflating because I was riding the T1 plot armor for a lot of the game. Like they could literally never get on Jackie Love.
Nu e posibil așa ceva.
Something about the Aurora and her ability to protect the AD carry, because if you just ult, you can never really get back there, and I don't think Jackie got like hit in any of the team fights.
The fun thing with this is even if the ult missed, Skarner would ult, drag them into the ultimate, and now they're stuck in it.
It came to me like there was the mid fight, and I'm sure we'll talk about it after, but the fact that like Rakan tried. Rakan tried to get to Jackie Love and was just blocked because of the Aurora ulti. So I was like, this is going to be annoying.
Yeah, and then in the final fight, we thought Faker got this huge ultimate off, but it was just on 3 bruisers.
Yeah.
So it didn't do anything.
It looked very cool though.
I
was like, oh, here he comes.
I was out of my seat. I was ready for something.
I gotta say, there after that dragon fight, we were believing again. I mean, you've always believed, but we were like, okay, this is how it's going to be for the rest of this game.
I've been wrong a lot this world.
N-au dreptate aici, trebuia să-i se dea stun pe Jackie Love. Pe că el cam avea majoritatea damage-ului.
Who deserves to be talked to? Jackie Love?
Oh my god, it has to be Jackie Love. It has to be Jackie Love. And the fans would just go crazy for him. So, it's going to be Tien. I mean, that Skarner had a lot of one fight. Also, I know we'll talk about it, the entire Worlds, but Rel Skarner is just a cheat sheet. That if you get engaged on, you end up getting, even if it's 2 or 3 people, an easy go signal for Rel. A concern that I always had for Rel as a pick is like, how are you going to find that one fight? But that's a great fight to have if you have a Skarner that's grabbing 2 to 3 people that's trying to engage into you. So I think that's a great combo that we'll see for the rest of the
I mean, it goes both ways, because if Skarner can't find that ultimate where he finds multiple people, Rel will drag multiple people together, and then you find the Skarner ultimate.
True.
So it's really, they go hand in hand like that.
They do, and it's Mako, of course, on Rel as well. You know, when it comes to finding engages, finding angles, finding ways in. We had a long delay and we didn't even talk about it, but it is something that's super exciting every time you watch TES specifically, and especially at Worlds. And wow, it's so crazy because we had our kind of pre-game expectations and our
Sperăm că cei de la T1 nu au fost descalificați. Gen că nu o să mai joace. Sperăm că nu ăsta a fost singurul lor meci în Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a long time ago, but I will say as well, I definitely thought that the top esports was about to choke this one. I was like, we've built them up, we talked about that domestic resolve, they're going to be a different beast this time around coming into the international stage, and then that early game happened. I'm like, damn, it's kind of happening again, isn't it? But they managed to stabilize, so we're ready.
Yeah, it's time for the Verizon post-game interview.
Just keep going.
Tien, thank you so much for joining me after this first win at the World Championship. I want to start by asking you about Skarner, because it was one of the most banned and prioritized champion in the playing stage, but you picked it rather late. What is your priority of Skarner, and how much do you think it's going to be a central pick here at Worlds?
好的，恭喜小天拿下了这一局的比赛。那首先问题想要问到的是关于斯卡纳这个英雄。那这个英雄呢是在 playing 阶段是最高 ban 率的一个英雄，但是队伍在今天 BP 选择的时候，好像是很后面才出来的这个英雄。所以你是怎么样看待这个英雄的优先级呢？或者说他的这个排位大概是一个什么S 级啊，或者这样的英雄？
首先斯卡纳这个英雄。 我在 LPL 季后赛的时候就有觉得这个英雄非常强，
Face fata aia dă din cap că parcă înțelege, dar de fapt nu înțelege nimic.
就更突出了。然后的话，这个英雄自己掌握的其实还没有特别好吧，所以可能这个优先级排的在我们队里没有排到那么高。
So first of all, I think this Skarner was super power when I was in the playoffs in LPL, and right now since the other junglers has been a nerf, so Skarner's priority kind of increased a little bit, but I don't think I grasped all the knowledges of Skarner very well. That's why we got these champions later in the Bambi stage.
Interesting, let's see how it evolves in the later stages of Worlds. Off topic, but I saw that your bot lane chose their solo queue EUW name based on the speech that you did when you got MVP. How did that make you feel?
那第二个问题想问到，其实在这两天我们关注到你们下路组在欧服的 ID， 一个是我就是我，我就是天。想问一下，这个他们因为这个是用你一个经典台词吗？你觉得对此有什么看法吗？
感觉我的队友一直在处刑我，一直在就是想看到我像2019年一样，我感觉。 欧洲的观众可能也会想看到2019年的我。
So first of all, I think my team is kind of punish me, just like a joking, and I think they really want to see the Tien of 2019, and I'm sure that the audience here also wants to see the Tien of 2019 version.
It is a perfect transition to my last question. 2019, you won Worlds that year. How does it change the expectations you had about the upcoming run at Worlds you're going to have this year?
那在2019年的时候，小天曾经在这里举起了全球总决赛的冠军奖杯。那这样会不会是怎么样？对你在今年24年再次来到欧洲的全球总决赛会有哪些期待呢？
当我来到这里的时候，就走出机场，我感觉一切都非常的熟悉，然后空气也非常的让我有之前的19年的那种感觉。然后的话，我觉得现在我是在全新的队伍，然后一个全新的身份，我觉得2019年我都可以做到，2024年我觉得我们也可以做得到。
So when I came here, when I came out of the airport, I just kind of like the feeling is so familiar for me in terms of the air and a lot of things here. Just like when I played here in 2019. Now I'm in a brand new team with a brand new role. I think I can make it in 2019, and this time it's gonna be the same script.
Wishing you the same success you had back in 2019. Xie. Thank you so much for the interview. Christina, we can't see you, but thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here.
Thank you so much. Hoping for the best, hoping for the same in 2019. Speak for yourself. I'm trolling, of course.
I'd take second place again for the LEC.
Nah, once you've been to a couple of finals, you wouldn't get it. Then you definitely would.
We were in a finals. Unfortunately, LEC did that to us again, didn't it?
Okay. Anyways, all trolling aside, yes, we would like Tien to have that form of 2019. In fact, when you look at TES and also how they played in this first game, including Jackie Love, it was phenomenal when it came to taking back control over this game. And I would like to take another look at Jackie Love's quadra kill in our HyperX Reflex replay. You said he's static shivving them.
It seems like that's what happened, because he literally just had static shift at the start of this play, and at the very open, it does look like T1 has a strong engage with the Wukong, but then it's really just about how they turn it around. The Aurora gets down a lot of damage despite dying, and then Jackie, as you mentioned, gets hit by half a volley in this fight before blowing him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bouncing grenade together with that static proc. As you already said, if you don't know, it does more damage if it executes champions instead. Yeah. And that rarely ever matters, okay, with that item, but that was one of the few fights where you got to see the full value of it.
You did, and we saw it a couple of times after that again. If we roll into our replay at 30 minutes, where T1 could have still taken the game back or taken some ground back, I want to say, but TES completely shut the door.
Yeah, it was insane to just be able to see the fights, and for me, a lot of it was Jackie Love playing decently at a distance, not being in range of any of the engage. So like Owner's ulti doesn't turn into anything. They find like Zeus, who's basically alone, and just see, look at Jackie Love. Exactly, it was a nice ult, but where's the follow-up? Yeah. And Jackie Love's in a great spot to just fire off, so they were able to get the kill on Carrier and the rest of them. And at this stage, I think they were already pretty far behind because of the fight that happened mid lane. So it was like a great engage, not a great follow-up.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it goes, of course, in tandem with the draft that TES decided to field. You said it already about the Aurora. What were you wowing about?
Just the difference, the big pop-up there.
I mean, the fact that Aurora did the most damage in this game is a little bit surprising. So much of that damage is hard to see because we saw all the kills from Jackie, but when everyone was so grouped up, everything Aurora's doing is AoE, and it really just added up throughout the game.
It did.
And this goes back to me, because like when we're looking at the whole tournament expectation of what the draft is going to be, that's a lot of people what they've been asking is like, what's the draft priority going to be? And it's the Aurora. We've seen a little bit of it in Champions Queue in Europe, but it's just how flexible it actually is between mid and top lane. You can go grasp and all these things, and then just in those fights that we saw, yeah, T1's engaging, but the moment you see the Aurora ulti, the Stunner ulti that comes immediately afterwards,
așteptăm și meciul celor de la Gen G și după aia ne băgăm și noi în solo queue. Cred că vrem să vedem și cum joacă Chovy.
That's another good game.
Not forced to expend the flash, of course. T1 priority on the place. They're threatening the dive. A lot of TP.
They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC. He lives for a little bit of time, but the wave is basically deleted. T1. Mako trying to find the counter engage, but it might not matter. Still in the midst of everything. Tien is so damn tanky. They weren't ready for that, and Jin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good. Zayas off to the side. They're going to look to delete 369, but Jackie Love is still standing tall. Zayas going in 1v1 versus Jackie Love, but he's all on his lonesome.
And Dracos, they can look to end the game right now.
Bull gives you wings.
Ok, avem meciul între Gen G și Weibo Gaming.
Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn on a rock, I'm a toad. Turn into a prince when I grow. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transformed and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake your up and get to that bag today. Y'all been not playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got much yet, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark.
Welcome back to the World's 2024 Swiss stage, where we are moments away from our third game of the day, Gen G versus Weibo. And look, we're all just wondering, is Gen G still the best team in the world? Like, can we still say that? And is Weibo ready to upset those expectations? Because, again, we talked about it coming into this tournament. Weibo's a team that's pretty constantly discounted by everybody but Cadril, right? And this is a team that, despite that, last year made finals. Yes, they lost to T1, but they did the impossible in upsetting BLG. And the question is, can they start another tournament full of upsets by taking down Gen G today?
I really think the introduction of Tarzan has done wonders for the Weibo roster. Like, he is an incredible jungler. It is a pleasure to watch him play, and I think he's a large part of where a lot of their success has come from. But he's going to be going up against an old rival in Canyon. Back in 2018 with Griffin and Damwon playing up against each other, they were regarded as two of the best junglers in the world at the time.
Ok, putem vota? Încă nu pot vota. Da, să votez, să pun acolo toate punctele pe Gen.
Trophy after trophy, and Tarzan struggling to find his footing and a home where he can find success.
Domestically, internationally, Canyon's kind of done it all, right? Whereas Tarzan, regional.
De ce toți băieții ăștia sunt îmbrăcați la costum? Adică vor să reprezinte încredere sau?
Changing the narrative here, because while he and Canyon might be old rivalries, Chovy and Lahan's old teammates, we know Lahan likes to roast him about it on occasion, that he's quote-unquote the reason
210 toate pe Gen. Are. Hai chiar așa ghinionist să fiu și acum.
This much more important to show up in this first game you're playing against each other, to find that win, to push yourself ahead in the Swiss stage.
I'm excited for this one because on paper, it's the reverse of what we had in the previous matchup. We've got second seed from the LCK going up against the fourth seed, but you know, many pundits, analysts, enthusiasts, haters will say that Gen.G are the best team still coming out of Korea. The finals was a situation where it was like HLE was better on the day, but Gen.G is still the better team, and it's understandable where that argument comes from, especially when you look at how dominant their regular season was. The expectation was that they would sweep through playoffs, but here they are as Korea's second seed. Let's see what they prepared for us in the draft. No surprise, the Ziggs going to be taken away from
Genioan să ratez cu Gen.G-ul. Mă bazez pe Chelby.
So limiting some of those safe blind picks and Ziggs obviously can't just be a bit of a wild card in terms of how we can change team compositions. Aurora 2 going to hit the bench. And after that last game, it's going to sound weird to say I just realized that Aurora Ult is also a defensive tool, but I just realized Aurora Ult is also a defensive tool, which makes an already very strong champion turbo broken. So good job, TES, for reminding us all of how incredibly impactful that champion can be. And remember that we have 2 LCK versus LPL matchups today. LPL already got 1 win, so if Weibo get one here again, I don't know, I think if you're an LPL fan, you're starting to feel a little bit better.
I mean, you're already 2-0 on the day, LPL. Yeah. They're off to a fantastic start. Let's see if Gen.G can turn things around for the LCK. Yone going to be banned.
Smolder would be something new, something fresh, and it is.
Be locked in. Something we saw a lot from domestic teams coming into their playoffs, and something that we did see come out from Chovy in the finals as well. He was given 1 game and then it was banned away a lot.
Yes.
It's a champion that Chovy doesn't have a lot of early game agency on, but because of how talented of a mid laner he is, in the late game team fights, he is an absolute monster. No surprise that Gen.G want to secure that sub, but remember, it can be flexed. Something that it can be moved between mid lane, top lane, and even AD carry, even though we don't see it in the AD carry position very often these days.
And always nice to have kind of that late game insurance, not as insanely powerful as it once was.
Ok, avem Locking pe Poppy, pe Smolder.
A late game powerhouse. We'll see who ends up piloting it. But Poppy, universally a pretty good pick, right? Still incredibly high win rate on support. Still can be played jungle or top lane. I imagine it goes in the support position, especially as we see the Jack suffered over here. But still room for Weibo to decide, not showing too much of their hand early on, just opting for some relatively strong blind picks overall. And immediately the Maokai response. Reminder, if you just watched playoffs, you're just coming to Worlds, Maokai nerfed repeatedly. Rumble nerfed repeatedly.
This is the playoffs meta. This is what Gen.G were drafting in their playoffs domestically. Like, this is their priority. And I mean, like, if you're good at it, sure, it makes sense. The test is going to be, can Weibo's adaptation, have they showcased more?
Ne bazăm pe Gen.G acum să câștige.
Showcasing anything new and just sticking to what they're reliable and comfortable on.
And the question kind of always is, you want to give a team the benefit of the doubt. Is this over-reliance on a previous meta? Is this a bad read? Or is this perhaps just an understanding that all of these champs are still good? Lucian, the final pick here from the side of Weibo. And again, I expect that most likely to go into the bottom side of the map. Maybe we get a Nami ban to try to limit some of those combos.
So we're looking at a Poppy jungle, most likely for Tarzan, with the Jax going into the top lane and then the Lucian down bot. Don't love the idea of Lucian Poppy as a bot lane 2 versus 2, but maybe I will be surprised. Light getting his hands on the Lucian is exciting to see for sure. I think he's really been a highlight of Weibo when we think back to Summer.
Oh yeah.
And a core part of how they've been able to find so much success. Seeing him go up against Pays is going to be an exciting one. As we move into the bans, Blitzcrank going to be removed. Weibo likely looking to try and secure, well, they probably want to save their support for last pick, given that Poppy can always flex there, and they know that the Smolder is very likely going into the mid lane, which means that they can give something towards Xiaohu. I'm hoping we get to see a Syndra, man. Like, Xiaohu, he played that stuff top.
Yeah, he's won tournaments playing Syndra in multiple roles, right? Yeah. This is like, we have 3 incredible Syndra players at this tournament, between Knight, Xiaohu, and Showmaker, right? 3 iconic Syndras. Not that there aren't other people who can play it, so it would be a treat to see it. That said, Jin banned away. Lucian technically still a flex in the spirit of, calling out the old meta.
You have to. Xiaohu. His Lucian.
This is the problem when you show up into a game with so many veterans in a new meta, you're like...
There was a period in time where they had a different main, right?
We can't use played Rumble Jungle, so like, I don't think it's good, but you always have to throw it out there just in case.
All right, well, the Nidalee banned away from Tarzan, which is a very good ban if you've ever watched Tarzan play. Let's see what they decide to lock in, because there's always the possibility of that flex, and you called it, Dracos, the flexibility of this Lucian. The Jinx 80 carry lock-in means we're going to get to see Xiaohu's Lucian mids.
Also, the threat of a lane swap just went up exponentially the second you see that Jinx locked in. There's really no champion that can match the tower threat that the Jinx has. Aphelios historically has been the only one, but not considered good by the vast majority of pro teams.
Let's see how Gen.G round things out with the bot lane that we're expecting to come through here.
Kalista, the option.
Yep.
Renata.
Kalista, Renata.
But that's I'm going to be honest. Of all things, that's a pretty damn good bottom lane. Jax and Poppy are going to have a hell of a time getting through that hostile takeover.
I mean, I will say that they did pick Kalista into Poppy, which is always a little questionable, but it just showcases the confidence that this bot lane has with this matchup. The Poppy looking to go into the support position.
I'm sorry. I mean, if we woke up today and we said we're going to cast Tarzan versus Canyon and the matchup is Ivern versus Maokai, it might have deflated.
It's a battle of the minds. A battle of the minds, Dracos.
Well, I don't think they're going to be the center of attention for their respective teams, but obviously Ivern plus Jinx.
Ok, vedem Jory că joacă cu Smolder pe mid.
2v2, but the Ivern Jinx Poppy as we get later into the game, an incredibly strong team fighting core.
Last game, we got some fantastic team fights from both Top Esports and T1, and I'm hoping that this game will give us something similar. You talked about the likelihood of a lane swap, and when it's Poppy Jinx versus Kalista Renata, I can tell you right now that Weibo is not super keen to fight that 2 versus 2, and also to try and put this Rumble in a lane swap position is only good news for Weibo. So let's see if they can execute upon it. That's really been a big test for this World Championship, as it has returned to the meta in full effect.
And a reminder that Rumble Q damage down about 20 at level 1. The passive overheat damage on his auto attacks also down. There are some top laners that say he's still playable, obviously not as impressive as he once was. Keep that in mind as we watch. If he's not able to find those trades, if he's not able to find those leads. But of course, the lane swap, number one thing on our minds, expected, seems likely for Weibo. You highlighted it. Let's see if they can pull it off.
All I know is that red carpet, when it's laid out, you're either walking to the grave or you're walking home, because the amount of damage that it can do is still something to be respected.
Yeah, they didn't nerf that ability. That ability is still very good. Leandri is still very good. See what the Rumble looks like in this game. We're headed to our third game of the day, our second LPL versus LCK showdown of the day.
And the beautiful thing about this matchup is you highlighted it. Weibo is unpredictable.
Sure.
They're a team that you genuinely don't know the level that they're going to deliver on the day. They've beaten some of the best teams in the LPL. They've lost to some of the worst. Like they are a team that
they're the wild card, you know.
And I think many didn't expect them to qualify, but here we are. We find ourselves in a position where, and again, like a lot of it, I think a lot of the credit needs to go to Tarzan. I loved watching his early pathing, the impact that he has. I would say that Weibo is typically a bot-focused team, a team that likes to play around that bot side of the map.
Are they? Oh, we are deep in the mind games. So for anyone, of course, lane swap, great, but it looks like Gen.G proactively trying to gain control of the top side because they want this 2v2. They are so much stronger in the 2v2. The second they see Crisp has Aftershock, they know they just body that level 1. So trying to put priority on figuring out where the Jinx is going to go, where Light is going to lane, with Pays still near mid.
They've seen the Jax, so they think that the Jax is on the top side of the map, but look at where the Jinx is going. Goes back to base.
He's waiting to see who shows.
He's trying to avoid any potential wards.
Lane swap haters are like, oh god, this is the worst version of League of Legends. But the analysts are like, ooh, it's so smart. Vision, Breathe walking in, just to try to be disruptive.
I mean, this is also a very classic top lane move, right?
Yeah.
To interrupt, get in the way. Crisp now making his way over will be the numbers difference that Gen.G is not expecting.
Canyon.
The E? No.
Manages to get away. Crisp might have had the angle if you step forward with a bit more confidence, but wasn't 100% certain.
But Weibo successfully get the lane swap that they were after. Breathe is taking a lot of damage, but now he makes his way over towards top lane. It's the same thing that we've seen multiple times, where the support will go mid to try and get XP, you get the level 2, you then path towards bot, and you're ready for the potential dive on the stacked wave. Breathe will be able to TP to bot lane with the level 2, and you hope that you can then outplay the potential dive that is going to come through from Gen.G. Meanwhile, the split map is occurring. Tarzan makes his way towards the top side of Gen.G's jungle, and here we go.
And this is one of the big strengths of Ivern, of course, very easy for him to steal away camps, but also just clears, all things considered, much faster than most junglers, so usually has 20 to 30 extra seconds to go for early games.
Au un playstyle foarte interesant, văd în Swiss.
Is on vision, but it's really just taking his time setting up all these camps.
Now keep your eyes on Chris. He's now making his way towards the bot side of the map. There's only the two members so far. Jungler not in a position. Remember that Canyon's clear did get interrupted. He started on the top side of the map, so he's a little slow, so Crisp is able to arrive. A lot of this farm being lost still, but as long as Breathe can get the XP, level 3 is going to tick over. And there it is. So now the dive becomes a lot harder. Canyon going to start off the Gromp. Let's see if they still commit to the dive.
Maybe just want to be able to crash that wave in. Keen's still pretty powerful despite Light's range advantage.
I mean, crucially, while all of this is happening, Keen is just catching the waves top. He's only in a 1 versus 1. There's no threat of a dive on his side of the map.
And remember, if you're not familiar with lane swaps, the kind of logic here, even as they've made the towers tankier, it's not about trading even, it's about getting Jinx out of what would have been a miserable 2v2. And at this point, it just becomes a game about XP and about saving what would have felt like inevitable losses if you had lane 2v2 against this Kalista Renata. Yes, it sucks to give up 3 plates, but this duo is so powerful that you probably would have lost a comparable amount of money trying to play that 2v2.
But I think that Weibo want to try and swap this back as quickly as they can now, because the damage to that tower is significant, and Genji are not going to slow down with the push. Canyon secures the blue buff, and you can see the Jinx now recalling. Of course, no TPs available.
Pink's mid lane.
Keen doing a good job of just getting farm and experience on the top side of the map. He really is the one that benefited the most from this exchange. Looks like they're going to keep the swap. They're actually going to keep sending the Jinx top. It comes back to that point you made in the previous game round. Perhaps the priority is around the grubs. If nothing else, you're getting solo experience onto Light. Maybe they believe that even in this situation, they couldn't win out on the 2 versus 2, and the threat of a dive is very real. So instead, they're going to have Light catch this wave in top. But now, keep your eyes on Pays and Lahens. They've decided, you know what, we're not letting this happen anymore. We're moving up towards the top side. If you want to go for the grubs, you're going to have to fight us first. And with the boots completed, Pays is poised to go for a fight.
Boots 2 for Kalista at this point in the game is very nice to have, but can be much more powerful. It does come down to a skirmish. Pays fighting for a bit of that vision control, is on a ward, of course. Genji really want to establish control on the top side of the map, match what Weibo are bringing. LCK, of course, compared to the LPL, pretty consistently grubs focus. LPL maybe willing to trade more around Drake or early plates. Very often LCK teams straight to grubs at 6 minutes. We're seeing that a little bit here. Space and Lahens happy to be laning and will eventually be a 2v2 as Crips shows his presence on the top side. The only gold lead remaining for Weibo is Tarzan in the jungle. Not the biggest deal on the Ivern. But of course, the faster he gets to level 6, the more impact he can have.
Now, Weibo find themselves in a 2v2 that is difficult to play. This is the thing they've been doing their best to avoid. The gold advantage that Pays sits on is because of the plates that were secured early. Xiaohu finding advantages in the mid lane, 1 versus 1, but nothing so significant that Chovy's really in a position to be worried about. Grub's now spawning, and Genji in a position to secure that first objective of the game.
Excellent position to be in. Wave in a neutral state, forcing Light and Chris to push out if they want to come down. But Genji so quick to take these early objectives.
Ok, vedem că cei de la GNG securizează void, Grabzi.
Good at securing and taking those neutral objectives. Now Pays, though, really wants that farm, is not certain if this fight is going to take off or not. Canyon smiting the last one away, trying to get the hell out. Get away from Xiao, who is the culling is there, shields are there. Chovy ready to body block, but they force Canyon's flash at the very least. They get the Super Mega Death Rocket out from Light as well.
Good flash from Canyon, respecting the damage that was coming out from Xiaohu, and honestly, I'd forgotten about the Jinx, but clearly he hadn't. He recognized that, all right, I need to get out of here, but he secures the objective that he was after. 3 grubs locked down, and Genji still able to leverage the strength of this bot lane 2 versus 2. The farm discrepancy, nothing too significant. Light is able to secure that level 6, as we already know. And so at the very least, Weibo relying on the scaling element that they have going into the late game. Ivern plus Jinx, a terrifying combo the longer this game goes on.
Tarzan walking up. Crisp, can he find the angle? Good handshake to stun the duo, denying the play. Tarzan will at least clear out the vision. But good discipline from
Either spend some gold, maybe even swap back so they can be in a position to contest the Drake. Perhaps Weibo is happy to forego any of these early Drakes simply due to the strength of this Kalista. But Gen.G see an opportunity for more plates.
And frankly, in the mid lane, you've got a Smolder who's chilling, right? Chovy weathering the storm nicely. Early plated steel caps to mitigate any of Xiaohu's kill pressure. Part of the chaos of this map state means it's pretty hard for junglers to solely play around mid or try to support any early advantage the Lucian could have. That said, I don't know when the mid lane Smolder starts doing damage on this patch. Right now, he pokes and he stacks, at the very least.
I mean, look at it this way. You'll know.
I might not be able to tell you in advance, but I can tell you when I see it on my screen. If that's not the play-by-play life, I don't know what is. Chovy flaps out to safety, and Weibo now ready to commit a bit more resources around mid lane, trying to help Xiaohu get the push so they can look towards this Drake. But Gen.G have already reset their bottom lane, all ready to fight back at least a little bit. Nice engage now coming in. Crisp in trouble. Aftershock fading away. That Poppy is dead. Well played by Gen.G.
Crisp isolated in the river. Gen.G just moving their bot lane smartly around the map to help secure these objectives. This Kalista continues to get stronger as first blood is secured for Gen.G.
Gen.G overall controlling all these objectives. You know the Kalista Renata is going to be stronger earlier on, but you still had to navigate the map state well to be able to leverage the advantage.
I just like the way in which they save this bot lane pick for last, because it's their bridge into the late game, right? You know you have the Smolder, and maybe the early game of Rumble was impacted, and you expect these lane swaps, so he's going to be put a little bit behind. You have this bot lane which you can play through in the early game, and they're playing through it incredibly well. They were able to secure 3 plates bot, they swapped to top, they secured the grubs, they swapped them back to bot, find a kill, get the dragon, and it's just Canyon working in tandem with his bot lane to dominate this early game, resulting in a 1k gold lead for Gen.G so far, which when you also have this Smolder sitting in mid lane farming away, you're in a pretty happy spot.
Certainly are. And we'll have to see if Xiaohu can get a bit more involved in some of these map plays once he has an item completion under his belt. We know the Lucian on one item can be very powerful. Paired with Tarzan, who's there to buff him up, could get a lot of work done. But for now, Gen.G playing at a very comfortable game pace that has continued to favor them. The gold, yes, within touching distance, but you talked about it. The late game scaling insurance, the fact that Canyon's been able to pick up this early lock, it means that the coming fights should be quite easy for Gen.G to navigate.
Guys, vă las 2 secunde. Vă uitați aici pe live la meci și revin în 2-3 minutele.
You both pray the other side's going to start the fight, so you can Maokai, Renata ult their face, or Poppy ult them out.
Yeah, you kind of, I'm deciding if it's better for you to be the first on the... Probably it's better for you to be on the first on the objective so they walk into you.
Kalista ult is literally the best engage tool in the game, which is a very weird thing to say, but yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that statement.
I think it is. It's the most reliable piece, is Crisp. Whiffs his ult. See? Kalista ult, more reliable. Daisy called out. 4 grubs already picked up. Lahen's ulting over the wall. That's going to be big, paired beautifully with the Rumble, but 2 quick flashes out from Weibo means they're going to still be standing. Crisp, isolated, but now the TP coming in from behind with Breathe. The Jax could be big here. Canyon caught out for a brief moment, but they're instantly turning back onto Breathe. Breathe ulting to get a little bit of extra tankiness, but Light still untouched for now. Chovy coming in. Mom called. First kill picked up. Rocket going a little bit wide as Chovy tries to flap out to safety. How much left on the Counter-Strike? Breathe, can he continue to chase? The answer is no, but 2 for 2, the overall kill score.
So we see in this exchange why it is better for you to be the first on the objective. How much harder it is to approach, especially into things like the Renata ultimate and the Maokai ultimate. But ultimately, those tools were used very early to secure the grubs. But once the grubs were secured, Weibo found a really nice angle for the re-engage with a good TP flank coming in from Breathe. So you'll notice at the start of this fight, tools were used to mainly try and get a pick onto Crisp, but also to zone these members away from the grubs. So there's the Renata ultimate, there's the Maokai ultimate, and in combination with the Rumble ultimate too, it's forcing them back. But that's 3 ultimates now gone, and now the re-engage comes in. Xiaohu on the right side, Breathe on the left side, and this is where Gen.G is forced to scatter and disengage. A nice ulti from Chovy is able to at the very least secure 1 kill, but the fact that they were able to get away still with 3 and all of the grubs, a great situation for Gen.G.
Yeah, 6 grubs, not normally allowed in competitive League of Legends. We see in LCK and LPL, right? Teams will fight to get 4 and then are often very willing to concede the last 2 because it's so unlikely and can be very high risk to stick around for too long. But here, Gen.G really set up to just start pushing out these lanes. Chovy, again, very comfortably scaling 109 stacks, 12 minutes into the game, 125 the next big break point.
It's a good pace for stacks, for sure.
And I think that we need to kind of see more from Weibo in these fights, because giving away 6 grubs, very frustrating, because Kalista normally not the best champion in the game at taking towers, not always in a position to match Jinx, but when you have 6 grubs, it feels a lot closer.
Play to the Ruin King being completed for Pays puts this Kalista in a very scary spot already. Gen.G taking their time. They find themselves at a slight gold deficit, but it's nothing really to be too worried about as they continue to ramp up. We think about next objectives they can play for. They've moved their bottom lane into the mid lane to either potentially start securing some of these plates that are available in the mid lane, but also just so that it's easier to move from mid into these sides, maintain control over that prio. You can already see them doing it. Push in mid, move in towards the bot river, and now you can start threatening towards that top tower, deep vision, all sorts of options.
And Chovy conceding farm in the bottom lane to try to be first to the objective here. Both the Herald and the Drake will be spawning at the exact same time, but Gen.G again shifting their focus to the top side of the map. Now Chovy returns, just trying to keep his options open, waiting for that wave to be pushed in by Xiaohu. Xiaohu sticking around, wanting to keep Chovy in lane at least a little bit. Does have the TP advantage, crucially, so can come to the objective as Weibo now move into the river, start to take control around the pit here, 12 seconds before the objective responds.
Weibo have a first to enter, I should say, the top river, get a bit of deep vision. Light's going to have access onto this mid wave, push this one out. As Pays abandoning the wave as he looks for a pick.
Where's the engage going to go? I take it back, it's not that reliable.
Well, it was a questionable statement, especially when Aurora exists. Flash from Lens.
Very well positioned to make it over the traps with the knockback still coming through, as Tarzan not quite able to find the root, but Xiaohu starting the objective here. Chu doing no damage. Doesn't really hit there as Chovy just continues to stack, and Gen.G will be able to at least threaten this tower. You can see in the meantime, Canyon happy to just start up this objective. They already got one Drake, willing to concede the Herald, it would seem. But interestingly, you can see the gold in our lane economy snapshot. It's not a massive difference between either side, but gold slightly favoring the side of Weibo overall.
I told you, when we hyped up this jungle matchup, it was always going to be a battle of the minds. And so much high-level play.
So much thinking.
There's so much thinking.
So little fighting. Now,
good use of the Herald here, though. I like this.
Brush setup is good as well. Should just be able to break this one down.
And they TP bot.
Are they going to go for
that
more?
wave?
Or is Light just using this as an escape taxi?
I think he's just going out.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's chilling.
He knows it's not going to crash. They'll just instantly one-shot it, so instead drives it away and will now use it to at least push slightly more favorably.
Now Xiaohu has moved off to a side lane himself and is putting some pressure down onto Keen on the top side. With all the vision invested on this top side of the river as well, Keen has to be careful about who is where on the map, which is why he's showcasing that respect, going back to base, TPing bot to match up into the Jax, knowing that he should have a slightly easier time. Doesn't quite yet have the Liandries. The Trinity Force completed on to Breathe. Benefiting from some of the early gold advantages he was able to get. Of course, he is sitting on a kill as well. So he's in a comfortable spot right now. But overall, a very close game with Weibo sitting on the gold lead. By and large, because of the advantages they've been able to find on the top side of the map. And crucially, Light. I mean, he's just passively been farming very well. Even though Gen.G sort of controlled the early game very well, ultimately, Weibo haven't fallen prey to any really bad fights. In fact, they've been able to find that good fight around the Herald themselves. So we talked about the scaling of the Smolder, something that is always going to be terrifying to deal with. But the strangest thing about this game is going to be about how they start fights. Because setting up around objectives is going to be crucial. Being first on the objective means that the enemy's going to be forced to walk into you, and that means you're either walking into a Poppy, who can knock you away, you're walking into the range of a Jax flank, or you're walking into a Maokai ultimate, a Renata ultimate. Like, obviously the advantage of a Maokai ultimate is it can be used to zone you off of an objective, which is always a scary situation to find yourself in. But when both sides have more disengage tools than they have actually hard engage tools, like a Leona or a Rel, for example, yeah, you're going to end up in this passive game where both teams are kind of hesitant to pull the trigger to start the fight.
In an awkward situation, you can see there observers wonderfully highlighting Breathe, debating if he wanted to leverage that canyon, or enemy cannon minion, not canyon minion. That one's in the jungle. Set up the wave as Rumble still hasn't been able to get back. Complete that Leandries, but it's a good point, right? So objective setup going to be big throughout the entirety of this game, because if you can force the enemy team to come to you, you'll be fighting in a much more favorable position. xiaohu continuing to be that threat on the side lane. 2 items almost completed here. As 6 grubs does mean that Keen is going to be able to grab that bot lane tower at a much faster pace, get reset first. But xiaohu, instead of trying to delete the tower immediately, just trying to deny as much CS as possible from Chovy.
An interesting game state is just cross maps continue to come through. Both these teams just kind of waiting for those spikes, waiting for those major objectives to respawn. About a minute and a half until this Infernal Dragon. Respect being shown from both sides. We're getting closer and closer to some of those big spikes. First items across the board already been completed for a while. But now the contest over the mid-wave begins.
Light and Crisp doing what they can. Obviously, as long as Tarzan's there, it's pretty easy for Light to walk up. Doesn't really matter if he takes 100, 200 damage. The Ivern shielding will be more than enough to protect him. Hasn't completed that second item. Would love to do so before the next major objective. You highlighted it. Minute on the Baron, minute on the Drake. Both teams pushing out to side. And I'm going to be honest, Betty, when we started this game, I thought we were going to have time to talk about, Chovy versus xiaohu. It just ended up being about who played the map better. All the accolades, all the history, yeah, it's still exciting, but I think generally this game has been so much about the team across the board. Crisp caught out once or twice, a bit tragic for Weibo, but overall, Weibo, despite difficulties early on with those objectives.
Gain purchase to the river through the bot lane. The top wave continues to be pushed in. This is something Weibo's just done very well this game, just keeping control of these side lanes. The Jax continues to mount pressure in the top side of the map. Smolder is actually going to go and answer that.
And Genji in a bit of an awkward position here. Kalista only has 1.5 items. Light technically ahead. Yes, he has gone for 2 components, the Zeal and the Last Whisper, but feeling pretty confident in that item advantage. TP going in. Chovy is here. But in the meantime, Breathe is going to start pushing. Does have a TP of his own. Will show up on the bottom side of the map, waiting in the brush. Genji do spot him. But are they going to collapse, or are they going to go for the 50-50? Knockback coming in. Chris channeling that ultimate. Will get the jungler out of the pit. Now they can just burst it, go for it.
S-a mai întâmplat, dar ce să-mi puneți?
Dragon taken. Weibo need to get out though. xiaohu low. Healing coming in for the redemption. Genji, do they still want
S-a mai întâmplat aici?
Backline pays. Now going to be in trouble. Knockback coming in. Lehens now trying to send out the hostile takeover, but it's only going to connect onto the Jax. Breathe likely to fall here, but the rest of Weibo now ready to follow up. Pays getting 1. No kill going over means no reset for the Jinx quite yet. They're desperate to get something else for Light. Crisp knocked down into the wall. Canyon going back through, healing up off the passive is clutch as Light. No mana, but still wants to keep hitting. Handshake not going to connect. xiaohu finishing the first kill. Reset coming in. Genji backing away, but the Drake going to Weibo.
The health bars are blinking across both sides. The level of patience showcased from those Genji players stuck in the pit to hold on to
Ok, aparent de la 1-0, care știam că are botlane-ul de la Genji, aparent văd că s-au mai întâmplat încă multe kill-uri.
This fight starts with a good Poppy ultimate onto Canyon, getting him out of the fight. The combination of the Maokai ultimate and the Rumble ultimate looks promising to start with, but this difference between the range, look at how Light chips away at Chovy's HP bar, the redemption doing work for Tarzan and xiaohu on the backside, and then Breathe working well by going in for the 1v3, but then the Renata ultimate zoning the rest of Weibo away from the exchange. But now, there's just no more HP for Genji to really look for another fight, so they're forced to play defensively, they're forced to retreat. And then unfortunately for Lehens, he didn't quite expect the damage to come out from xiaohu, resulting in a 1-for-1.
And it's important to understand that like Genji have to play that fight that well, or it gets much, much worse. Light only gets the first reset, only gets the first passive proc when they're already over the wall. If that had happened sooner, that Jinx would have torn through the entire team. And it's high stakes in these fights. Whoever gets that first kill, very likely to take the entire fight. And you can see that with the Maokai being so tanky, with the supportive itemization of Tarzan, it's not as simple as get a couple good ults and the fight is over.
Ok, vedem că cei de la Genji joacă mult mai precaut.
Is the farm at the bottom of your screen. because for a lot of this early game, it was either Gen G were even or ahead in a lot of these departments because of how well they were dominating the early game. But notice how Breathe is consistently finding. He's on a sideline again. Like,
All
he
I'm
hasn't
saying
stopped.
is Xiaohu's kind of Chovy-ing Chovy.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's my point. Xiaohu is the other man on the side lane alongside Breathe, who just keep this pressure up. Meanwhile, Light is soaking up every single wave in mid. He's also being donated farm from his jungler. Like, the carries across the board are just farming incredibly well. And while Genji are trying to find plays, they're looking for picks, like Weibo are just passively picking up a lot of gold by maximizing the amount of farm that they're able to get on the map. So they now find themselves with a 3k gold lead without finding any significant team fight. They've just been playing well on the sides. They've secured all of the outer towers now, and they're in a great position. And we talked about how Weibo is a team that just surprises. Gen.G is a team that went the full 5 games in their finals. They are MSI champions. They are touted as one of the teams to win this whole tournament. And here's Weibo with a 3k goal lead. They are the epitome of unpredictable because they have stable players, they have great playmakers, and they're a team that are very often difficult to judge. And I feel like so far in this game, they're proving why. They have a nice lead, they're in a good position, they now just need to be able to close it out, which is a tough thing to do against Gen.G.
Certainly is. Gen.G, a very tenacious team. Rumble all going down. Hoping to just get a little bit of poke. Maybe hoping to zone them off the tower as well, but Weibo unafraid. Xiaohu off on the side, starting to Cole. Only connecting on a canyon though, maybe not ideal. Does give room for Chris to move in mid lane, but the Poppy not that
Ok, aparent vedem că Xiaohu nu mai are ultimată. Aparent nici Jinx nu mai are ultimată. Au plecat ultimatele de la Weibo Gaming. Aparent aici Gen.G poate să fie într-un avantaj imens asupra lor.
But you can see how awkward it is for both teams because of how little engaged they have. They're just
Dar vedem că cei de la Gen.G bat spre retragere.
No, you do it. I mean, they're just trying to bait each other into a fight, and the side lanes are relatively even, right? Bot lane is essentially dead even. Breathe finally going to go down to catch that one. Top lane not really pushing super hard, so neither side losing out on a lot of CS or gold to just hang out in the mid lane and posture. But a very awkward, you're right, because these are teams who normally you're like, oh, perfect, precise engages, but they don't have the tools.
No, they don't. And honestly, this benefits split pushers more than anyone else, because if you can't get engaged on in mid lane, then it doesn't matter if you're 5 versus 4, because this Jinx is going to look at you and be like, okay, cool, my Jax is taking your bot tier 2, by the way.
Lord Dominic's finished by Light. See what he finishes for the Zeal item here
now,
as well.
What they could do is they could have Jax just solo the Dragon, by the way, while keeping pressure in mid, because Gen.G are trying to contest this mid wave as the culling comes out from Xiaohu. Good damage.
Still have some tools as Chovy forced to ult. Canyon, do they want to start the fight here? Breathe still waiting.
Looks like Breathe deciding not to. He's hesitant about the potential engage, but
it's such a good game, but it's such a goofy game, Betty. Because you're right, they cannot engage on each other. The calling looks great, but it's just both sides trying to see fish for an angle.
You're literally waiting for an overstep, for a flash W from Canyon, for a root to land from Tarzan, for someone to overstep where they shouldn't be. Chris maybe finds a flash E into a wall, or someone starts an engage.
I mean, Gen.G just getting pushed out. They don't really have control of their mid lane.
Yep,
the mid wave is respawning. They'll get pushed first. Weibo in a very commanding position. Recalls are now being forced out. Luckily, Gen.G have decent vision around the objective, but Crisp kind of shepherding them like a border collie up towards the top side of the map. His hand's getting lower and lower. Rocket hit stops the recall. Weibo in such a good position. Redemption forcing a flash. They're being herded. Weibo.
The TP's going to come out from the smolder as well.
And now they can just walk away.
I mean, they get the push in mids.
Ok, aveam reacții bune de la cei de la Gen.G. Da, uite cum să mi-aduc un energitant că simt că parcă ușor, ușor iau așa și închid ochii.
Either way, though, now, I do want
Poppy all going to be big. Canyon, nice W. Twisted advance, keeping him in the play. They just need to finish the objective. They just need to get the Baron down, and they will do so. Breathe now in no man's land. Ulti now used by the Callista. Breathe locked up for a brief moment, trying to find the sun, trying to find the angle, flashing out to safety, calling from Xiaohu.
Ce aibă doar cei din competiții are. Uite, Baron, Powerplay, Red Bull. Și avem aici Red Bull Purple.
But Chovy is alive, looking for the reset. resets. Tarzan now trying to get the hell out. Chovy looking to finish one more kill. Canyon gonna get the job
Ok,
done.
avem
Weibo with the
kill
fan
pe
advantage, 4-3.
Canyon.
Overall, the fight calming down. Genji just want to get the hell out with their Baron buffs. Maybe grab mid lane tower on the way.
Genji recognized the amount of time that Weibo spent on the map, and they see a window to go for the Baron. They're able to secure it, but it costs them 2 members. The TP now coming back in.
Fight not done yet. Breeze chasing.
No, this fight is done. I do not think that Weibo can continue to chase this. I think that was an overzealous TP play for sure. At the very least, they're back out onto the map a little bit quicker. But the reason why I was concerned about the start of this Dragon was because they spent so much time on the map. That gave a great window for Genji to go for the Baron. They rush it down, use the Maokai ultimate to zone them away, but then they turn their attention to Breathe, and they think this could be an easy pick. He buys a lot of time, and Genji becomes split up. That allows for Weibo to capitalize on the split up members. They target the bot lane, and they're able to find 2 kills. The downside for Weibo is that Tarzan does lose his life in the river, but ultimately it's a Baron secured for Genji. Now, here's the biggest problem with what has just happened. Neither team hasn't engaged. The team that has the Baron kind of lost the fight. And
so what you're saying is we go again.
Yeah, we just kind of go again. I like what Genji's doing though. They've abandoned bot side of the map. They're committing members top, leveraging the stacked wave that they do have, and they're going to siege onto this tower. Good use of the Baron. They're immediately now moving into the top side jungle. And they're kind of shifting that trajectory. They're no longer just sitting in mid, constantly trading back and forth. They're trying to get more elsewhere on the map.
And while Weibo did get some kills, 1,500 gold from the Baron. Tower's now starting to fall. Keep in mind, about 2 or 3 waves of CS were also deleted in bot lane in the midst of that entire Baron play. So the gold is basically equalized. Only about a 2K difference between the teams. But item completions overall, essentially dead even. Yes, Xiaohu has a little bit of a lead, but that means the fights are going to be pretty damn close.
We find ourselves once again in a tense affair. Weibo and Genji going toe-to-toe. Reminder, this is a best of 1.
Ok, vedem că cei de la Weibo Gaming au un avantaj de un turn. Gold advantage. Față de ei, vedem o ultă dată aici, Maokai a prins în turn. Ultă dată de Chovy, ultă.
Beautiful layering of the CC. And now Genji set up on this next tower. Knockback from Chris, not really going to connect. Does force the ult out from Pays at the very least, but this Red Bull Baron power play only growing more and more in the favor of Genji.
I mean, Genji figured out the formula. Just stack enough ults and you'll force an engage eventually. Really nice use of the Rumble ultimate with the Maokai ult.
Breathe on the sideline, going to knock down this tier 2, but TP now coming in from Xiaohu as well. Wants to TP
is this
behind
flanking
them.
Lucian?
Yes, sir, it is.
He's spotted out on a ward. They know he is there.
This is incredibly awkward.
Here comes Breathe as well.
Breathe here too. Genji actually have to be careful though. Their TP's coming in, but it's going to be a little bit late. If Weibo get first draw on the fight, they might be able to get something done, but now it's Keen standing behind them. Light going to be the one in trouble. Hostile takeover coming in. Just barely going to clip them. Shutdown is big.
Damn, kill făcut aici frumos de Chovy.
Trying to get in the mix. Wants to finish off that dragon, but he doesn't have the damage. Double kill.
Chovy aparent face kill-urile, ia kill-urile pe el. Aparent Xiaohu, cum s-a pronunțat numele lui. TP-ul lui a fost mai mult pentru push, din ce vedem.
Xiaohu, nice backstep. Chovy trying to finish, can't get too low. One dash, one auto, but there's Pays!
He gets the shutdown onto Xiaohu, and Genji now showcasing their dominance. 3-0-4 for Chovy, 4-0-3 for Pays.
And credit to Genji again, disciplined in these fights. They've been so good across the entire game, dropping vision, saving vision to put in those iron brushes so they can play on even footing. Not getting freaked out by this TP Lucian or getting caught up in the moment. That discipline paying dividends. As you can see, Weibo feeling under this pressure to force these plays, and as we highlighted, if you're the one forced to engage, forced to make the play, you're pretty disadvantaged in the context of this game when there's so many great disengage tools, so many threats that can blow you up.
Yeah, I mean, I think when they did that mid-tower siege, we really got to see the formula of how this comp wants to work, and it's basically just R, 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 R.
Yeah. Not the normal, like, Malphite, you know, Jarvan, whatever, but it's a little bit more range to it, but still works very well.
You throw the Maokai ultimate, and then the Rumble ultimate slows you down as well, making it harder to get away from the Maokai ultimate, and then on top of that, Chovy's ultimate is going to fly on top. There's a lot of fire, and a lot of destruction raining from the sky.
Ivern can't shield everybody. You know, redemption takes a little bit of time. And Chovy's, again, only continuing to stack, only getting scarier and scarier. Ulti comes in from Canyon.
Vedeam iar ultă dată de Chovy și Maokai, încă un turn dat jos, aparent cei de la Gen G fac pressure masiv asupra celor de la Weibo Gaming.
Crisp eating about 400 damage just to try to walk up there. But Gen G went from feeling a bit
Ușor, turn cu turn pică.
Really heavily shifted
Au avantaj cei de la Gen G.
Getting the Baron just gave them all the tools they needed to really begin their siege, right? Because empowering those minions really hurt Weibo's ability to stall out and wave clear. They secured the top tower, they secured the mid one, and now when they're sieging on these towers, especially with these Baron empowered minions, their ultimates just become that much more powerful. So with the Baron back on the table once more, we see both teams setting up for the objective.
They also have no magic damage at all. So Canyon's having a great time.
True.
We normally see Maokai's with at least 3 or 4 deaths in the context of the game, but he's just been able to build full armor this entire game, and he doesn't need to worry about any of the tiny bits of magic damage from Tarzan or from Xiaohu's passive whatsoever. So a lot of the things in this game, these little edges favoring Gen G, whether it's the scaling of the smolder, whether it's the range on these ultimates, or the full AD kind of composition that Weibo have brought together.
Yeah, I just noticed the Randuin's on Pays as well.
That's high value Randuin right there.
Yeah.
That's basically just an additional 25% damage reduction for everything, because basically everyone is critting at this point.
This Baron becomes the big point of contention. Breathe doing what he can to push in the side lane. Void Staff now secured for Keen, but the little magic resist that does sit on the side of Weibo, looking to get shredded. Pays though struggling to contest that mid wave. The culling once again.
Decent chunk. Mid prio in the favor of Weibo for a brief moment. They're now trying to use it to collapse onto Lahen's. Lahen's flashing out. Tarzan flashing in. Hostile takeover is there, but Breeze still onto the back line. Gonna be forced to use the ulti out from Pays. Buys a bit more time. Reset is there. Hostile takeover didn't do much, but now Breathe in the midst of the entire team is still about to get shredded. But finally, Lahen's will drop light on the backside. The resets are starting to come in. Chris still standing for an extra moment here. The knockback is there, but down goes the tank. Xiaohu finding the kill. Pays, Chovy, Keen still standing. Looking to push Weibo back. A 2 for 2 thus far. The slow on to Xiaohu from the mountain is crucial. Even from the grave, Canyon having that impact, and the fight just stops there. Nobody really has the tools to follow up.
A very close affair. If Weibo was able to find more out of that collapse, they could have converted it into a Baron, but Gen G responds in kind. They're starting the Baron without a smite of their own. They do, of course, have the Callista.
They have the Rend. TP behind. Gen G betting maybe not everything, but a whole hell of a lot on this play. Xiaohu now in the midst, trying to get a bit more damage now. Flash in from Pays. Keen going gold, and Xiaohu needs to get the hell away. Pays just running him down in the 1v1. But now it's Chovy and Pays, the 2v2. And we just keep going. 7 seconds on Breathe, but he doesn't have the TP. Canyon up in 5. Don't think anyone else is starting the Baron, but I'll...
Oh my goodness, the interrupt, it gets interrupted, which is huge with the Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half, buying time for the rest of your team to get settled back out onto the map. Allow for Xiaohu to respawn. Just buys a little bit more time, 36 minutes in. It's an interesting affair when both teams just keep going back and forth. Pays nothing but confidence as he dived in for that 1v1 against Xiaohu.
Too.
True.
I was wondering why he took so little damage from Xiaohu, but it's just such a high value item in the context of this game. And Gen G,
I am both the hunter and the tank. Come at me, Xiaohu.
The nightmare of anyone playing against Callista is when she has the time and money to build a defensive item. QSS as well there for Chovy.
But we go again, Dracos. The contest around the mid lane once more. Chovy's catching the bot wave. Breathe once more. Pushes out the top.
Chovy in the bottom lane. Not great flanking TPs. We'll just TP to group with the team. Weibo now coming in for a brief moment here. They have a man advantage while Keen is forced to catch that wave. Crisp trying to capitalize on it. Extra movement speed coming in. Chovy standing behind Lahen's as he's once again vulnerable, but Pays is there to try to save him. Angle coming in for the knockback. Poppy gonna find one. Chovy out of the fight immediately. Weibo turned back to the objective. They want to try and force down this Baron.
A bold move, but it's melting with double AQIRYS.
Canyon, can he get into the pit? Ulti coming in. 5K getting lower and lower. This Maokai wants to try and steal it away, but no. Tarzan finds the angle. However, Crisp already going down. Breathe off on the flank, hoping to find an angle into this fight. All of Weibo retreating. Gen G might not have gotten the objective, but it looks like they're taking control thus far. Breathe instantly into the back line. Jax finding the knock up onto 2. The stun, excuse me, as we continue the fight, but off the side, it's Chovy finally getting involved again. The execute's coming in. He's just
Aparent Chovy
not enough to get the job done. Light still standing.
era să facă kill pe James, dar
Baron.
He's trying to get an execute onto someone, recalling, but he's not going to be able to find anything. But the problem for Weibo is, yes, they're able to get the Baron, but they lose 3 members, and the Soul is available. Gen G are going to make a beeline towards that objective, get the Infernal Soul for themselves. And wow, what a back and forth. The craziest thing about that last team fight, Daisy got a 3-man knockout. Like, it was I really hope we get to see a replay of that one because it was a chaotic team fight. Chovy with an ambitious flash to shut down Light, and he almost got the execute, but he died just before he was able to get enough damage.
And surely a full build Smolder with 425 stacks and Infernal Soul is enough to end a game, but this fight.
So great Rumble ultimate onto the backline, but it doesn't actually end up doing as much damage as I thought it did. Crisp ends up getting melted immediately. The Jinx positioning is great. Lens doesn't die initially. It's this flank from Breathe In. But look at that 3-man knockup coming out from Daisy. Provides good utility as Chovy finds a kill in the Baron pit. And then watch this flash in from Chovy. Tries to get the last bit of damage. Not quite enough as Breathe comes over to help. And then it ends up being a 3 for 2. This Jinx is full build now.
Yeah.
I mean, nearly everyone is full build.
Nearly everyone. We're approaching that time of the game. Breathe now. With the arm guard. We're taking a look across the board. Ulti cooldowns are available. A lot of flashes missing. Light no flash will be big in the fights to come. A similar story for Chovy. Feels like it might just be one final fight. Perhaps an Elder. Baron buff really not going to be used for much of anything other than some side lane pressure from Breathe.
It's crazy to me. In a meta where we expected the return of mages, right? This is what happens in this AD carry meta, where there's just not that much utility.
Yeah.
Like, few stuns, there's a root, there's a slow, there's a stun, there's... Overall, both sides are just kind of dancing. That's why positioning is so crucial. If you overstep, you're gonna get one shot. But now things become much harder for Weibo, just due to the presence of this Infernal Soul on the side of Gen G. You thought Smolder hurt before, well, now he just hurts a lot more. And so navigating these fights is going to be that much harder.
I mean, there's so many abilities in this game that have the potential to just end this game rapidly, right? There's no cleanse on Light right now. Hostile takeover hitting either of the AD carries here likely means they instantly kill their team. Yes, Tarzan does have access to the Mikaels, but it's going to have to be quick with it. And on the opposite side, Chris can knock a carry out of the fight again. Weibo can very easily start to clean up.
Are undeva, cred că la 200
very
și...
telegraphed abilities.
Clar e peste 225 stacuri făcute pe el. Dacă reușește să le dea execute.
If Canyon flash W's in, you've got to bear in mind that there's not exactly a lot of follow-up CC that can come from that, right? So he may just find himself deep. Speaking of the CC, there's the ultis stacked on top of each other.
Yahoo going back, immediate Mikael's getting used. Gen G breaking down to tier 2. Decent position. If they can force another fight where the Mikaels isn't available, that much more of an advantage.
I like how they're playing around these objectives, the way in which they utilize the Maokai ultimate in conjunction with the ultimates available in the party composition.
And while Maokai was nerfed, and the duration on these saplings is reduced, or at least the scaling in terms of how much duration they get off his max HP, this free vision control is still just so massive for Gen G. Means the setup around the next objective is that much easier. We are 2 minutes away. It feels like it's probably going to come down short of some sort of side lane pick. Yeah, Elder or a Baron fight. One more 5v5.
Game 3.
5 more games after this.
I mean, we've got Fnatic versus D plus Kia after this one, which, you know, you thought that engaging was a problem in this game. I'll tell you, engaging ain't gonna be a problem in that game.
No matter what comp they pick.
It don't matter. But let's round things out here. 42 minutes in. And both teams pretty much full build. The gold doesn't really matter.
GA random wins for pays is great.
Try and kill me now.
I mean, he really, it's... Even in the face of Armor Pen, you still take so
Wait, hang on. Chovy sold his QSS, and he bought a Randuin's as well. Yeah, okay, well...
Right, it's like if you guys had figured this out 3 patches ago, we wouldn't have had to take 80s out of mid lane entirely.
Okay, so it's Gen G once again with control of a mid wave. Unsurprisingly, Breathe finds himself in a side lane pushing. The Jacks trying to get some work done. If they can continue to stall, which they're doing a good job of so far, maybe he can even put some pressure onto that tier 2, but Keen is going to go and answer.
Sums are all up. We're ready for a full 5v5, full strength from both sides. Weibo. See Rumble respond, feel confident they can step forward as a 4-man core.
Vedem că Weibo Gaming se apropie de bottom.
Great equalizer. No matter what lead you think you have, team gets Elder, pretty much just instantly start winning
Doar
fights.
ca să-l scoată pe Rumble din schemă.
Some tense. I mean, it is tense. Like, this game, while it is just a best of one, determines a lot. It's going to impact the whole tournament. Whether you go 1-0, 0-1, your future opponents will be determined by that. Going 1-0 here gives you a little bit more breathing room.
Certainly.
Going 0-1 already starts to put the pressure on you. But also, with expectations so high on the side of Gen G, coming in as one of the tournament favorites, to lose here to Weibo already is going to shift a lot of perspectives.
Gen G top of the table, I believe in terms of the overall power rankings. Weibo around
Vreți,
11.
spuneți-vă rog frumos, vreți să vedeți live-uri pe
Not nearly as highly across the board. A lot of people skeptical as to how good they would be on the international stage. And while this game has been very back and forth, all that matters is the win.
Wait, that's huge actually. 10 seconds until Elder, and Breathe is going to be forced to go back to base. A single trade could be massive in the context of what's about to happen.
Can he cancel the recall one more time?
Xiaohu in a similar position where...
Keen now coming in, forcing the flash out from Crisp.
Now it's Gen G who have main control over this river.
They have no way to get in here. Weibo have to force, and again, whoever has to force, very likely to lose the fight. TP flank, they know that it's coming. Breathe on the way in. Rumble equalizer not doing much, gets a bit of space for Chris. Pay's starting to step up. Ulti coming in from Chovy. Hostile takeover big. Light immediately gonna cleanse, though doesn't want to give too much. Pay's trying to get into the backline, trying to make sure that Light doesn't have any room to work. And already
Vin de la Gen G a furat Baronul Elderul și aparent este un ace pentru cei de la Gen G.
As the Elder was enough to secure the fight. Once again, 5-0, and Gen G will assert themselves as the dominant force.
Incredible stuff, the confidence from Gen G, finding that window of opportunity. Keen, a quiet hero across the game, forcing Breathe back, giving them the ability to start that major objective. The first LPL LCK matchup might have favored the LPL, but this one going in the favor of Gen G.
Dar aparent se pare că acesta este meciul celor de la Gen G.
Between Gen G and Weibo. But you know what, you've heard from us for 45 minutes. Let's quickly toss it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Petty. Of course,
Ce-o picat de pe
keep your
scenă.
energy in check for this long day, but exactly, Gen G even up the score again between the LCK and the LPL with their victory, and they did it by saying we don't care about patch 14.18.
We can't read. No, we were
Aparent am câștigat și noi punctele.
Entire top side will be, you know, the nerfed Rumble, the nerfed Maokai, the nerfed Smolder, but that doesn't always mean everything.
No, it certainly doesn't. I think the Gen G
Haideți băieți să trecem și noi la joacă.
many issues they had in the early game in terms of finding a gold lead.
Sau, haideți să vedem cine urmează. Dacă e cineva interesant, mai păstrăm live-ul ca să nu uităm. Dacă nu, continuăm, ne băgăm noi la joacă. Eu o să am aici pe fundal.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G was just patient.
O să am pe fundal la mine, o să mă uit eu la Worlds în continuare, să vedem ce se întâmplă. Dar haideți să vedem cine urmează. S-ar putea să fie acum Team Liquid cu cealaltă echipă, am uitat cine e.
Is this Gen G though? Like, is this really going to be Gen G at Worlds?
It might be.
No, this is maybe their, let's try this first.
I hope so. I hope this is like a, don't want to give away anything.
Yeah.
We got our new picks for later rounds of Swiss when it really matters.
Are you not pleased?
I'm actually not. Because that was tense.
That was tense. That was a lot of tense affair.
There's a lot of anticipation in that game.
What do we always say about the LCK? They might not come in the sharpest with the best meta reads, but the later you get in the tournament, they rank up. This one, you just got to win it, Jat.
I mean, true. And at the same time, you think about how much better this would have been a month ago. Like, they would have really
They would have
dominated this game a month
crushed
ago if
them. Would have
the
crushed
champions
them.
were actually strong. So in
No.
that case, it's impressive. But I really don't like the meta read. I understand why you're going to play what you're comfortable with in the first day of World Swiss, but I think as, like, them and BLG and HLE are the 3 tournament favorites.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that did not look like a type of performance that's going to win Worlds. I know that's a high bar. and they
Haideți
did
că
win, which
suntem
is a long
curioși
way
să
off,
vedem
for
cine
sure.
urmează.
That was
Acum
it.
după
I wanna see a little
Genji.
bit
All right,
faster games.
let's see if Keena's asked about that in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the World Swiss stage for this Verizon post-game interview here with Keen. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me. This game was messy.
Aparent avem
In
Fnatic.
terms of, I don't quite understand what is the meta right now, because neither of you guys had hard engage. It felt like the game was really difficult to close out.
Fnaticul de
meta
cau.
right now and this game overall?
지금 메타에 대한 해석이 굉장히 궁금한데요. 이번 경기 정말 난전이었습니다. 그리고 양 팀 모두 조금 한타를 강제할 수 있는 픽이 없어서 두 팀 모두
Haideți să vedem și Fnaticul.
난색을 표하는 것
Haideți să ne
같은데요.
jucăm un pic mai acuși.
아무래도 첫 경기다 보니까 좀 이제 상대가 뭘 할지 몰라가지고 좀 저희가 이제 생각했을 때 좀 좋은 챔피언들 위주로 일단 뽑아보자고 했고 일단
Dați-o să
메타를
duc
좀
noi
더 알아가는
fratelor
식으로 일단
Cervi.
경기를 좀 더 임했던 것 같습니다.
Because it's the first day, so we are also unsure what champions, what kind of strategy the opponents are going to bring. So we wanted to focus on the picks that we are thinking that's really good. Also, I think we're still in the stage of kind of reading out the meta.
Of course, first day, absolutely understandable. Then in that sense, let's talk about Rumble, because the expectation was Rumble was not going to be a strong pick coming here at Worlds. It was picked during the playing stage. You played it today and had a lot of impact. How would you rate the champion right now?
럼블에 대한 의견도 궁금한데 사실 많은 분들이 럼블 이제 더 이상 나오지 못할 것이다 예측했지만 플레인 스테이지도 나왔었고 오늘도 럼블 플레이를 보여주셨는데 지금 럼블에 대한 평가는 어떠신가요?
초반에는 좀 데미지 너프가 있어서 이제 라인전이 이제 약해진 건 맞는데 나중에 템이 뜨면 뜰수록 뭐 데미지는 그 전이랑 좀 비슷한 것 같아서 조합에 맞춰서 쓰면 언제든지 꺼낼 수 있는 카드인 것 같습니다.
For sure, his early game stage is weaker. You know, his early base damage with the nerf is a little affected. So laning phase is not as strong, but also I still think that as he picks up more items, he's almost the same as the old Rumble. So looking at the comp, you think Rumble is right, you can go for it.
All right, the champion we could see more than here at Worlds. Last question for you, Kian. You're one of the tournament favorites, but I want to know about the synergy between you guys. How has Lehans been treating you recently?
이제 강력한 우승 후보로 꼽히는 젠지인데요. 우승하려면 또 팀 시너지가 굉장히 좋아야 하잖아요. 지금 리엔즈 선수랑 사이는 좀 괜찮으신가요?
리엔즈 선수가 가끔 장난기가 좀 심할 때가 있지만 그거를 이제 팀원들이 잘 보듬어주기 때문에 뭐 팀 케미는 좋은 것 같습니다.
We all know Lehans is always picking on me, but the rest of the players are doing a great job taking care of me, so the team synergy is safe.
That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Kian, for the interview. Jason, thank you so much for the translation. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for Fnatic versus D plus Kia. Don't go anywhere.
Canyon going back through, healing up off the passive is clutch. As Light, no mana, but still wants to keep hitting. Handshake not going to connect. Xiao finishing the first kill. Reset coming in. But Chovy crucially untouched.
Haideți să ne uităm și la Fnaticul D plus Kia.
Chovy trying to finish, can't get too low. One dash, one auto, but there's Pace! Pace trying to get into the backline, trying to make sure the lights have empty room to work. And already the Elder is taken down, and instantly, in the blink of an eye, 44 minutes in, it's an ace for Gen G as they look to close it out here.
Chiar sunt curios să vedem ce se întâmplă la Fnaticul D plus Kia.
gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good. Hit the ground, I'm on cold. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it. I'm back on 100. I'm ready. I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode. God level, cheat code. New age, hero. Good verse, Evo. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy.
Nu știu ce să cred între Phanteks și Kia, de plus Kia. Nu știu, să am încredere în nu știu dacă să am încredere în cei de la Ok, aparent iar GG, vorba despre aici pior GG. Lumea întreabă pentru 2 ori, nu știu de ce.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the post-game breakdown of our previous game, Gen G versus Weibo. GB, describe it in 5 words or less.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that's 6 because I said 5 2 times.
That was a really bad gag.
Yep. You tried.
It's when you said use 5
Vreau
words,
că o
my brain already goes into, I
2.
don't know, nothing. But that game was a roller coaster, and that was tense, as we said.
They got outscaled!
Well, they didn't have any, pick potential with that draft.
It's sad,
kinda hard
it's
to
sad.
engage.
But hey, it's time for something really, really special. We've got a double feature up in our cinema. We're going to watch, I think, 2 amazing movies that are incredibly back and forth. We're going to start with Phanteks versus D plus Kia, and then we're going into TL versus LNG. I mean, in terms of kind of storytelling, impossible passion and back and forth and chaos.
It has it all.
It should.
Absolute cinema, believe in the show.
Yeah.
And GB, you know this, like, both of these teams, you've lived it, especially from Phanteks' side.
I mean, definitely left side, we've felt that multiple times before. I mean, I already love this because the Twitter slogan the teams are going for as well. So I think this not only reflects what they want to prove here at the World Championship, but it also kind of reflects their play style. From Phanteks, it is absolute cinema. It's back and forth. It's a plot line you're not expecting. And I remember seeing the PGBs we had from the G2 series as well, if you remember back to summer finals, not season finals, but also a little bit, but summer finals specifically with
for people that have missed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a tragedy. This is Fnatic's second seed. The LEC second seed, that was a bad intro. I said it was a tragedy. This is LEC second seed. Fnatic, Oscar Renan, Razork, Humanoid, Noah, and June. And we will talk a little bit more about kind of what our issues were with Fnatic, I feel like, this year, but we will also introduce LCK's third seed in D plus Kia with King and Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Moham. And I think our trepidation comes from the fact that if Fnatic was 10% better in the entire year, they probably would have won one of the titles that they were in contention for. But in crucial games, they couldn't drive it home. And I feel like the same thing goes for D plus Kia in some of their games?
It's one of those things. I mean, you can see it on your screen right here that if you can't finish a game domestically, you have a lot of question marks when you start going into the international stage. Because when you play against the best teams, they know how to salvage a bad early game and make sure you can win through great macro of... What are you doing with that? Great macro through mid to late game. But one of the things that you don't believe in suddenly is when there's a team that starts throwing these things. You need to be able to know how to close out a game when you're playing against the best of the best.
Yeah, and it's a frustrating one.
And that's the thing, like, you've already talked about it from Fnatic's side, how unpredictable they can be, because they can get that early game lead, but everything else is a movie. Like, for me, watching in North America, I don't know what I can get out of a Fnatic versus G2 or Fnatic versus anyone for that matter. And for DK Plus, like
D plus Kia.
Yeah. it's a process for me. My brain's not working properly. But for D Plus, the thing for them is the same kind of storytelling. Yeah. They have incredible individual players. For me, Lucid has been so fun to watch. And, you know, Showmaker is as much of a playmaker as you can get. But then the leads they have, you just can't expect them to hold it.
No, that's the thing, because that one has kind of been the team in the LCK as well, where it's fallen apart in that mid to late game session. They've had some oopsies as well, where they're kind of just crab walking around, looking at their opponent, then we start a fight, oh, maybe it wasn't the best.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of fans coming into this game who's going to feel like Fnatic is going to get completely dumpstered. And they're definitely coming in as underdog against D+ for sure. But it's one of those things where D+ is not a perfect team either. They're a team that also has had some issues with the meta as it currently was at the LCK domestically. I think the hope for a lot of LCK fans, though, is that they are going to be more comfortable coming into the mid lane meta that's now happening with Lucid, who's already been a great jungler surrounding Showmaker too. The 2v2 from the mid lane is going to be what I'm having my eyes on today, because I think it's going to be defining the series.
It absolutely is. I mean, I think Bob has something to say about it, but you did mention the meta, and we have to talk about Showmaker being back at Worlds, and the fact that he had a pretty miserable time in the ADC meta, right? The return to kind of what he is known for could be a big deal.
He literally named his account Syndra. Like, he is ready for it, and you can already see both these teams are ready for it, walking on the stage as we speak. Hell yeah.
Let's watch the movie.
Boys, here we are for the cinema, for the show, movie stuff. Fnatic fans already loud. Nightshare taken to the stage. They look to defend on their home turf up against DK. And no, not Donkey Kong, D+ Kia. Although they're also here to kick some tail.
I feel like you've been working on that.
I looked at the lyrics to the Donkey Kong rap. I was going to quote it more, but I was like, I don't know if this is the best.
I mean, this is the game I'm genuinely been the most excited about, which worries me a bit because I'm like, have I overhyped it? Because the expectation surrounding this is
would it be a movie if someone hadn't overhyped it?
Yeah,
would it be cinema?
That's true. It's a situation where you've got two teams that have incredible
fanaticul de cau. Haideți să facem prezicerea.
But their macro is lacking. It results in messy bans, crazy side lanes, flip-flop dives. It's all sorts of chaos. And we think back to the summer season ending for Fnatic. They didn't get a single win against G2, and they definitely probably should have won that series. In contrast to D+ Kia, who recently had a nail-biter best of 5 against T1, and it was a spectacle, for sure. It was certainly. So that's the impression that people have of both of these organizations.
Acum sperăm că Fnatic o să
câștige. I'm excited to see what, for the purpose of entertainment, I hope they haven't improved at all. But obviously, but obviously we want to see these teams get better. We want to see them adapting to the meta more, with mages returning into the mid lane. Obviously the previous game was not a great indicator of that, and we're hoping that that doesn't set any precedent for the rest of the tournament.
And look, all I'm going to say is, I feel like the best version of both these teams has just been riding that mid jungle 2v2.
Oh yeah.
To closing out the game. And that doesn't always been the cleanest version, but like, you look at Showmaker Lucid, I feel like Lucid's just ready to go. Showmaker's ready to go. And it's a similar story.
Cărăm Fnatic câștigă, luăm punctele și după aia ne băgăm și noi la gaming-ul ăla puternic.
Still, when Razork and Humanoid are working together to build these massive leads, and have to see if that's what the strategy they're going to go for today is.
Now, naturally, the big elephant in the room is the contrast between the two AD carries. With Noah having struggling performances internationally, with and aiming looking incredible across the LCK summer season. He is a large part of why D plus Kia were even as in contention for those top spots. He's had so many solo carry performances.
Dar cred că noi sfârșit de lume dacă pierd acum de cau. Deca presupun că o să mai fie câteva meciuri. După aia se decide cine ajunge până în semifinală, finală.
Very defined by momentum for so much of this year, right? When they're in a good mood and in a good headspace, you can tell they play much better with much more confidence. So the importance of this first one, and it's not a series. We have to play again tomorrow, and both these teams looking to start off 1-0. We're going to face the other 1-0 teams, get a bit of a lead early on. Falling down can be devastating. All it takes is a single upset when you're in that 0-1 bracket to be putting you in best of 3 elimination territory. For now, Vi, Ziggs, Orianna all banned away. Vi, you know, against Lucid, you gotta respect it. This man likes to go and gank. And I mean, Vi, the best champion to do so.
His two most played across his career, at least in Vi, right? And we've seen how effective Vi can be in the meta. The Aurora ban going to come through from Fnatic on the blue side. A little telling, but perhaps they don't want to prioritize the more comfortable playing it. The respect being shown towards Razork with the Ivern taken away. How will D plus Kia round things out on their sides? Skarner still available. Ashe still available. Ezreal is something we've seen Noah lean on a lot, especially when he's looking to try and play more on the weak side, and Fnatic have more of a mid focus, depending on what this mage priority is. It's going to be the Smolder removal. They saw the impact that it had in the previous game from Gen G and said, you know what, we don't want to give Humanoid that possibility. And the Yone blind pick coming in from Fnatic. Is this a potential flex pick? We don't typically see it from Oscar. We did see a few games of it from Humanoid throughout the season finals.
Yeah, and it was one of the big improvement points for Fnatic, was that for a while I felt like Humanoid wasn't the most comfortable on AD champions, had very few options compared to the rest of the league, but had a fantastic glow up on the Yone. Now going to be the prioritized first pick. Obviously a champion that everyone has high expectations of, but picking it early does mean giving
Mai arăt meciul ăsta și după aia ne jucăm noi. Vrem și noi platina aia. Dacă nu chiar și mai bine.
Right now, D plus Kia just flowing through some of the hovers. This Yone pick is definitely interesting for them to want to first pick it. Is a surprise. The Gnar blind going to come through from D plus Kia. Now we know Oscar, he's no stranger to the Camille. It's a question of whether or not that's the direction they're thinking about. You're going to need some AP to come through somewhere for Fnatic. With Ziggs removed, it's unlikely to come from the bot lane, which means that it needs to come in from the jungle or the top lane. And it's going to be the Zyra. So we talked about adaptation to the meta. Fnatic sticking to a meta that was very familiar to them domestically. The Zyra was something that we haven't seen so far at the World Championship, but Razork saying, I think it's still good. And they've built themselves a strong top side. There's the hover from Showmaker.
Showmaker.
I think this matchup is really good for the Syndra, by the way.
It's interesting because before he came to EUS solo queue and named himself Syndra, he had an interview with Horizon Esports with Ashley where he said, actually, I think it's only good in like a couple circumstances and it's not that great. The E cooldown sucks. It's like really niche. Which kind of, but I'm not sure because that interview was so old if he has changed his mind and it's just like a jam Syndra all the time situation, or if, you know, which is the true version of Showmaker.
I mean, we have to acknowledge at some point that Orianna is definitely clearly higher on the priority list and Syndra's definitely fallen to the wayside in contrast to what our initial expectations were coming into the tournament. With the Ezreal locked in, this is still a flex pick possibility for both Showmaker and aiming. More likely going in the direction of aiming, but we'll have to wait and see as the Ashe ban now comes through from the side of D plus Kia.
And Showmaker, a guy who was vocal about not being super comfortable in the double AD meta, AD with an AP jungle. Also didn't fit Lucid, I think, the best, a guy who likes to be on these much more proactive playmakers. So would be a shame for him to come in on a new patch, in a new tournament, and have to go right back to ADs in the mid lane. We'll see, though, what they want to go for as Ash, Kalista, both the more lane-dominant options taken away.
Probably the ban now for, oh, Leona. So Fnatic is looking at something like a Jhin Rel, probably. Maybe they're not enthusiastic about the Jhin going up against the Skarner. I wonder if they would consider something like a Jinx, but they need a way to start fights. We've already seen what can happen if you don't have that engage, and so far DPLSK aren't really lacking on that front with the Skarner and the Nara available. They could lock in the Rel for themselves.
Ok, avem LeBlanc. LeBlanc pentru mid.
He was able to have pretty significant impact on it in the game 5 against T1 to even qualify for the World Championship. It's a favorite of his and something that he is very well respected for. We'll see what he's able to do up against Humanoid on this Yone. QUASAR and Jhin are the two hovers right now for Fnatic. We talked about how just versatile and how much the Rel makes sense. You've got to remember, though, that's an Ezreal and a LeBlanc, a lot of mobility. Maybe a Norlis with a little bit more lockdown would have made more sense, but instead they want this big AoE engage. They want that reliable way to start the fights, and it looks like they're going to pair that up with the QUASAR.
QUASAR, interesting. Obviously, really good matchup into the Ezreal. Can't get in, but instead, Jhin.
They're debating, flexing between the two.
I mean, it's tough because you have so much upfront damage on this team that Jhin will feel really good if he can stay far enough out of position, if he can find access into the fights, but the QUASAR is much safer as we
Și
get later in the
avem
game.
un
So
pic
instead,
de
QUASAR going to
QUASAR.
be the option here.
Asta o să fie un meci interesant, la ăsta trebuie să-l văd.
AP itemization choice.
Mai ales eu, jucător de QUASAR, trebuie să-l vedem.
They definitely are. There's a lot of dive on the side of Fnatic, and Braum can just make their lives miserable. That's exactly what it's going to do. Paired up nicely with the Ezreal. It's a very safe defensive bot lane 2 versus 2. The idea behind picking QUASAR into Ezreal is that you can have a relatively easy laning phase to allow the QUASAR to scale
Ok,
up.
aparent avem Zaira, junglă.
The problem points are going to be this mid lane matchup. LeBlanc versus Yone in the early game. LeBlanc is going to be able to have a lot of pressure. The side lane threat is going to get a little bit easier as Yone gets more items, especially once you're 3 on Yone. You become this monster side laner that really very few champions in the game can contest. But with this beefy front line on the side of D+Kia in the Skarner and the Braum, this feels like a very difficult wall that Fnatic are going to struggle to break through.
Certainly, and I'm also concerned that if we end up in a situation where DK find an early mid-jungle advantage, Razer is going to be the one who suffers, because while Zyra packs a punch, most certainly very vulnerable to that Skarner LeBlanc. A single piece of CC hits her and very likely to get taken off the rift.
And
that said, early game.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say early game, I just think the thing that we have to keep our eyes on, right? We talk so much about mid-jungle, now it's time to see if that's going to be the name of the game or if teams are going to put their focus elsewhere.
And I want to remind viewers at home that even though we've talked about and our expectations are that we're looking for a chaotic game between these two teams, D+Kia are still the favorites coming into this matchup, right? The reality is that domestically, they still just smash teams that are worse than them. And this is going to be the test for Fnatic.
What are you saying?
Where on the totem pole do you fall
Certainly.
in the context of the LCK? And I'm looking forward. EU versus the LCK. EU started off rough up against BLG to start off the day.
Right now, the LPL has one up on us. Will the LCK also have one up on the LEC?
Let's find out. We're jumping into game. It's game 4 of the day. Fnatic versus D+Kia. I'm excited. You should be excited as well. I'm hoping we get a lot of brawls, a lot of fighting. Both teams making their way out onto the rift, and already D+Kia making their presence known in the Fnatic bot side jungle.
And I like this. Overall, early contest on the Raptor spawn, knowing that Braum gives them the much stronger level 1. Can just get really aggressive, because what are Fnatic going to do level 1? QUASAR level 1? Yone level 1? Hard for them to stop DK from wandering in. No wards placed, however. Instead, just retreating to defend their own side of the map.
They started with 2 sweepers. Pings have come down from the side of Fnatic. Kingan's going to run face first into Oscar, or not. He's going to take the safe way around. A lot of pings.
Saw a moment ago at the top of your screen. The global power rankings powered by AWS. Fnatic at 13th, DK at 7th coming in here.
And here comes the lane swap through from Fnatic. Gonna play it safe. Already jungle and support. Well, I say that, jungle and top lane are paired up. Razer gonna start alone. Support gonna go into the mid lane, as you would expect. Top lane to the top. I feel like a broken record as I've now explained this every single game, but I'm going to keep explaining because if you just tuned in, expectations definitely interesting from the players' side.
Yeah, and Razer coming in with a lot of confidence when he spoke to Ashley at Horizon earlier. A medium amount of confidence. I think it might be a really Fiesta game. I'm not sure. We need to see. We're a new Fnatic. Hopefully we don't throw leads. And then he said, hopefully one more time. Which undermined, I think, a little bit the sentiment he was trying to say. But Fnatic aware of their own chaotic team, aware of some of the struggles that they've had. And I think it is a similar story for DK, D plus Kia on the opposite side. As we've now got the 2v2 mid setup. Oscar and Noah trying to do damage, but again, you can see what 85% fortification looks like. Those autos do not do damage to that tower.
What's crucial here is because Jun has been pushed underneath this tower, he's been denied the level 2. He's still one creep off it, I think, and Moham has access here. Gonna be playing a bit of spoiler. Jun saying if I can just get to the tower, 1 minion dies, I get level 2, the TP can come in from Oscar, he can catch that wave, we're chilling.
It's really awkward though because his aftershock was procced by him hitting the blast cone, I believe, onto Moham.
And here comes the TP.
Which means if anyone hits him, he is likely dead, but Oscar is here. Fury
He's going to tick over to level 3 off of this.
He's taking his time, waits to Q until he knows he's got it.
Jun is being denied so much XP. Here comes the dive.
Mark's there, concussive blows, making this dive easy as Oscar tries to make it out safety. Knock back into the wall is big. Ishtal's edge. Oscar still standing for now, though. King debating if he wants to go any bit further. The redive should just come through. Oscar needs a bit more time before he gets the Cold to Meek back. Jun trying to body block, but the boomerang still there. Q flash, not going to do much of anything, and Jun now in trouble. They tried to outplay him, but they're getting taken down in the end. A clean bot side dive from D plus Kia.
Great patience from D plus Kia and good management of the aggro from the tower as well. Razok does finally arrive, but it's too late. No TP available for Oscar. Kingen gets 2 assists, 1 kill, goes over to aiming as well. And D plus Kia are just setting themselves up nicely to start off this game.
That's about as good as you can hope of a start. Not only are you the team not swapping, so it's easier for you to take plates, but you're able to make this dive happen.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage off onto Oscar to start off the play. Aiming does take tower aggro at the very end, but he's able to disengage. And then like, you see a nice little hop hit from Kingen. And combined with aiming, they're able to deal enough damage. And
Ok, am apucat să vedem pe replay.
Yeah, just very well played. They did their
El a făcut de Amen de la cei de la DK.
Back in standard lane matchups, but with D plus Kia having advantages across the board.
Noah and Jun got away from the first few levels of the lane at the very least, but
Vedem că cei de la DK au un avantaj de 2 kill-uri plus gold.
Early itemization, at least forcing Ezreal away from more combat stats. It's not too much of a discrepancy in the 1v1, although he will be able to spam a lot more Qs. Need to keep our eyes as well on mid lane. Hero and Fnatic prioritizing this Yone very highly, but obviously partially due to the lane swap in the 2v2, as well as a difficult lane matchup. We just haven't seen anything from it quite yet. He's down flash and down TP, which is going to make things pretty difficult.
Yeah, Shark's made an interesting point where Humanoid as a player is branded as someone. This game will be a big test for him as well. Like, so far he started off the lane pretty well. You can see there's a stacked wave that he's going to have to catch underneath this tower as D plus Kia already going to secure that dragon.
Am avut o cădere de câteva secunde. Nu știu ce s-a întâmplat acolo, dar sperăm că totul este în regulă. Am văzut acum în ODS că au picat stremul pentru câteva secunde.
To see what these lanes look like once level 6s start to come through. Showmaker just getting his. Kingen pretty behind in terms of XP. Oscar going to get to a much faster level 6, but I imagine it'll be pretty difficult for him to leverage that spike unless Kingen oversteps here.
Humanoid going to commit to a base here.
Ok, vedem că Gnar nu vrea să lase pe Renekton să dea bază. Avem Zaira care vine să facă contest la Voigrad.
The downside of kind of going for that gamble is that it's easy for Razork to walk in and take 2 away, but frankly probably shouldn't have been able to get any of them, so an aggressive choice, but does at least pay off a little bit.
Notice though that while all the chaos has been happening in the early game and D plus Kia have been able to find these advantages, Razork's level 6.
Vedem că Batem a făcut switch pe topul acum Renekton va pleca pe Batem, iar Kaisa cu Rel se vor duce pe top pentru a câștiga niște gold în plus.
The idea was here you swap and then be in a position to secure the grubs, but because Lucid already started them, they're not really able to do that. The swap is going to be matched. And Aiming, after securing that first kill, already finds himself with about a 400 gold lead, and the Sheen already secured.
Sheen going to make a lot of these trades much more favorable. But overall, no objective on the map to play for at this stage. 7 minutes in, both Grubs and Dragon off the board means that see what Fnatic want to do with their top side pressure and if they can sustain it. Mid lane's still very much in favor of Showmaker in terms of the overall push. We'll get a bit better for Humanoid as he gets more attack speed and more magic resist, but for now, LeBlanc still very much running the show. Oscar able to push in King in, but you can see Lucid there to support, ready to punish if Oscar overcommits.
And so far, nothing too crazy outside of that initial dive. Glacier did a really good job of, you know, reacting to the lane swap as you're supposed to. Ultimately, when you get to that point of the dive, it all comes down to execution, and they were able to out-execute that of Fnatic. And in terms of the early objectives, though, it's pretty even. Lucid now with the level 6 himself as full clears continue to come across the board. Jun is clearing out a bit of vision on the top side as Showmaker gets a very nice trade. You're seeing in this early game how favorable it is.
Gets the flash out.
Multe ratate de humanoid.
Showmaker, the clone is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time. Razer throwing down the ultimate, but hand delivered. Lucid bringing Jun back under the tower to punish.
Really nice outplay from the mid jungle of Glacier. Ultimately, it was a bit of an overcommitment. Fnatic were a bit disconnected on the play because Razer couldn't quite get in range in time. He wasn't able to land that ultimate or that final Q onto Showmaker. They didn't have damage. Because Jun was pulled underneath the tower, and the chains connected as well, the tower shots were enough to trade back the kill.
And what's frustrating there is that while Jun was there for the play, that was a 2v3 where Fnatic had more members, and you can see now the price of that play is that Aiming and Moham just get 2 plates uncontested as Noah is forced under tower. He's going to need to reset soon, only half his life bar remaining.
2 kills now for Lucid. This gun is going to become a very serious problem with the rate that he's being accelerated. Pushing the top side for the bot lane of DK as they secure themselves a few more plates.
Lucid coming, can go through the wall. They don't really have good vision coverage. We'll know he's coming as soon as he uses the Ishtal's edge. Shouldn't know a step up here at all. They'll be in trouble, but Razer is there to cover, crucially.
Slowly but surely, DK are just building lead after lead. They're just finding these small opportunities. The lanes are going their way as well. The farm is just slowly starting to build up in their favor. And again, like, it comes back to what we talked about in the regular season. DK, because they just have strong individuals, they are just good at building leads.
Avem un avantaj destul de mare pentru cei de la DEC.
They're not strangers to. It's the big game where sometimes we see some questionable decisions, so to find themselves with a lead like this shouldn't come as a surprise. Ultimately, it's going to come down to their execution once they start moving out of the laning phase, when they start setting up around these barons, playing for the neutral objectives, and how well Fnatic can respond. Because truthfully, Fnatic's macro has been one of the biggest question marks to them throughout the year.
Definitely has. It can always be difficult when they fall behind. Noah has finished the static, so we'll be able to at least match a bit more the wave clear that Aiming can bring to the table with his ultimate. DK setting up for their second Drake in a much better position to do so, but it will at least this time be a trade as Fnatic are already on the top side, focusing down those grubs for the threshold again that really matters, and they'll be able to grab it. The question is, can they actually find advantages enough in these lanes to leverage that grub buff? The good news, Noah already top lane, already pushing, will force the TP out from Showmaker, but he needs to be careful. Showmaker has the tools to chase him down.
Now, I will acknowledge that I haven't been keeping track of the top laners because rarely do you in a Renekton versus Nah matchup. Hang on, Lucid.
Lucid going in, has already locked up Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get out to safety. The ulti, though, hits a target, means he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ignite still there, Lucid! Snipes him down with a rock.
You thought it would be Aiming that finds the Q connect, but by Jun blocking that projectile, he couldn't block the projectile from Lucid. A nice angle comes in from the D+Kia jungler, and he's gonna put 3 on the board. 4-0 now, the kill score in favor of DK.
Nice snipe there to finish. And good positioning as well to make sure that Humanoid could not use that ultimate to get out for free. DK now transitioning that pressure topside. Showmaker already pushing in. And this is such a comfort zone for DK. Lucid, Showmaker having those individual leads now, extending their reach across the map. Razork is there trying to punish, but they don't really have a whole lot of follow-up damage. Humanoid now on the way, and he needs to get that Q3 ready to go. Razork still alive, standing behind the blue buff. Showmaker trying to finish off the first kill, and he'll do so successfully. Lucid gets a quick ulti off. Blast Cone is going to take him to safety. Oscar and desperate to get in here and get something back. Noah on the chase. Razork as well. Oscar, nice stun. Not sure if he has the Slice Dice cooldown yet. Guess is correct on which one's the real Showmaker. Root is there, and Showmaker will just dash out to safety. 5 kills.
Are they really not going to get anything?
Is he going to get the execute? Jun?
He actually gets the execute. That's 0 kills for Fnatic. Wow, I can't believe that's how it played out. DK, they're able to get the kill onto Jun.
Aparent cei de la G+C joacă o leacă băieți de la Fnatic.
3K now the gold lead in the early game, and Fnatic are very quickly falling apart.
Aiming is just in the face of Noah and Jun 2v1ing. Completely unafraid. Humanoid will catch a wave on the bottom side. Hasn't even completed an item yet, but this is a terrifying position. Only Noah and Razork have completed an item thus far. You've got Triforce, Ludens, Heartsteel on the 3 middle members of DK. It's going to be really tough for them to contest anything, and it's a minute away from that Herald.
I mean, they are just being rooted in the early game by just Lucid's presence being everywhere on the map. He's been involved in every single kill that DK have been able to find for themselves. They have a 2.5k gold lead, and it's just evenly spread across the map. Even the Braum has a 600 gold lead.
I don't think that one's important.
That one's less important, obviously, but Kingen, he is a full level down. I wasn't keeping track of how he ended up falling so far behind, but ultimately, he's still gonna have value and relevance with these fights coming up. And also, we already talked about it, Renekton up against a Braum is gonna be very difficult to play, especially with how much strong Lucid is. This front line is gonna be so difficult for Fnatic to find their way past.
And concussive blows, Braum's passive is just so difficult.
Aparent Fnatic cam rămân ușor în urmă.
Around auto attacks, you will eventually get stunned no matter what you do. As Humanoid
Jungla lor având un avantaj de 3 kill-uri.
try to set up some control on the bottom side of the map, but you can see in the mid lane, Noah slowly getting pushed in, aiming with a pretty clear range advantage, which makes it easy for him to get first pushes. Jun and Razork debating if they want to go for a play here. Some resources burned on a Mohan. Is that now Noah trying to start things off with aiming, but there is Lucid waiting, trying to hand deliver. Noah flashing over to get the kill, at least gets the 1-for-1.
Wow, a heavy commitment from Noah as he does end up trading 1-for-1 in the mid lane. And Lucid not been there, maybe it could have gone more favorably for him. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Kingen getting zoned away from his tower as Showmaker finding advantages for himself on the top side, pushing Oscar in and out of the lane. But the Herald still going to go in the way, go in favor, sorry, of D+K.
Vedem pe lane economy. Cei de la D+K au avantaj destul de mare peste tot.
Oscar in and getting something back, but again, getting impact out of this Renekton. It looks like it will be Stridebreaker. It's going to be tough. Hopefully he'll be able to stick to those targets as okay, just continue that topside threat. You only have 1 grub, but still putting so much pressure down.
I think when it comes to expectations,
Aparent Oscorin trebuie să renunțe la turnul de top.
and we talked about how, while they can be a chaotic team, so far, this game has largely been very clean.
And look, we talked to Chronicler, and the thing
Bă,
Chronicler
nu vreau
says,
să critic eu prea
if
mult.
you want to understand if
Adică
DK are winning
nu
the game, the most
sunt eu
common
player
version
de
is
challenger
mid-jungle
sau
2v2
am
domination.
jucat în
And
competiții sau așa mai departe,
basically been
dar
the game so far. Is take a look
băieții
back
mei
at
cam
this
parcă
sequence. Was a pick on side. This was during the Noah 1v1.
dau troll la
Humanoid
meci.
was at least able to grab that kill on a Mohan.
A valuable and much needed kill as well as Fnatic continue to fall further and further behind. They set their sights on the
băieții
mid
de la
lane.
Fnatic
Razork
cam
getting zoned out. Razork has
vor
to
să
flash.
piardă
Showmaker now
meciul.
chasing. A little bit of damage back from Razork.
Misses the chains, which means that Razork just barely gets away with his life, but the mid tower still goes down. Humanoid secures the top tier 1, but DK, they're not going to slow down here. They still have the Herald, and they want to put some pressure down onto this tier 2, especially given that Razork zoned
Jun
away right
behind,
now.
But they don't have any damage. I think that's just a bit of a fake trying to get DK to back off. They'll take their time. Aiming will knock down the tower.
And now with the push in bot, they can smoothly rotate over to
Sperăm
the Dragon.
ca
This is going to be the third one of the game.
Humanoid
Humanoid is going to try and keep his
să
pressure into the top
ia
lane.
tier
Kingen
2
commits
de
the
pe
TP to try
top.
and stop him.
Knock up there from Humanoid, well timed on the TP. Now TP's more coming in from Fnatic. It's going to be 2v2 on the top side. Oscar is here as well. They're trying to lock up Showmaker, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Oscar taking the tower, but he just gets
Tureta,
deleted.
tureta,
Now Humanoid is
tureta,
going to try to
băieți.
get Showmaker, but he can't get anything done. Mohammed to interrupt. Oh, that's not good for Fnatic. Q3 back at the very least. gets a kill, but they can't finish off Showmaker. The tier 2 at least will drop, and the dragon falls. In the meantime, it's chaos.
Yes, Dracos, yes it is. This is what we've come to expect from Fnatic. They know that they're not in a position to contest the dragon, so instead they go for the cross map. Once Showmaker TP's in to help defend that top tower, it's a 2v2, but Fnatic just overforce. They're convinced that they're able to one-shot Showmaker, but they just don't quite have the damage. Instead, Oscar loses his life. They still are able to kill Kingen because Razork and Jun are able to make their way up towards the top side. Ultimately, they get the top tower, but they still find themselves about 2.5, nearly 3k cooldown.
Well, now DK are on Soul Point.
Yes.
Which is very terrifying.
We're not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, against LeBlanc and Ezreal, also double scary. As aiming continues to be relatively unfazed in the mid lane. Noah did find that all in, but it was still very close even without, Lucid getting involved. See what the setup on the next objective is going to look like. 2 minutes. Tell that Baron. Can't imagine that either team is going to rush for it. And Oscar just shepherding in this bot lane wave.
Mi-am pus foarte mult speranță în cei de la Fnatic, dar văd că ușor încep să o dea în bară.
Ready to try and punish him. Blast cone over, dash in, immediate dash back, and they're just dancing around each other. Lucid there to support in case Showmaker wants to go in for another trade.
Blade is a huge spike for Yone. The thing is, Lucid is here to cover with Moham right behind him. Humanoid alone won't be enough to look for any type of play against all these players. But Lucid with continuing his strong jungle coverage. Sure, he's behind in farm, but in terms of impact on the map, he has just been absolutely everywhere. Stealing away this Gromp, knows he should be safe to do so as Showmaker continues to push in that top wave. Yeah, Oscar's found a nice push in bot, but that level lead that he had earlier has completely disappeared. Is Kingen gonna catch that?
And if we just take a look at the vision that Fnatic have, it's almost nothing. You can see question mark pings out a little bit on the bottom side. They know Showmaker is here, they assume Lucid is here, but they don't really have that concrete information. So Humanoid really can't push much further than this until his team is here to support and clear out some of that vision, push out some of these waves alongside him. DK just lingering, lurking in the fog, ready to try and find these picks.
Has to be careful as Lucid spots out Jun. This dragon is going to be extremely important for Fnatic. They're going to have to find a way to gain some control. Of course, it's still 2.5 minutes away. Baron's going to be the first objective spawn, but I'd be surprised if DK try and force that one. They can set up for the bot tier 2. They have a wave on its way. Keep mid pushed in, have Showmaker go top. He doesn't have TP available at the moment, but Yone's in a similar boat. Humanoid overstaying on the top side of the map. Maybe he's going to look for a play. But I think the smarter decision is to recall, spend what gold you can.
I will say this 2-item spike for Razork can be very devastating in fights. LianLi's absolutely disgusting item on the Zyra. Certainly simplifies a lot of the CC for the side of Fnatic, makes it easier for Humanoid to follow up. Maybe that is something they can leverage to try to find a better or more favorable fight. Baron's now on the board. DK with really solid topside control, strong side laners as well.
I mean, this Ezreal is spiking so hard right now as well. That's one of the most concerning things. I think Noah's still quite a ways away from the Rage Blade.
And it's really tough to play this one out because even if you do get that Rage Blade, right, Moham is there, and you're in such a lead for the side of DK that he really can just save that Unbreakable for when Noah does decide to go in, or Razork tries to burn all those cooldowns. 2 items for Yone is a big break point. Stridebreaker is an incredibly strong item on this patch. Maybe that is enough, but so far this game, DK have really just been running the show, and Fnatic have not been able to find a fight that's very favorable for them at all.
Right now, Fnatic are prioritizing enabling Humanoid to farm on a side lane, which on the one hand is fine, but Dragon's a minute away. You've got to be shifting your perspective towards that objective. You cannot afford to give Soul over towards a LeBlanc and an Ezreal. Their poke damage is just too much. I'm sure Humanoid is desperate to get enough gold to complete his second item. You can see the Rage Blade now finish for Noah, which is a good upgrade.
Humanoid can get the item, complete the Stridebreaker before the fight. They're essentially on even footing in terms of item completions.
Exactly.
That is what matters. Item completions, ultis, XP relatively close. This would be the closest fight that Fnatic have had access to all game, but they also need to get set up.
And they have no setup right now.
But they do have items.
True. Okay, is that the Stridebreaker completed?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is what they were waiting for. They're now going to be...
Aparent cei de la de Prostia fac presiune cam mari asupra celor de la Fnatic.
They were always going to be at a disadvantage. They had to choose between setup or itemization. They chose setup. So fighting through this choke point will be tricky, especially with Showmaker just lingering, constantly harassing. Fnatic moving in, observers showing us the vision. They see really nothing. Razork needs to be ready to go over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. Remember, this is sole point for the side of DK. Lucid still in the area.
Ok, vedem Oscarina acolo.
A crucial steal. The rest of the team now just getting out. They got what they came for.
Și Dragon a fost furat de cei de la Fnatic.
They do not want any other part of this fight.
They don't want to overstay their welcome. It looks like that the title of Jungle Steel King still holds true for Razork domestically.
Iteme dacă aveți bani, revenim înapoi pe lane.
They recognize what they can still do on the map. Good chip
Ca să
damage
putem
onto
fi
this tier 2 in
puternici
the bot lane.
împotriva lor, nu?
Can't afford to overextend here as the rest of D plus Kia are shifting their attention towards the top side river. They still have Smite available on Lucid, and they're just not starting the objective, but they're putting that pressure down onto Fnatic, forcing them to overstay a little bit, giving DK the opportunity to reset and get back out onto the map.
And it's good that we're early in the game for the side of Fnatic because Oscar showing on the bot wave at the same time as Humanoid could have been really rough.
Hai băieți, încercăm să punem o leac de presiune pe ei.
DK not really in a strong enough position to burn through that health bar quickly. Would take quite a lot of time, and both TPs are available for the Fnatic solo laners. So, all things considered, across the board, you know, DK, yes, they're still on sole point, but not too much more advantage. Their 2K gold lead is very spread out, really aiming the only one with a significant individual lead, and this has turned into a pretty close game, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Fnatic is the lead hasn't grown bigger, right? DK haven't successfully been able to convert it into any additional objectives outside of the ones that they were able to secure in the early game. They've done some good damage onto that bot tier 2, but ultimately they are still in a better position. Their mid tower still stands strong. It's not going to be an easy siege for them, especially with the low-range champions of Yone and Kai'Sa. So they're going to need to find a fight or some type of advantage in order to really knock that tower down. You'll see the DK are always first on that mid-wave as Humanoid going for a bit of a trade here.
Getting incredibly aggressive. Quick soul unbound right as the Mega Gnar comes through. Stops Kingen from using that Gnar if they do want to fight here, but again, there's no objective to fight for. Flash out from Kingen is nice. Slow there from the Rylai's means Lucid can't really approach. They're being herded into the bottom side, and meanwhile on the top lane you've got Showmaker pushing that tower. Oscar really cannot contest this LeBlanc.
Cannot. But it's an interesting dynamic where Kingen in the extended fight can't really contest Humanoid either. The great thing about this Yone is he does scale exceptionally well.
Pe ulti de Zreal acolo.
To deal with in the side lane. He's got a decent amount of HP now as well, thanks to the stride breaker.
Frumos reset.
The dash on the Q3, the ability
Ne
to
întoarcem că
mitigate
vedem
so
că
much CC with the soul unbound.
nu vrea să facă nașor totul. Aparent doar după TF-ul ăla pot să-mi dau seama.
That's for sure, unless he fully commits everything.
Și cam toată lumea, eu consider că pe Kai'Sa cam astea sunt 3 iteme core. Îți faci frumos static shift-ul cu Guinso, papuci bineînțeles, după aia începi situațional, depinde de match-up-uri. Dacă ai multe CC-uri, dacă au Magic, dacă au AP, dacă au... Având în vedere că ei au Braum, au Skarner. Au și Gnar care devine cât de cât tank când se face mare. Practic ar trebui ceva și de dea damage cât mai mult posibil. Vedem că s-a răzgândit cei de la D plus Kia s-a răzgândit în legătură cu baronul. Vedem recall dat de Moham. Au niște nume, mă doare capul. Ok, aparent timing nu pușează fără minioni. Așteaptă minionii, dau pocuri, frumos.
This isn't safe enough. Instead, we're going to go back to base, set up for the dragon, spend what gold we can. Fnatic's in a similar position where they want to spend as much as they can.
Kingen chunked. does have the TP.
But the mid-wave control is just consistently in the favor of D plus Kia.
I mean, it's just so hard to step up against Ezreal, right? He just gets to hit the wave for free with Mystic Shot. You always have to put yourself in jeopardy if you're Noah to step into that wave when you don't have the team to support you. As Fnatic, again, find themselves in a position where they may have to fight through this choke point. Both teams sprinting towards that mid wave to try to get push, or at least set it to a neutral state. Bot wave in favor of Fnatic gives them an angle to play through, but you can see that control ward and the brush and the minimap at the bottom of your screen does mean that Kingen always has a TP flank angle. No rage, however. Meganar won't be available too quickly as Fnatic again trying to take away this objective. Lucid miles away. They just need to burn this down now. Well played from Fnatic. They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight, that's big. Now instantly the follow-up coming from
Vedem engage. Lion.
Snap back instantaneously, and that's the power of the pick. Noah goes in right after him. A perfect 1-2 punch to find the shutdown onto aiming.
Ok, vedem. Bun, un double kill făcut. Cred că de Kai'Sa aici.
The fight that they needed, they're able to find off the back of Humanoid with a great ultimate.
Fantastic engage. Jun and Humanoid together. Noah following now, though. They're trying to up the pace of the game. This is where it starts to get messy. Showmaker, can they turn this one back to the power of the Yone? And this fight is huge.
Bun, Fnatic se pare că își revin ușor, ușor.
The solo laners on the side of DK while his team finishes the objective. Flash back to safety. Showmaker wants to finish the job. Humanoid now in trouble. And the Baron still tearing through his team as Showmaker and Kingen. Look at them, circle them, try to find these angles. Jun coming over the wall. What is the call here? Fnatic desperate to finish this objective. Playing with fire, getting lower and lower. Baron taken by Razer. The Secure is there, but now Kingen going mega. Kingen trying to finish the job. Ezreal ult in the midst of it all. But now it's Noah versus Kingen, and Noah gets the fight.
This is the chaos we were waiting for. Absolute cinema delivering as Fnatic find the Baron. But what did it cost them? All 4 other members. Yone oversteps. Humanoid tries to go for 2v1 and he just
Ok, vedem aici o ultă foarte bună de-a lui Ezreal.
Into the wall along with the support. Oscar gets killed by the snipe. I think it was the Zyra that had enough burst to actually take out Showmaker at the very end there. And then Noah stays alive. The coaching staff is stressed. And that was a situation where I really think the Humanoid was feeling himself a little too much.
Aparent doar Kai'Sa are baronul. Momentul de față.
This is what we wanted.
Well, look back. That play will be very heavily decided by whether or not Fnatic win this game. If they win this game, you know, respect the Humanoid for having the gusto to go for it.
We didn't get a replay of the previous fight, but you have to give credit for Humanoid for finding that incredible ultimate at the bot side river, setting up the rest of
Ok,
Fnatic
vedem
for a
un
huge
Seekers
teamfight win.
aici pe Kai'Sa.
But this is the beauty of both these teams.
Vrem să fim foarte atenți la itemele de și le fac pe Kai'Sa. Vedem că majoritatea care au jucat Kai'Sa, cam ăsta e build-ul lor. Guinsoo, static, cu Nashor tot, papuci de attack speed și își fac și Seeker-ul.
Jun now in an awkward position as Humanoid continues to push in bot.
And this is kind of the range advantage we talked about, right? It's very easy.
Siguranță vrea să ducă în zone.
Showmaker might have to eat some damage on the way in to get it down, but still good work thus far. TP bot side, quick ulti from Humanoid, a bit of extra movement speed now coming in, knock back into the wall, Lucid. Should just be a quick kill pick up here.
Aparent aici, Humanoid nu a avut ce să facă. A încercat să scape cu ulta, dar a fost prea târziu pentru el.
The rest of his team is disengaging from mid and he walks through his bot side jungle. He pushes a wave that he shouldn't have pushed. And Humanoid needs to lock in for the sake of Fnatic because this Baron, even though they're able to secure it, all it ultimately does is neutralize the game. They're not able to convert it. They would have loved to be able to unlock this mid tower. It gives you so much more access into the enemy jungle. But instead, yes, that is what's happened.
All right, well, you can't say that it's not a banger. Whatever else you want to say about this game, it is a 300 gold Baron power play, Red Bull Baron power play, excuse me, which means they've lost about 1,100 gold since they got that Baron, which does make sense because everybody on their team died, except for Noah. They're now really just trying to leverage those last few seconds of Baron empowered minions to push in mid, but it doesn't work. Mid lane tier 1 is still up. Betty.
Yeah, it is.
You know what's good for Fnatic? Again, where this is the silver linings for Fnatic cast.
Like, just for context, D plus Gear is still winning.
Yeah. They're still great. If they, all it takes is one Drake to go in their favor and this game's over.
That was close.
And again, we have a situation where it looks very likely that DK are going to be first on objective setup.
Yes.
And Fnatic are going to have to walk through a choke, to try and contest. And while they've gotten the last 2 Drakes, again, every single one has the potential to be taken away by Lucid.
That's very scary observers showing how little Fnatic can really see. And that's a dangerous position to be in, so they're going to do the smart thing and gain access through mid. Oscar takes the dangerous path, doesn't get punished too much for it. Ooh, I say that Showmaker with great damage.
Kicking off to the side as well. If Fnatic can wait out the Mega without losing too much more HP, it's not a bad trade deal. This Humanoid keeps his eyes locked on this tower.
În sfârșit vedem Tyronul de pe mid dat jos. După 32 de minute de joc.
No deep wards really. Oh, there's one in the tri-brush at the bottom. It's being pinged.
The objective. Jun has no HP.
Showmaker is doing so much work in the river, forcing Fnatic to face check. This is exactly how you want to play.
Razer is about to just get one shot by Showmaker here. He's forced to throw down the ultimate. Will not get into the pit. That is Infernal Soul. And now this fight went from bad to worse. But instantly, they finally engage. They pull the trigger, and maybe it'll be enough. Lucid with an excellent ultimate to try to disrupt the fight. They're now trying to retreat. But again, Humanoid Noah together in the clutch. They may have lost the objective, but they find the angle. Kingen now chasing. Triple kill for Noah.
Ok, vedem triple kill dat de Kais aici. Ok, ce vrea să-și facă cu Rod of Ages. Ok, vedem Zonia. Zonia și vedem și un Void Staff.
So the TP comes in from Oscar. Look at the damage from Showmaker. Razzle can't get into the pit. The soul is secured. Jun on no HP goes in, gets a 3-man ulti connect. Noah immediately follows up. Humanoid follows up. They force aiming out of the fight. And while Razzle does fall, the chase comes through from Noah. He's able to get a snipe with the W. And he walks away with a triple kill. We talked about how coming into this game, eyes were going to be on the AD carry.
Petul ăla nu știa să râdă, să nu râdă. Showmaker. Așa trebuie să ne aducem mai întâi Showmaker.
So much damage, doing so much work in those moments, and you can see aiming. While he is strong, all things considered, in terms of itemization, it's so hard for him to play fights once any piece of CC hits. Once he's marked it all by Noah, he really just runs out of space.
Fnatic now find themselves staring down a soul. Of course, they're going to be feeling a lot more confident with more items coming through, nearly full build for Noah. The Baron spawning. It's Fnatic's first time really this whole game gaining vision control over DK's side of the map. Showmaker, oh my goodness, just look at the damage. The Baron being started by Phanteks.
This is very confident, but Humanoid and Oscar should shred through this quite quickly. Noah as well.
But Showmaker's damage is too scary.
Healing now coming in. They're forcing out the early ultimate. They managed to lock up Jun. The follow-up engage is still going to be there. Humanoid still finding multiple. The Baron taken down in the meantime. Showmaker doing so much work, but all of DK is grouped up into a death ball, looking to finish these kills. Noah goes golden. Noah trying to flash out. Blast Cone just knocks him straight into the air. However, as Humanoid gets picked off by Showmaker on the side. Jun taken out as well. It's a disaster for Fnatic as they're getting run down. Kingen flash forward, throws a boulder. The wall-up won't hit, but Showmaker certainly will. Razor taken out.
The Baron costs them everything. Oscar's the only member still alive. That was a massive overforce from Fnatic. And with these death timers and a wave push in mid, D+Kia may very well look to try and end the game right now.
A început să facă baronul.
But if he steps up at all, he dies.
15 seconds on Jun, 25 on Humanoids.
Aparent ăsta nu mă mai are ce să facă. E 1v5 în momentul de față. Că de ce să se sinucidă?
DK a bit back and forth there for a few moments, but they'll close this game out clean.
Close.
Just like that, the game is over.
Foarte close. Aparent, alte puncte care s-au dus, am crezut că poate va fi mai bine. Dar aparent n-am avut ce să facem acolo, ce să mai vedem. Așa că îi dăm și noi drumul la treabă. Ne facem și noi aici gameplay-ul nostru pentru a urca în rank, bineînțeles. Vrem split-ul ăsta neapărat să ajungem platină. Cam trist. Cam trist. Am avut speranța că poate fac ceva. N-am știut chiar la ce să mă aștept. Ops, cred că astea au fost un pic cam tare pentru voi. Bro, din păcate, COVID, please understand me, but I can't play Garen on bottom. It's a troll game if I do that. Most of the time I'm AD carry player.
Draven out.
But why do you want to see me how I play Garen? Yeah, okay, I will understand that it's fun, but like AD carry, I don't think it's fun because it's a troll game if I do that. And I'm very sure if I do that, I receive more reports. I want to make this pleasure for you. But I don't think it's nice to troll this game. Please understand me, but I don't want to troll this game. Okay, give me 1 second, please, to translate your message. Okay, so let me translate for you to be more easier. Here are the difference between the LoL League servers. I don't know what do you mean with that. What do you want to say with that? It's okay, but for me, this pick, like Garen AD carry, it's a troll pick, in my opinion. And I'm very sure if I do that, I receive report. Okay, I hope the support don't be a troll or something and let me to fight with two people. Ok, aparent Fena vrea să-și facă stack-uri cât mai multe pentru a da la o distanță mai mare. Am forțat acolo flash-ul. Ok, Zelian asta cam un pic îmi pune bețe în roate. Trebuie să-mi dau un reset aici cel mai bine. Ok, momentan trebuie să jucăm aleac defensiv, nu putem să... Speram că eco-ul ăla a înțeles mesajul. Ok, am forțat bariera.
An ally has been slain.
Informam pe băieții mei că lipsește Miss Fortune cu Sena. Probabil și-a dat un reset. Ok, s-au conectat pe MF. Aparent am reușit să scoatem pe Warwick-ul ăla. Warwick ne campează destul de mult. Topside 2 cu 1, jungla 4 cu 2, middle 2 cu 0. Aparent suntem cam în urmă cu farmul. Aparent cred că are probleme în junglă. Ai swapper, de ce nu-l folosesc? Mai scoatem și noi un Wardon. Aparent am pierdut și meciul acesta. Aveam un med care nu prea știe să joace, aparent. Ok, am salvat tureta de pe button, doar că iară suportul meu joacă pentru alte lane-uri. Aparent, suportul meu iar e suport red. Nu pot să spun nimic, nu. Încerc să mă abțin. Păi băieții mei, chiar nu se uită pe mapa aia e făcută ca să stea acolo degeaba. Nu știu de ce mai continuă meciul ăsta, sincer să fiu. Când medul meu are 2 cu 5, jungla are 0 cu 4. Eu n-ar trebui să stau aici singur. Decât dacă vine Warwick mă capțează. Topul-i pierdut, mid-ul-i pierdut, jungla-i pierdut. Suportul, pauză. Gata, mi-a revenit. Hai, fugiți după kill. Acum. Bro, băiatul meu 0 obiective au făcut în junglă. Băiatul meu 0 obiective are pe mapă. Zero obiective. Jungla mea joacă pentru echipa adversă, aparent. Păi, co-op, medul meu. Șase cu 1, 6 cu 1, 6 cu 1, medul meu, medul advers, 3 cu 8, medul meu, că de ce nu? Uite-lea că toată echipa mea în ce situație e. Veigar fuge după kill-uri. E incredibil așa ceva. Uite-lea la ei. No, dar n-am cu cine. N-am cu cine să mă joc. N-am efectiv, n-am cu cine. Efectiv, n-am. N-am echipă. Are 12 cu 2 jungla, 7 cu 1 midu, 4 cu 1 de chiriu, da? Kill-urile alea 4 nu le-au făcut de pe mine, normal. Am niște player, mai bine nu i-am. Mai bine mă jucam singur tot meciul. Măcar dădeam vina pe mine, am jucat. Oricum eu cam în fiecare meci în divizia asta de silver infectă. Silverul ăsta infectă unde dă tăți bustate. Și mai ales gold. Și băieții mei, ăsta au plecat din primele minute. M-au spus primele minute. Primele secunde el n-au jucat pentru mine. Lăsați-mă să farmez, că oricum sunteți banani umani. Bravo, Eco, mai bag tinei, așa, fii tâmpit până la capăt dacă tot ești. O lua baronul vine pe noi. Gata, retrăgeți-vă, dați-vă back. Nu luați fight-uri pe voi. Dar cine e Eco care se învârti? Băieții mei n-au nicio legătură cu jocul. N-am ce să mă joc. Și eu am impresia că câștigă meciul ăsta sau cum. Uite cum fac fight-uri ca tâmpiți. Uite-l ăleac, 0 cu 5 are. N-am pe cine să mă bazez în echipa asta. Efectiv, joc singurel. Am murit. Am murit că n-au pic de damage în echipa asta. N-am cu cine, 0-7 jungla, 4 cu 10 midu. GG băieți, bravo, jucați așa. Jucați că sunteți buni. GG. Ați fost extraordinari. Nu vă mai jucați. Lăsați așa. Demote to Silver 3. Normal. Pe când dă toți retardați în echipă. Normal. Așa se joacă. Bravo. Gold. El a fost gold. Uite-l pe Scorpion. O jucat și el 2 meciuri. O câștigat cu Veigar. Gata. El e bun de acum. Joacă Veigar. Gunoi uman. Ce ești? Ăsta-i Arang. Nu știu ce caută la mine în echipă. 0-7. O jucat și el 2 meciuri. O câștigat cu ratatul ăsta de Eco. Gata, el e bun. Dar în rest are 4 cu 10, 7 cu 7. 4 cu 6. Scorele lui. De booster. Bustat. Copil bustate. Ăsta. Bronz 2. O el a fost platină, cică. Iată platina lui cum arată. Asta e platina. 57 08 19. Platin. El e platin. El e jucător de platin. Suportul. Alt retardat. 054816. El e bun, dați-mi la mine în echipă. Retardați umani ce sunteți. Nici nu meritați dreptul la viață. Tot un joc. Bună ziua! faceți, domnule Gabriel?
Urmăresc aici cum înjur pe ăștia.
Ah. Tu ce ai putea spune în legătură cu meciul care, dacă ai apucat să te uiți la el?
Au vrut Riot-ul să pierzi.
Ce îmi poți spune despre meciul ăla? Când mi-a dat efectiv Veigar 4-10, jungla 0-7,
Da.
suportul ca de obicei, stă pe lane-ul leacă, când trebuie să ținem tureta, pleacă de pe lane.
Au vrut să pierzi, sincer.
Da, clar.
Sistem.
De ce să câștig eu LP-uri când pot să le pierd mai bine?
Corect. Așa funcționează jocul ăsta.
Păi, observ.
Am pierdut și eu vreo 200 de niște.
Sau la fel, player de genul?
Da.
Clasic.
Bine, la mine s-a dus AFK, e mai stupid.
La tine e și mai grav. Hai că ai avut 2 meciuri, bă, că suie, nu rupi.
Da, dar înainte de alea două, că am jucat vreo 4.
Alea cu Heka.
Da. Mi s-a dus AFK din prima, n-ai treabă.
Da, chiar m-a jucat de carry. Da, seara după ce ai ieșit tu am mai dat un meci. Băi, mi-a jucat băieții mei, nu știu cum. M-am prietenit cu un grec.
Super.
Am prietenit. Vorba bine.
Da.
I-am zis eu cum gândesc jocul și cum așa și zic că da, mie, dar așa se face normal. Dar am avut și un Warwick stresant, care venea Warwick, venea din 2 în 2 minute, îl vedeam că vine, ne ajuta pe bottom, pe mid, top. Nu venea singur, venea și cu Cassiopeia.
Păi da, că venea cu Midu, că Midu gândește.
Păi.
Midu avea creier.
Acolo suport gen.
Ce voi? Lasă-l de-l.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
Doar să nu și iei tanci, atât. Na, am pierdut. Așa, hai că e mai bun.
Ai apucat să vezi meciul de la T1?
Am văzut că pierdut.
Cu top eSports.
Eu distrus.
Da. Gen ăla. Au făcut și quadra kill atunci în jungle. Atât au fost.
Pierdut grav de tot. Și mai au șanse sau o să eliminați?
Păi asta nu știu nici eu. Eu, sincer, aș spera să nu fie eliminat, dacă înțelegi. Aș vrea să mai văd player cu ei, dar nu știu ce să cred acum.
Nu trebuie neapărat să câștigi, dar măcar să ajungă în final.
Da. Apoi, nu, că mi se pare că trebuie să câștigi ca să poată să ajungi. Să te referi la gen finala sau câștigi.
Da.
Fie ei
Nu
câștigător.
neapărat să câștigi final.
Da, nu, dar să-i văd în final măcar că se joacă.
Da. Că altfel e campionat.
Bine, oricum, chestia aia cu T1 undefeated, mi se pare că s-a dus deja.
Aia da.
Deci, practic și-a luat bătaie din primul meci. Eu am crezut că e best of 3. N-am știut că e best of 1. După aia am realizat, după primul meci care s-a jucat, mi-am dat seama, ăsta e așa că ăsta e best of 1.
Mai ales că eu am făcut și piesă cu Faker și el pierde din prima.
Da.
Frumos.
Dar poate, poate e așa doar meciul ăsta, mâine când se joacă iar, îți dai seama că în astea 4 zile doar nu, îi elimin așa unul câte unul din 8 echipe, rămân 4, din 4 rămân 2. E finala repede. GNG a câștigat, Fnatic a pierdut, aparent. Vedem acum că se joacă Team Liquid cu... Team Liquid cu LNG-ul. Ce echipă mai frișă a stat oameni. Am auzit niciodată de ei.
Da, nici eu.
De Team Liquid am auzit, de Fly am auzit, da? Că LNG. Cred că ăștia sunt din aia, din cei care sunt de prin Vietnam, China, alea care nu sunt Laken, alea importante. Bam, 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 bam. Mi-au plăcut meciurile astea cum a început, că băieții mei se duceau, suportul se ducea direct pe top. De Kyriu, jucau 3 pe top, da.
Să aibă avantaj mic acolo, cât de cât.
Da. Este că pe Faker nu prea. Echipa lor nu prea o ajutat.
Gina pe o să joacă la planti el.
Era să nu fie troll. Tăi, nu-ți ajunge. Hai, fă tu un face check. Bravo. Dar mult mai urmărești și minionul ăsta.
S-a terminat pe top.
Deja a început 2-0. Pe 2-0. Era 2.
Pula mea.
Haide, bro. Ai putut să-i mai dai un shot. Pe bune. Mor din a dat la plesnealul ăl tai acolo. Ori odată la plesnealul ori avea vision acolo și au văzut că suntem în linie. Că așa n-avea cum să ne ia pe noi.
Joacă gen.
Lipsește Cogmo. Are Ivan s-a dus AFK sau ce? De ce stă Ramos doar? A, nu, uite.
Doamne, dar ce-l campează, mâncați așa.
Avea că este doar pe tot. Ăla o mai plecat jungla, asta e întrebarea mea mai bună. 250. Bun. Își poate joc de ei.
Da, îi bate pe toți.
Dacă mai avea, cred că o leacă de mana și viață o bătea și pe Sandra.
Da. Aoleu.
De ce gen? Ce s-a întâmplat? O, ce flash-uri!
Nu. Aoleu, vine asta iar. No, dar e jungla, e prea stupid de jucat. Am să pierd din cauza lui Ramos. Da, și suportul-i gunoiul. Da, am pierdut. Da. Nu se poate. Ramos. Ăștia-mi fac numai puși pe mid acum.
De ce n-aș dă recal? De ce nu pleacă bază? Odată. De ce mănâncă în cur? Uite, Ramos Siena s-a dat iar pe mid.
Da.
Este de ce stă low HP în loc să-și dea reset? Na.
N-avem nicio șansă. Ăla. E overmatch.
Ăla a stat pe lane numai ca să poată să duc cineva în plantele alea să vadă cât damage dă sau cum?
N-ai, cu Ramos nu poți să-i... Cu Ramos nu poți.
Na, dar și asta ce dă, mâncați aș pulile tale din gât. Dă să moară mama. 4 cu 10 are top. Și eu l-ajung din urmă. Na, uite cum joacă e, cât e. Acum omul meu focusează suportul, el are treabă cu suportul. El dă focus full support. Hai să mergem pe support, ca de carry care dă damage din spate, care are 7-2-3 iteme și îl face pe al 4-lea, e neimportant în meciul ăsta, suportul e important. Care are... Ia-l bate cu blue acum, n-ai.
Prea mare counter-ul ăla. Deci s-o ales ramul, trebuia să dăm. Trebuia să dăm coit la lobby. Am pierdut în lobby, sincer. Ia uite pulă cum joacă.
N-ai! De carry-ul ăla, ce morții mătii focusează, ce crucea mătii tot te duci, unde e biserica mătii? Îți dăm credit de când am văzut gen support, că cine pula mea joacă gen support, unde e?
E adevărat, am pierdut de la jungă.
Am pierdut și de la jungă, și de la suport, și de la morții mei am mai pierdut. Pula. Bro, ce cu frigul ăsta?
Da.
Imaginați că mi-am pus pantaloni în șosete. Tricou, bluză în pantaloni și mai așa încă o bluză pe mine.
E așa se poartă, stil Balcan.
Dar chiar ai văzut că Balcan Dead s-a dus în România?
Da?
Da, s-a dus în Timișoara și în București.
Bun.
S-a dus în obor, au mâncat mici. S-au băut o bere.
Brace yourself. I can see the end in sight. Three, two, one. Hardwired.
Draven out.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
nu-ți ferește el de toate, nu știu. A, urmărește-mă până în 2. Și asta pun.
Ok, vezi că Z a fost prin bot side.
Știi, asta e o prostie.
Pa pula. m-am bătut cu 10 attack damage împotriva la 30 attack damage. Smart din partea 40 attack. Smart din partea mea.
Ой, ce prost ești.
Ajută-mă, coaie! Sau umplu de basic-uri. Hai, Lilia, hai, hai! Pare rău, ți-am luat kill-ul.
Curățile astea deci și-am rămas acolo. E prieten, uite și asta. Și-am ajuns acolo. Mai facem și Păi nici nu trebuie să dai drum de aici, joacă un puțin.
Aoleu, Gabriel! Sigur.
Dă-te în pula mea de campion!
Cine?
O venit ori cu 1 HP, o lua 2 minioni și are jumătate de viață.
A, da, gata, și-a lăsat topul.
Da. Pula mea. Nu mai știi de ce să te ferești. E aici.
Nu pot să trec și înapoi? Nu pot. De ce nu pot să trec prin tunel înapoi?
Vezi că am dublu stand, prostule. Păi ține o grămadă W, poți să-i dai stand de 2 ori în timpul ăla.
n-am mai apuc.
Cine a apăsat butonul de surrender, sper să-i moară măs.
De ce vrei să moară mama?
Că mor tu că tu ai apăsat.
E, glumesc. Mi-am cum să apăs eu.
Mă bag pula în bot. Toată lumea e și dansă, e? Se poate să dai mai puțin pe lângă?
Am apăsat involuntar să mor din am apăsat involuntar pe portalul lui Brand, lui Bard. Dar mi l-a pus în așa fel încât exact în fața lui să mă bag. Au!
Să nu dai ult. Să păstrezi ulta pentru măta. Să-și o bagi în pizdă.
Aoleu, Gabriel! Doamne, suntem la televizor!
Să ne ulta, nu știu pentru cine să ne ulta aia.
Ah.
Ui, cum mi-au luat kill-ul, nu înțeleg.
Păi dar mai dă la morții lui de campion. Infect. Ia să ne termin eu itemul ăsta. Fac eu mortalul. Așa ți-ar putea, dracu, să-ți fie de șob de vârcolacul, dracu. Oh, pardon. Sigur ești bine! Oh my god!
Șef, te-ai curățat și tu niște resturi?
Da.
Degeaba le-ai făcut, na, ăsta nu-l câștigă.
Îl câștigăm, man.
Nu-l câștigăm când mă uit la Lili așa din când în când. E fumat. E cât se poate de fumat. Moare prima, îți duce singurul, na. Mi-e și greu când îl văd. O stat fix acolo, te-ai uitat? Spune-mi că te-ai uitat.
Am uitat. Direct la ea.
Dacă am zis că e fumată, e fumată. Și ăsta îți duce și el singur, el. Da, bine, ăsta are mai mult creier. Da, e jungle gap mare. Știi ce n-am mai văzut eu? Eu nu l-am mai văzut pe Victor, eu de prima oară când îl văd în 15 minute, sincer.
Cum e prima oară în men?
Da, coi, e prima oară când îl văd în 15 minute.
Aha. O stat și el. Prin bază. Eu știu pe unde n-ai o stat. Dă-l dracu să-l ia.
O scăpați, dă și tu ce prostie de joc. Ăla ce caut acolo?
Ah.
Băi, dă-te morții tăi! Dă-i un basic!
Au pus ignite-ul.
Uite la el cât HP și-a făcut când l-a mușcat! Băi, nărfuiește campionul ăla, Coisan, nărfuiește campionul ăla! Nărfuiește căcatul ăla de campion! Uite-l că băiatul!
Cam ce murit!
Măi, măcar spargeți tot acolo, spargeți tot, că vine și ăsta pe bot, măcar să luați inhiburile. Mordekaiser, dar lovește cu skill-uri, cu aie, nu cu mâna. Mai aveți timp. Dați și inhibul ăla jos. Pușați și turnul de pe mine, să-l în gură să-l fut. Du-te, Bard. ce mori în stand cu ai de la un skill, ui, moare cu jocul ăsta, ui. Ce mori în stand de la un skill, băiatule, ui.
Ui, dar du-te în pula mea, are vision peste tot, coi!
Da, știu.
Dă-te în pula mea, n-avea de unde știi că am spart eu planta și am de gând să mă duc acolo, dă-te morții mătii de joc. Dă-te în pula mea, n-ai cum coi chiar în halul ăsta. Ia cine a câștigat? Să-l e. Data asta, bun. Du-te, Diză! Și cine joacă acum game-ul cu Fly-ul. O lua solo până. Își dă așa la TP-ul în spate.
Clasic. Ei, ăla până școală așa. Aronul ăla ce zici? Du-te și poate dați dar cu lux nu cred că dați pentru că o să-i dea delete lui Lilia într-un fel sau altul. Cuiva o să-i dea delete. Hai, bine. S-a meritat un inhib? S-a meritat un inhib? Bun, că ați murit toți acum. Nu au vrut baron.
Oh, oh, oh.
Acum fac ei baron.
Asta o țap. A nu te...
A murit și ăla. E over. Be, mă așteptam să pierde. Ți-am zis că pierde. Zia de stacat, nu-l atinge nici Dumnezeu pe ăla. Na. Ied încă e mai tank ca toți tanci. Ca dă pe lângă din față. Da. La cum ai luat tu toți dragonii, sigur e și Elderul. Iar a murit. M-am săturat cu ai. Avem un vision score de minus. Vin și mor, vin și mor, vin și mor. Oriunde m-aș duce. Viziune 0. Ia că fac scheme. Ah, dar au murit deja.
Dacă a murit, mor de căja, că dacă îi mai ținea acolo, reușea să dea bar.
Am anti-heal pull-uri degeaba am, fii atent. Și acum fac dragon.
Dacă eu nici nu mai am ce să mai fac cu gold.
GG, să terminăm scăpie.
Acum fac chiar baronul și tot așa.
Yep.
Au vision. Pot să mă duc. Bar ce faci? Încearcă să ajung în bază la ei.
Nu vezi, curăț toate wardurile. N-ai cum să dai TP acum. Își dau back, își dau back, își dau... Cu ăla. Nu mai au dragon măcar. N-avem nicio șansă. Sunt prea puternic. Zed e prea puternic. Zed e cel mai puternic de aici. Mâncați-o școala ta. Insane de puternic omul meu. O da Lilia un damage, ți-o râs.
Mai avea o leacă de dea sport mai mult ca ea.
Da. Clasic.
Draven out.
Huh? What you want, Kaiser?
Ce suport vrei?
Are you the hunter or the prey?
Că știu eu ce suport să-i zic să ia. Amin, știi să joci.
Corect.
Că dacă ziceam joacă Shen, nu știa ce ăsta avea să faci. Ce glume au ăștia în ei, Doamne. Colonel, out window. Why did that twisted fail get deported? Asta e băiatul cu glumele sau cum?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Anything but online. Hai că bun.
GG, să terminăm, nici am pierdut.
GG, am pierdut.
Yep.
GG, 3-0 deja pentru Tristana.
Da, s-a terminat. Ah, Da, Ropi Tristana nu mai ai nicio șansă să o bați pe. Still touch, n-am chef. Să mă concentrez. Uite la sejoanele, eu nici măcar nu s-a acolo.
Ganko jarosna, Jarantramasta, Încoaie până să fie în 7 părți deodată în pula mea. Nu m-am dus pe toate liniile posibile. Nu vrea. Nu vrea, nu vrea. Asta e banană totală jungla asta. Mă sparge pula, mă sparge ăla. Uite, pula, sunt blocat în zid, nu pot să plec din zid. Ia mi-aș pula în măta. Păi cam asta gameplay de azi. Din păcate n-am avut succes să câștigăm. Aia, o să mai joc eu offline. O să încerc să mai câștig niște meciuri, dar nu știu ce să cred. Sperăm că v-ați distrat. Mulțumesc tuturor care i-ați stat pe live. Și rămâne să ne vedem mâine la o nouă zi de stream în care avem iară meciuri de Worlds. Rămâne pe data viitoare. Bye!